Chapter 704. When Xingtian frowned. Forget it. I'll contact Zhou Xiaoduo after school tonight. Okay. Meng Zhongjun went back. After he went back, he asked Zhen Piapiao and Yu Yener, who were playing with their little tigers. The two girls' little tigers had now grown to the size of adult dogs. Although they were still cute, the aura of the king of beasts was gradually showing. An ordinary martial master would probably be pushed to the ground by these two little tigers. Take some time to talk to Xiang Bing. How can you keep dragging it out like this? You're both girls, so it's easy to talk to you. The two girls expressed that they were really in a difficult position. Did they not talk to her? They had talked to her more than once or twice. However, Xiang Bing was also worried. How could a girl take the initiative in this kind of thing? She could only hope that Li Chenglong would suddenly be enlightened. However, why was it so difficult for this Iron Sect leader to be enlightened? Tian's brain felt as if it had been kicked by a donkey. When it saw Xiang Bing, it was like a bull seeing a red cloth. Other than beating her up, there was nothing else. What the hell was she going to do? While the school was filled with melancholy, Zhou Xiaoduo was overjoyed at home. He had originally proposed to accompany his parents to walk around Fenghai City, but Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding directly rejected him. To them, walking around Fenghai City? What was there to walk around in Fenghai City? They were not interested in it at all. Damn it. Wu Yuding instructed. Show me and your dad what you've gained during this period of time. Here? Zhou Xiaoduo scratched his head and said, It seems. I can't let go. Can't let go? So many? Wu Yuding was stunned. Yes. Then you'll take them one by one? Wu Yuding asked. It's too troublesome. Zhou Xiaoduo took out the Annihilation Tower and placed it on the table. He grinned as if he was presenting a treasure. Dad, Mom, let's go in and take a look. Yes, I can't do it yet. I have to wait for a while. Wait for a while, I have to go in and take care of it. Following that, he rushed in and quickly absorbed all the heat that the heart of the ardent sun was emitting during this period of time. He went one step further and made the temperature of the space pleasant. Only then did he jump out. This was a must. In Zhou Xiaoduo's heart, even if his parents used to be big bosses, they were very weak now. Wouldn't it be terrible if they got scalded when they went in? Zhuo Changlu raised his eyebrows. This brat actually had the Tower of Annihilation. There were only a few bottles of it left in the world. It seemed like the Hidden Dragon Academy's headmaster Yi Changqing had given him the bottle he had. However, this thing could only be considered a large space ring and had no other use. But in terms of space rings, the Flood Witch's life ring was much better than this Tower of Annihilation. However, the moment they followed Zhou Xiaoduo into the Tower of Annihilation, Zhuo Changlu and his wife were shocked. The pair of mother and son were very experienced. As soon as they entered the interior of the Tower of Annihilation, they keenly felt that something was wrong. How could there be breath of life in here? How could there be breath of life in the Tower of Annihilation? They had never heard that there was a mountain in the Tower of Annihilation. And such a huge mountain range? Well, what was with the lush greenery on the mountain range? On the ground in the distance, patches of soft and tender grass could be seen everywhere. As far as the eye could see, it was a vast and boundless grassland. When the wind blew, the lush and verdant grass swayed back and forth. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. There were only a few bottles of the Tower of Annihilation, that was for sure. And the one in Zhou Xiaoduo's hand must be the one in Yi Changqing's hand, which was one of the most ordinary bottles. There were only 3 bottles of the Tower of Annihilation that had the function of time. One of the bottles was used for cultivation, which had the effect of 2 days in the outside world. It was given to Yu Dongtian. The other bottle had the effect of 3 days in the outside world. It was given to his disciple's wife by Yin Duo. The last bottle was also able to last for 2 days in the outside world. It was in the hands of the royal family. The others did not have the ability to change the flow of time. They were just like the space ring, which could at most temporarily carry living things. But what was with the bottle in Zhou Xiaoduo's hand? As far as Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding knew, his bottle, even if all the other bottles were added together, would not be as big as Zhou Xiaoduo's bottle. And there would not be mountains or plants in it. It was just a simple difference in the flow of time. Zhou Xiaoduo's bottle could be said to be the one and only unique treasure in the world. Dad, Mom, what do you think of this small tower of mine? Zhou Xiaoduo's face showed that he was presenting a treasure. Now living in this small tower of mine, 1 month in it is only 1 day in the outside world. Hee hee hee. 1 day is equivalent to 1 month's time? How did you do it? Zhuo Changlu's eyes were shining. At this moment he was really shocked. About this I'm not very sure. Zhou Xiaoduo was really confused about this question. When Zhuchanglu and his wife came in, Xiaolong hid. He repeatedly told Zhou Xiaoduo not to tell anyone about him. Even if Zhou Xiaoduo wanted to say something, Xiaolong was an existence that no one else could see. If Xiaolong did not want to come out, he had no way to prove his statement. When Yi Changqing gave it to you, it was already like this? Zhuchanglu asked. No. Dad, how did you know that Principal Yi gave it to me? Zhou Xiaoduo asked in surprise. Zhuchanglu coughed. Have you forgotten? Your mom and I are both experts. Oh, right. I'm confused. Zhou Xiaoduo lightly slapped his own mouth. It was as if he was caressing it. He laughed foolishly. At this point, he also understood that if he did not have Xiaolong's help, he might still be able to absorb the astral soul's jade powder. However, the effect would not be as amazing as it was now. Dad, I can only say that the process is very coincidental. And there is a 99% chance that it cannot be replicated. Zhou Xiaoduo thought about it and said tactfully, it is very coincidental. I will report to you after I figure out the reason. Forget it. Zhuchanglu was very open-minded. There was only one bottle of this thing and it was in his son's hands. What was there to be worried about? No one else had it? That's great. If everyone had it, how could the Zhou family show off their extraordinary martial prowess? This is the heart of the sun? You used this to cultivate your flaming sun scripture? Wu Yuding asked in surprise. Her son even had this? Mom, the origin of this is even more coincidental. The last time it fell from the sky, it coincidentally landed on my leg. Zhou Xiaoduo was exultant. Wu Yuding grinned. Fell from the sky and landed on your leg? Why didn't it land on someone else's leg? Seeing that this kid was as happy as a husky, the couple tacitly did not expose him. However, Wu Yuding and her husband looked at each other and smiled at the same time. He having a godfather was indeed awesome. He even gave this to them. He. These two balls of yellow light. Zhuchanglu leaned over to take a look. He was shocked again. These are two saber-winged tigers that are being modified by the bloodline inheritance? You have a lot of rare things. They come out one after another. There is no end to them. Zhou Xiaoduo was really shocked. His father's eyesight was really good. Yes, Dad. You have a good eye. This is it. Zhou Xiaoduo gave him a thumbs up. Zhuchanglu straightened his back and frowned. It looks like they're coming out soon. How are you going to deal with these two tigers? Zhou Xiaoduo scratched his head and said, well, I haven't thought about it yet. Wu Yuding stopped to take a look and said, the origin of these two little tigers is a demon. From what I can see, these two adult saber-winged tigers were modified by chance. Coupled with the inheritance of the heavenly tiger, their demon nature is hard to tame and their wild nature is also hard to tame. It won't be easy to tame them. Mom, give me an idea. What should we do? Zhou Xiaoduo was very straightforward. It's a pity to kill them. I don't think we can get much meat. Two of them won't even be enough to eat a meal. I can't figure it out. Mom and Dad are here. Eat meat. I can't believe you can think of that. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and said, how about this? We'll stay here for a while. The transformation of these two tigers should be completed. At that time, I'll think of a way to make them recognize you as their master. Then your father and I will help you train them for a few days. When we leave, we'll release them into the forest and let them grow up. This kind of demonic tiger bloodline, if you keep it by your side, it will easily lose its wild nature. Apart from being a pity, it will also cause a sharp decrease in combat power. Only when they fight on their own in the wild can they be of use. But once they recognize you as their master, there will be a certain degree of connection between them. If you can use them in the future, you can use them. If you can't, you can just abandon them. Wu Yuding said very lightly. Zhuchanglu frowned and said, it's hard to predict the cycle of cause and effect. The return of the demon continent is a foregone conclusion. Let's see if these two tigers can be useful. But I think it'll be very difficult. If they can grow into the heavenly tiger soul essence that can make the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. Zhuchanglu muttered. I buried that thing under that mountain. Zhou Xiaoduo pointed to the mountain in the space-destroying tower and said, Dad, it's there. It's there. Zhuchanglu rolled his eyes. Finally, he couldn't help patting Zhou Xiaoduo on the shoulder and said with gratification in his eyes, You're really my son. Wu Yuding laughed. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't understand. I brought that thing back in the hope that it can grow again. What does it have to do with whether I'm your son or not? By the way, I've also buried those that can grow dragon soul ginseng and snake king fruit. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly remembered, Dad, Mom, I have two mature dragon soul ginseng here. Why don't you each eat one? Maybe it can restore your cultivation. Even a part of it will be good. Zhuchanglu shook his head. That thing is good, but it's useless to me and your mother. Our cultivation can't be restored with external things. Useless? Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't help but wonder. It seemed that his parents' problems were more serious. Why didn't they use such good things? Although the dragon soul ginseng is good, it's only useful for those below the mysterious realm. Wu Yuding rubbed Zhou Xiaoduo's hair and messed it up. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly became anxious. It seemed that he had to eat it as soon as possible. If he broke through the mysterious realm, wouldn't it be useless? At that time it would only benefit others. What was the difference between that and buying something delicious but not eating it and letting it expire? This pagoda of yours. Wu Yuding thought for a while and said, when the two little tigers come out, I'll find someone to recognize this pagoda as its owner. Zhuchanglu's eyes lit up and said, that's a good idea. As for who this pagoda originally belonged to, whether it was given to Zhou Xiaoduo or lent to him, the two of them didn't care. Was this kind of question important? Since it's in my son's hands, it's his. Snatch it? Let's see if you dare. Chapter 705. There are still a lot of precious treasures. I buried all of them in this mountain. Zhou Xiaoduo pointed at the mountain in front of him with a smug look on his face. You saw them. You even marked them all? Zhuchanglu was impressed by his son's way of thinking. The whole mountain was filled with flags. There were many small flags with words written on them. Those were the names of medicinal herbs, fluttering in the wind. Colorful Ganoderma lucidum, crystal snow ginseng, soul-tempering vermilion fruit, crystal vine, yang returning grass, nightmare flower. At a rough glance, there were more than 100 types of medicinal herbs. The whole mountain was filled with flags. It was a spectacular sight. It was like an old general with flags all over his body leading an army full of flags to set up an ambush here. Zhou Xiaoduo put his hands behind his back and looked at his masterpiece with a calm and pretentious face. You must be shocked. Dad, Mom. Your son is awesome. Now, I'm qualified to be the head of the family. Zhou Xiaoduo's collection in this mountain was only a small half of what he had collected. Most of it was taken from the spatial rings he had seized. It had to be said that with so many spatial rings, there was practically everything he could think of. There were only things that one could not imagine. There was nothing that was not inside. Zhou Xiaoduo was very proud. Wu Yuding rubbed her eyebrows. She was a little angry. It seemed that the little dog had taken a lot of risks during this period. Many of these things were good stuff that could only be found by chance. It was not easy to get them. This kid was a little arrogant. You have to remember these things clearly. Zhuchanglu warned, some things are not very important. You don't have to be too stingy with them. Sometimes you will forget about them. Sometimes they will delay things. This was Zhuchanglu's experience. There were often too many things that were seized. Often they would just pile them into the space rings and not care about them. After a while, when he remembered them, he would not know what they were like. They might have rotted or broken. In the past, there were people who couldn't find them. This kind of thing happened too often. I understand. Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled and said, it's just that I'm still too weak now. If I take out too many good things, people will only covet them. When I'm stronger, I'll take them out and exchange them for money. Right now in Fenghai City, there is a ready-made family that can help me deal with this, but I don't plan to let them do it yet. I still want to observe them. Zhuchanglu asked in detail and nodded. You're right to be cautious. Even if you're sure that she's reliable, you can't let your guard down before you experience a conflict of interest. Money can move people's hearts. It's never just a saying. Yes. Zhou Xiaoduo had already figured out how to operate it. Fang Yinhua had been idle for such a long time. It was time to give him some work. He wanted to find a suitable opportunity for him to partner with Gao Qiaoer's family. Anything else? Wu Yuding couldn't bear to see Zhou Xiaoduo showing off. She said, how much is this? And the quality is just average. How much is this? The quality is just average? Zhou Xiaoduo, who was waiting for his mother's praise, was shocked by her mother's tone. He thought that this would be enough to surprise his parents. But now, listening to his mother's tone, it didn't seem to be a big deal. Speaking of which, how high are your standards? Zhuchanglu patted his wife's shoulder and said softly, it's not easy for your son to get these with his own ability. Wu Yuding nodded. This made sense. Zhuchanglu immediately said, although it's quite rubbish, it can't hold up against so many. Rubbish? Zhou Xiaoduo was not convinced. Why is it not easy for me to get these? Your son is awesome. I still have a lot of good things that I haven't taken out yet. Take a look and don't blink. As he said that, he put down the space ring. But it was spitting out like a flash flood. In an instant, a mountain was piled up on the ground. This is the astral soul stone I got from my father. It's for you to use when you go back to open the shop. Zhou Xiaoduo was about to pour it out again. Stop. The astral soul stone shop has already been transferred. Wu Yuding said disdainfully, your father won't be selling astral soul stones in the future. You're already so old. You still have to work hard for us. You can only keep these for yourself. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. It's been transferred? He's not doing it anymore. Of course it has to be transferred. What's the point of keeping it? Wu Yuding said matter-of-factly. Now that you and Yin Yin are sending money home every day, we don't need to open a shop to earn money. We can't earn much anyway. What's the point of keeping it? Zhou Xiaoduo thought about it and agreed. It's good that it's been transferred. If you ask me, it should have been transferred long ago. The two of you are right to think this way. You should rest and enjoy life. No matter what, your son is a man who can be the head of the family now. Zhou Changlu squinted. What? You want to fight for power? Zhou Xiaoduo hurriedly smiled apologetically. Dad, please don't misunderstand. What I mean is that Nian Yin and I are the head of the family. I'm not talking about our family. Ehehe. Wu Yuding squinted. Your family. It's hard to say what your position in the family is. In any case, your mother doesn't think highly of you. Zhou Xiaoduo stiffened his neck and said, in any case, on the household register, the head of the household is definitely me. It has to be me. It's definitely me. How can there be a mistake? Ha 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 ha. Wu Yuding laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. What a cute little puppy. You can only find some sense of superiority in this area. Zhou Xiaoduo's face turned red from his mother's laughter. He gritted his teeth and said, Mom, just watch. Nian Yin can't do anything in our house. That's impossible. When the time comes, I'll beat her up one by one. After thinking about it, he hurriedly followed up and said, if I can't beat her, you can help me beat her up. Wu Yuding laughed so hard that her intestines almost broke. Afraid that her son would laugh at her, she hurriedly went over to check the pile of supplies. The first thing that came into view was a large pile of pearls. There were more than 1,000 grams of snake pearls and centipede pearls. Keep the biggest ones. Get rid of the rest. Give them to your classmates or the families that may rely on you in the future. These pearls can be passed down as heirlooms in small and medium-sized families. Wu Yuding said, even if it's a big family, the young ones will still need these things when they're young. Don't think that it's easy to get them just because you have a lot of them. These things are also rare. So each of these pearls is a huge favor. It's also a gift for your future connections and power circle. Understood. After that, Wu Yuding sorted out all of Zhou Xiaoduo's loot by category. She threw the medicinal herbs and elixirs into a pile that Wu Yuding's processing speed was too fast for the eye to take in. She was so fast that Zhou Xiaoduo was a little dazzled. Then, except for those that Zhou Xiaoduo could use now, there was only one sentence for everything else. Hurry up and get rid of them. Including those low-grade Astral Soul's jade and those Astral Soul stones. They would only take up space if he kept them. After sorting out, especially the large number of Astral Soul stones and Astral Soul's jade, Zhou Xiaoduo realized that he could only keep less than 1/10 of the items. Basically, it was only 2 or 3% of the items. With your current cultivation level, you won't be able to use these things. Even if they look useful, they don't have any practical effect. In the long run, they will only become trash and be thrown away. Instead of throwing them away, it's better to sell them now and let them circulate in the market. Then you can exchange them for things that you need. Even if you change them into star yuan coins and let them lie in your account, they will still be of use. Except for some real heavenly treasures, which are not afraid of the erosion of time and can be used continuously, you can get rid of everything else. Don't say that you can't bear to part with them. Including those big beads that I suggested you keep. After a while, when you see if they are useless, you will still have to throw them away. Horizons are very important. Every advancement in martial arts is accompanied by a widening of one's horizons. For example, ordinary people need cold medicine. Do you need it now? For example, the low-grade Astral Soul's jade that ordinary martial artists need. Do you still need it now? Wu Yuding educated her son. You can be stingy and greedy, but don't be stingy to the extent that you will turn the wealth in your hands into trash. Zhou Xiaoduo asked humbly, then what is worth keeping forever? Something that can hold its value forever? Those Dragon Soul ginsengs that I'm burying now. Are they worth it? Wu Yuding said disdainfully, after reaching a certain level they will still be trash. With your current cultivation speed, You can consider throwing them away in less than 2 years. Fuck. Zhuo was a little shocked. His mother's horizons were so high? Speaking of things that can be kept, things that can hold its value forever. For example, the sword in your hand, the hammer. The ice spirit that you just won. Ice spirit? Zhuo was puzzled. Why did they all call it ice spirit? Didn't Bing Xiaobing always call it ice spirit? Yes, ice spirit. These can all be kept. Wu Yuding thought for a while and said, as for the rest, including this heart of the sun, when your cultivation is high enough, you can absorb it all and turn it into powder. After that, it will be hard to say whether you want to keep it or not. And the space soil. In short, you have to firmly remember that in this world, there are the 9 great wondrous stones, 9 great metals, 9 great treasured medicines, and so on. These are the things that can be preserved for a long time until you and I. Yes, until you reach the level of the highest combat power in this world. If you surpass that, even these are still useless. As for things that can hold its value forever, you have to talk about the legendary level, the true starry sky treasures. Wu Yuding's voice was a little fascinated. Chapter 706. For example, there is a legendary sword. When this sword is used, it can cut apart the starry sky and the Milky Way. For example, there is a blade in the legends. Once this blade is used, the universe will be reborn. For example, there is a treasure that can reopen the universe or something. Wu Yuding sighed. There are many good things in legends. You won't know about them until you reach a certain level. Of course, you don't have the right to know about them. Let's take human experience as an example. When you're flying in the sky, there's someone running on the ground. You'll be the champion in a 100-meter race in just a few seconds. When you reach a certain realm, you'll be able to run from here to the main hall of the Wizard Alliance in just a few seconds. It's not about the gap, but about the understanding and knowledge of different realms, experience. Zhuo's eyebrows twitched as he listened. He even strongly suspected that his mother was just bragging. He had never heard of such a person. Even legends and myths were not as awesome as this. Speaking of Cao Cao would appear. That was just a far-fetched understanding. Don't doubt it. Someone has really done it before. Zhuo sighed softly and said, that person is so powerful. As long as he is still on this continent, he can appear anywhere on this continent with just a thought. He can really be wherever he wants to be. For example, he is now at the southernmost part of the Umno Alliance. Then he can stand on the highest peak in the northernmost part of the Astral Souls continent in the blink of an eye. Don't look at me in disbelief. It's this person who was exiled to the other 8 continents. Although, this is just a legend. Your mother was just casually talking about it. With your current realm, it doesn't matter if you take it seriously or not. Just listen to it. This is something beyond your understanding. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, you will naturally understand. Zhuo scratched his head. Well, compared to what you said, I've really collected a pile of trash. I've become the king of trash. Also, those space rings you have, give them away when you need to, sell them when you need to. There's no point in hoarding them. Wu Yuding was exasperated at her son's miserly behavior. When you're stronger, you'll be able to get as many of these things as you want. If you can't find them yourself, can't you just snatch them from the battlefield? The bigger the fist, the more powerful the argument. The higher the cultivation, the more obvious it will be. Rob? Zhuo coughed repeatedly at the side. Don't lead the child astray, it's too damaging. Wu Yuding gave him a sidelong glance. Do you still need me to teach you this? What did he learn from you? Just your genes alone have already caused your son to go astray. Not to mention teaching by word and example. Zhuo was getting more and more frustrated. He thought that he was already the richest man in the world, but now it seemed that in his parents' eyes, he was just a rag picker. At most, he was just a rag picker with a little bit of wealth. However, what he didn't know was that his parents were already shocked to the core when they saw the mountain-like materials. These things were naturally nothing to the husband and wife, but if it was related to Zhuo's current cultivation, it was a very, very terrifying reality. There was really a lot of good stuff here. When did an origin core cultivator get so many good things? According to what the couple knew, since ancient times, there had never been an origin core realm cultivator who was able to live as well as their son. His son was able to move resources out mountain by mountain. He was truly worthy of the reputation of having 2 sleeves of gold. Wu Yuding even felt a sense of inferiority. Thinking back to the time when she and her husband were origin core cultivators. They could also get some things, but how could they be compared to this kid in front of them? It It was not even 1/10 or 100th. After taking stock of the ordinary gains, it was time for the main event. This space soil. Although it is only half a liter, it is still very precious. You have to use it carefully. Wu Yuding said, I didn't know how to use it at first, but you have the Tower of Annihilation in your hand, and you even made it evolve to such a level. This is the best time to use the space soil. It's really lucky. You just have to sprinkle the space soil on your mountain later. This 50 grams of space soil will make the space of your Tower of Annihilation 10 times bigger, and 10 times more stable. With the space soil inside, you can use it as the foundation. You don't have to worry about the tower being damaged by external forces. So magical? Zhuo Duo was stunned. Looking at the space soil that was just taken out, it was as shiny as sand. How could it have such a great effect? Listen to your mother. Zhuo Changlu nodded. But we can throw it out later. Before we go out, just sprinkle it here. This ice soul and this 10,000 years black ice, keep these things for your sister Nian. Wu Yuding pondered for a moment and said, if your sister Nian agrees, it will be considered a betrothal gift. Betrothal gift? Good. Mom, I'm not sleepy anymore. In an instant, Zhuo Duo was so excited that his eyes could not be seen. He could only see his tongue jumping in his mouth. Ah. Nian cat, let's see where you can run to. Hurry up and come to my bed to tickle me. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was filled with happiness. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu were speechless. This kid was not only a money grubber but also a wife grubber. It had to be said that since Zhuo Duo was young, Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu were in harmony with each other. They were happy and comfortable. This atmosphere had a great impact on Zhuo Duo. It made him yearn for marriage. As long as he got married, he could be so happy forever. Therefore, this guy had long been impatient to get married. He yearned for it and was drooling over it. Fire and water don't mix. Wu Yuding looked displeased for the first time, and her expression was very ugly as she spoke. This Lai Hua couple simply did not have good intentions when they sent this wine. Good stuff, it was good stuff, but Zhuo Duo couldn't use it right now. Speaking of which, none of the things that these three fellows gave, including the things that Bing Ming lost, could strengthen Zhuo Duo. It was either a foreign object or something Zhuo Duo couldn't use. These three great shamans were knowledgeable and knew it clearly. They could give gifts, but they wouldn't help you train your son. Therefore, they didn't care if Bing Ming lost the ice soul. Anyway, your son couldn't use it. Giving it to others. It was better to give it to your son than to give it to others. With your son's talent, he would definitely be a strong opponent when he grows up. With your guidance, his future would be terrifying. But the others were far worse. For others, it would be a great achievement if they could reach the level of the four great marshals. This led to the reality that Zhuo Duo had the sun attribute, but the great shamans gave him the ice soul. Was the ice soul good stuff? It was definitely good stuff. Whoever dared to say it wasn't good stuff, I'll knock his teeth out. But your son couldn't use it. Wasn't it infuriating? Therefore, the great shamans gave the ice soul with a clear conscience. As for the resources they gave to Li Chenglong, firstly, how old was that kid? Secondly, this little fellow's threat was much smaller than Zhuo was. Helping him to nurture and strengthen his foundation was not a big deal. Even if they split the resources, it wouldn't be a big deal. Anyway, it wasn't a lot of high-quality resources. Besides, young people were naive and stupid. They all cared about fairness. So, if they didn't split the resources, would there be a gap? If Li Chenglong's share was split, wouldn't it be inappropriate for them to split mine and not yours? Zhuo was space, earth, water and fire don't mix, mysterious ice. Take it out and split it? Not split it? Why wouldn't you split it? This was human nature. Not to mention an inexperienced young man. The twists and turns were all calculated by these old people. Don't think that they took it out casually. Whoever believed them was a fool. Every step was an open scheme. They weren't afraid that you wouldn't fall into their trap. But the three great shamans still miscalculated. Because they never dreamed that Zhuo Changlu and his wife didn't only have one son, but also a daughter whose talent wasn't inferior to their son's. And the direction of their daughter's cultivation was ice attribute. Also, Li Chenglong and Zhuo Duo's relationship and their respective positions had already been set. It couldn't be shaken by mere external things. In the future, he would be the heavenly king and I would be the military advisor. You want to break this iron-like position with just a few pieces of astral soul's jade? You're thinking too much. In Li Chenglong's heart, where were they now? Inner core realm. Even if they wanted to fall out, it should be at the level of left and right heavenly king, right? At that level they couldn't fall out. Besides, Zhuo was so much stronger than me. If I fell out with him, what else could I do but get beaten up? If I didn't fall out with him, I would be beaten up every day. If I fell out with him, I wouldn't be able to live. Let's talk about water and fire don't mix. Riley was really big. And it was definitely a good thing. But it was more or less improper. At that time, things started after the raging fire shaman married the ice abyss shaman's sister. The two of them didn't get along well. They fought every day. They started fighting when they were young, day after day, year after year. They fought 5 times in 3 days. When the two of them fought, the unlucky ones were actually Dan Kong and the Flood. They couldn't help it. These 3 families lived too close to each other. The two of them often fought and fought until they came to the Flood's place. You pull my hair, I pull your ear. This one has a swollen nose, that one has a bloody face. Boss, please be the judge. What's wrong with this son of a bitch? Every time this happened, the Flood which would have a big headache. How can others judge when you two fight? Even an upright official can't solve a family dispute. Don't tell me that I'm a great shaman, not an upright official. Chapter 707. But the Laihua couple had been fighting for so many years that the Flood Witch, Senior Witch Dan Kong and Senior Witch Bing Ming couldn't stand it anymore. Especially Senior Witch Bing Ming, he was about to collapse. Sister and brother-in-law fought every day. As a brother-in-law, he shouldn't be too sad to be caught in the middle. He couldn't help sister beat brother-in-law every time, could he? Although he had done so before, the problem was that there was a saying that made sense. When husband and wife fight, they fight at the head of the bed and make up at the end. Today he helped his sister and brother to beat up his brother-in-law. As a result, they didn't fight the next day and made up. So they turned around and beat him together. And often at this time, in order to mend the relationship between husband and wife, the sister beat him especially hard. You dare to beat my husband? You've got guts. We are fighting. As an outsider, you don't mediate but help one side to beat the other side. What are you doing if you are not stirring up trouble? If I don't beat you, who will I beat? After the violent beating, the husband and wife were able to vent their anger and return to harmony. The husband and wife both returned home. The poor Senior Witch Bing Ming was bruised all over. He had a pig's head and panda eyes. His eyes were full of tears. 2 days later, his elder sister came crying to his door again. Raging flame, that son of a bitch hit me. Little brother, you have to help me vent my anger, you have to support elder sister. You are elder sister's only relative in this world. After a few times, Senior Witch Bing Ming broke down. Senior Witch Bing Ming, who couldn't stand it, moved away at that time. But even if he moved away, he couldn't stop. When the couple fought, sister still came crying again. You are my little brother. How can you not care about me? Of course, the most unlucky one was not Senior Witch Dan Kong and Senior Witch Bing Ming. Because he couldn't beat anyone. He couldn't beat Laihua. He couldn't beat Senior Witch Bing Ming. He couldn't even beat Laihua's wife. He was just a punching bag. And he moved away and was caught back. Later, the 3 great witches got together to discuss. They couldn't go on like this. To put it bluntly, that was the most brainstorming thing the 3 great witches had done in their lives. There was no other. In order to adjust the relationship between the two of them, he invented this wine that was incompatible between fire and water. Actually, there was nothing wrong with drinking this wine. It was just that the woman would feel hotter and hotter while the man would feel colder and colder. Then they would look at each other with delicate features. Then they could only gather together and have fun. When the happiness was over, the hot and cold energy would turn into 2 different types of energy and be absorbed. Their strength would improve and the relationship between husband and wife would become very sweet. Most importantly, this wine was effective for a long time, and there was no problem with one's realm. For this wine, the Flood Great, which contributed a 9th heaven cold spring eye, the Ice Deep, which contributed a 9th heaven cold soul, the Dan Kong Great, which also contributed a space soul, which was a spirit seed that could extract the purest energy from the universe, and the Raging Fire Great, which also contributed a sky fire mouth. The 4 senior magi worked together to create a wine that was as incompatible as fire and water. In the end, the result was that the Laihua couple rarely fought. Well, they fought in their beds every day and rarely went out to fight. Everyone felt much more comfortable. Their hard work had not been in vain. Finally, they didn't have to persuade them to fight every day. However, they didn't know when this wine became popular. After all, it was a peerless treasure that could assist in dual cultivation and promote it. Moreover, it could strengthen one's masculinity, and it didn't have to care about one's physique or aptitude. As long as one's cultivation could withstand it, one could drink it. After drinking it, before the 2 types of energy completely melted, it was like a golden spear that could hold up the sky. It could not only be happy but also become stronger. Wasn't it a panacea for the harmony between husband and wife? It was a must-have at home. However, the origin of this wine was already so magical. How could there be too many finished products? How could you let the four world-shaking senior magi work together to make wine for you? Not to mention others, even if Jianghu and his wife were here, they wouldn't be able to do it. Therefore, the 6 jars of wine that Lai Hua gave out were the real good things among the gifts given by the senior magi. However, even if they were good things, the current Zuoxiaoduo had no use for them. Still, if Zuoxiaoduo had a use for them, they wouldn't give them to him. There were many conditions that restricted Zuoxiaoduo. First, he was still single and didn't have a wife. After drinking this wine, if he was alone, he wouldn't be able to handle it even if he broke his arm. Of course, even if Zuoxiaoduo was already married, he still wouldn't be able to use it. That was because this thing had a certain requirement for one's cultivation, at least the Skysoar realm. Under the Skysoar realm, those who acted rashly would die. Yes, that was how tyrannical it was. Therefore, this good thing that all the upper echelons of the continent yearned for was in Zuoxiaoduo's hands. They could only look at it and let it gather dust for a long time. Therefore, this wine was actually a gift for Zuoxiaodu and his wife. Your son is still many years away from reaching the Skysoar realm, right? Are you willing to waste this wine? The effects of this wine aren't fake. There's no limit to the number of times you can drink it, but there's still a time limit. Unlike other good wines, the longer you keep it, the more fragrant it becomes. This wine has a shelf life. If you don't drink it for 3 years, its effects will completely dissipate. With your son's current cultivation, no matter how amazing he is, it's impossible for him to reach the Skysoar realm within 3 years. He's only at the origin core realm now. Are you kidding me? Moreover, we don't believe that an old drunkard like Jianghu wouldn't drink these fine wines after 3 years without doing anything. But if you drink it, we'll have a reason to make fun of you. This old man even drank the adult product that we gave to his son. What's the point of drinking it? Who doesn't know? That even on the battlefield we'll laugh until your face turns red. After drinking this wine, your body will have a fragrance that won't go away for a long time. As long as you drink it, we'll know. And so that's all we can do with this wine. Unless you, Zuoxiaodu, give these 6 jars of wine to people who just happen to need it, like the king of Zuolu and his wife. However, the couple's cultivation has always been about the same as ours. They've basically reached the peak. Unless they get a great opportunity, they'll stop here. Let's slowly grind together. What can a few more jars of wine help? Who's afraid of who? Therefore, Wu Yuding was really angry at the fact that she hadn't dealt with this issue of water and fire being incompatible. Too mischievous. Lai Hua, this bastard, he's not human at all. This wine. Let's keep it for now. Zuoxiaodu said, let's keep it for 2.5 years first. If within 2.5 years, Nian and Duo can improve greatly and get married, it's fine. Wu Yuding sighed and said, after 2.5 years, if it still doesn't work, let's give this wine to Yin Duo and Hutu. Cultivation is no match for opportunity. The opportunity belongs to whoever it belongs to. Zuoxiaodu said, the 2 of us can drink it. Wu Yuding, scram. Zuoxiaoduo was puzzled and couldn't help but ask. Therefore, Zuoxiaodu skipped the origin of these wines and only explained their effects. This explanation immediately made Zuoxiaoduo feel deep veneration. The way he looked at the 6 jars of wine was a little strange. I like this wine. What kind of high-end toy was this? It can only be drunk by powerful people above the sky realm? And it's a special wine for dual cultivation? This is a good thing that Lai Hua prepared for me. How does he know I'm thin-skinned? If Nian Cat gets married, she's not willing. Then I'll hold a candlelight banquet. Then we'll each drink a cup. And then. As he thought about it, Zuoxiaoduo couldn't help but be fascinated. This wine can be used as a strategic resource for my family. As for the sky realm in 3 years. How could this be a problem for my wise and mighty Lord Dogda? Is it difficult? Don't you know that I went from martial disciple to core in 1 year? Martial disciple, martial master, Xiantian, embryonic breathing, core. Is it difficult? Moreover, I suppressed my advancement the whole time. Now, from core to nascent soul, cloud transformation, imperial god, nascent soul, sky realm. It's just a few levels. In order to dual cultivate with Nian Cat, I have to work hard. Work hard to cultivate. Zuoxiaoduo was instantly filled with motivation. His goal was the sky realm. A new goal for a salted fish. Formed? Zuoxiaoduo asked expectantly, Dad, this wine. Is it referring to the sky realm that has been suppressed many times, or is it the normal sky realm? Cultivators who can advance to the sky realm are no ordinary cultivators. If there's no suppression in the early stages, reaching the nascent soul realm is already the limit. Do you think that cultivation is a joke and that you can rely on luck? Jianghu said indifferently. Seeing the light in this kid's eyes, how could he not know what this kid was thinking? What was he thinking? However, even Jianghu and Wu Yuding were not optimistic about Xiaoduo's chances of reaching the sky realm in 3 years. Well, it should be said that they were not optimistic at all. Of all the cultivators who could reach that realm, which one of them hadn't gone through hundreds or thousands of years of arduous cultivation? 3 years? 3 years to reach the sky realm and 2 people to reach the sky realm at the same time? No matter how amazing a genius was, it was impossible. Under the suppression of the thorny path 6 times, it will be difficult for one to reach the sky realm in one's lifetime. That's the most basic limitation of talent. Therefore, those who can reach the sky realm are all geniuses, true geniuses, geniuses above geniuses. Oh. Xiaoduo was unhappy. He had thought that with his strong foundation he could reach the sky realm in advance. That's what Changlu could not help but laugh. But with your current accumulation, if you can maintain it, you can drink this wine when you reach the nascent soul realm. Ahem. Wu Yuding coughed. Changlu immediately corrected himself. But it's better to drink it when you reach the sky realm. Just because you can drink it doesn't mean that there won't be any hidden dangers. I understand. I'll keep it well. Xiaoduo looked at the 6 jars of wine and felt that his mouth was watering. He was itching to give it a try. With a flip of his wrist he put it away. I'll keep it well, Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. This kid had only been so serious a few times. Now that he was acting like a miser in front of his parents, he probably wouldn't take out the 6 jars of wine even if he waited until they expired. Chapter 708. Mom, according to what you're saying, these things that I have now. Xiaoduo was at a loss. Apart from the fact that most of them are useful to Nian Niao, there aren't many that are useful to me? There were so many good things. Why did his mom say that they were all useless? Xiaoduo was at a loss. The only good wine he had was actually waiting until he reached the Sky Soar realm. That this was simply making things difficult for him. Wu Yuding said, since they're good things, how could they be useless? However, many of them are useful for your current stage. For example, pills that can increase vitality, natural treasures, and so on. These are all fine, but you need to use them as soon as possible. Otherwise, when you break through to the cloud transformation realm, these things won't be of much use anymore. If you force yourself to use them, it will instead become a hidden danger. The so-called hidden danger is probably due to the fact that too many natural treasures will form in your body. When you break through to the Sky Soar realm, you need to use your true yuan to burn them. This is also the fundamental reason why so many people find it so difficult to break through to the Sky Soar realm. After all, using natural treasures to increase one's cultivation is fast, and there's also a sense of pleasure in reaping without sowing. Many people will never tire of it. After all, if they can easily become stronger, who would be willing to give up what's nearby and work hard on their own cultivation? However, in this world, if you want to become stronger, how can there be so many advantages for you to take? The saying, more haste, less speed, is the best way to describe it. Therefore, in the early stage, those who use this method to increase their strength, no matter how amazing their aptitude is or how good their luck is, will inevitably stumble when it comes to natural treasures. However, the cultivation of a martial artist is arduous and sluggish. Obtaining some natural treasures is in itself a kind of fate. It can be said to be a necessary supplement and a great help. As long as you restrain yourself from eating too much in the early stage and don't build up too much resistance in your body, then there's no harm. After all, as one's cultivation increases, the chances of encountering top-notch natural treasures in the future will be greater. If you can't use them to their fullest potential because of a moment of impatience, the gains won't make up for the losses and you'll regret it. To give you a direct example, take this pile of astral beast meat and king-grade spirit meat as an example. At this stage, it is undoubtedly a great opportunity. But you've eaten a lot now. So you've improved a lot. But it's still only based on your current realm. You've eaten too much and you've developed a resistance to it. So, you won't be able to improve as much as those who haven't eaten the meat of emperor level or higher demon beasts. Wu Yuding said, do you understand now? Xiaoduo came to a sudden realization and nodded repeatedly. I understand now. It's like a person taking cold medicine. Once he catches a cold, he'll take medicine. Later on, normal cold medicine won't work anymore. It's the same principle. Because the body has developed a resistance to the medicine, it's 3 parts poison. They're 2 sides of the same coin. Wu Yuding praised, yes, that's right. My son is really smart. Jianghu looked up at the sky. Was it even worth praising him for being smart? According to your explanation, even a child can understand, let alone our son who is not stupid. So, hurry up and deal with it. Quickly throw away the useless ones. Change all the resources you don't need to the high-grade jade of astral souls. It'll be best if you can change them to the high-grade jade of astral souls. Wu Yuding encouraged, of course, if you can change them to the heart of the ardent sun or the heart of mysterious ice. It'll be even better. Zhuo Duo looked embarrassed. At least in Fenghai, even the high-grade jade of astral souls was hard to find because of him. The heart of the ardent sun in his hand was something that fell from the sky. Mom, your requirements are really high. No matter what kind of treasure it is, no matter how long you keep it, no matter how much you accumulate, it's not as important as changing it to your own strength. Do you know why the jade of astral souls can be used as an equivalent item? It's because the jade of astral souls is something that any cultivator can use. There's no possibility of its value collapsing. Wu Yuding patted Zhuo's shoulder and said earnestly, you must always remember that the greatest treasure in the world is your own strength. There's no treasure more important than your own strength. I understand now. Zhuo's heart was suddenly enlightened. He had been too narrow-minded before. 2 sleeves of gold was nothing. His next goal was 2 sleeves of stars. Whether it was the jade of geocentric astral souls, the heart of the ardent sun, or the heart of mysterious ice, he would not reject any of them. The more the better. Zhuo's face was full of smiles. Sure enough, a mother was the best person to educate her son. Zhuo's miserly temper really made him waste a lot of things and wasted a lot of connections. Therefore he had to change it. Now, it seemed that this wave of transformation was beginning to bear fruit. At the very least, it was a good thing that he could listen to him and no longer lay on the gold mountain to sleep. Since Zhuo Duo had made a decision, the follow-up actions were naturally swift and decisive. He immediately picked up the phone and called Gao Qiaoer. Senior Qiaoer, how are your family's preparations? I have a lot of materials to deal with here. Gao Qiaoer was very confident. Don't worry. Our family will definitely not screw up in this aspect. Where are you now? I'll be there in a while. I'm in the villa. Wait for me for a while. I'll be there in half an hour at most. As their relationship became closer, Gao Qiaoer had started to call him Zhuo likely Chenglong. Gao Qiaoer put down the phone without hesitation. She immediately dialed the number. Prepare 20 Origin Core Realm martial artists, 3 accountants, 2 auction appraisers and 2 auction managers for me. You must be at the Hidden Dragon Villa complex in 20 minutes, in front of Zhuo's house. This is the first time our family is working for Zhuo. I don't want any mistakes. Okay. Then Gao Qiaoer returned to her normal state and leisurely wandered around the school. She also told a few of the Gao family's disciples that they didn't need to go home for a few days. Then she specifically found the number 1 genius of the Gao family, Gao Junlong. If you still want your surname to be Gao, be honest. Especially about Zhuo. If you dare to go out and talk nonsense, you will be crippled of your martial arts and expelled from the family. Gao Junlong's face was bitter. Since yesterday's battle with Zhuo Duo on the arena, Gao Junlong, who claimed to be a top genius and ranked in the top 10 of the 4th grade Class 3 of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy, lost all his arrogance. There was no other reason. With his initial cloud transformation realm cultivation and experience, after comparing himself to Zhuo's battle, he found that he was not his opponent at all. In fact, he was an existence that could be completely crushed. If it was a real life and death battle, perhaps he would be finished in one move. He would die in pieces and be riddled with holes. And his opponent was only at the Origin Core realm. After coming to this conclusion, Gao Junlong became completely honest. Gao Qiaoer, who had also witnessed the battle, only came to warn him as a precaution. In fact, even if she did not warn him, Gao Junlong would not dare to make any trouble. Not to mention other things, right now he was afraid that he could not even defeat Li Chenglong. 30 in the morning. Gao Qiaoer brought some people and punctually appeared at Zhuo's villa. When she saw Zhuo Changlu and his wife, she respectfully greeted them. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding did not expect that Zhuo Duo would call such a beautiful and capable girl over with just a phone call. They could not help but be very interested. Wu Yuding looked at Zhuo Duo and felt a little sorry for her son. This work probably won't be finished in one morning. But according to my understanding of Nian Mao, she will probably arrive in the afternoon. When she sees Gao Qiaoer here. Son, I wish you all the best. Mom can't help you. Mom is just here to watch the show. After exchanging some pleasantries, Gao Qiaoer went into work mode. Boss, what's the matter? What task do you have for me? Since she was already in work mode, Gao Qiaoer simply omitted the word left. Help me deal with some things. My request is to deal with all the corresponding value into Supreme Grade Astral Souls Jade. If it's difficult, you can use Supreme Grade Astral Souls Jade to trade if you have no other choice. Oh, for the rest of the limited value, deal with them as cash. Zuo Duo ordered casually. Then they started to work in the villa's courtyard. A few mountains fell from the sky and piled up in the backyard. Gao Qiaoer and her people immediately started to work. First, they dealt with the items according to their categories. Then they appraised them individually. The accountant started to make tables and tabulate the numbers. The appraiser then started to appraise the items. The old auctioneer started to wander around. Those items were suitable for ordinary people, those for martial artists below the nascent soul realm, and those for martial artists above the nascent soul realm. The transaction prices of these items were all different. There were quite a few differences. Gao Qiaoer needed to clearly count the quantity here and estimate the approximate value. Then she would use this approximate value to estimate Wuxiao's request. Finally, she would take these items away. And all of this would be an extremely huge workload. Gao Qiaoer had already ordered the dishes from Firstborn Heaven First Grade and asked them to send it over at noon. Lunch would definitely be eaten here. Otherwise the work wouldn't be done. Zuo Duo was pushed into the room by Gao Qiaoer. Go and accompany Uncle and Auntie to talk. I don't need you here. Okay. Zuo Duo was also a big-hearted person. He went in without saying anything. This girl is not bad. She's very smart and capable. Wu Yuding clicked her tongue. Zuo Duo smiled and said, Do you still remember the two sisters that I killed in the Central Plains Longhu List Arena? I'm from her family, I'm her cousin. But this family's attitude towards me changed exceptionally quickly. So quickly that even I didn't expect it. They've shown me kindness and sincerity time and time again, and now they've even taken the initiative to pledge allegiance to me. As he spoke, he introduced them carefully. Zhuanglu chuckled and said, Every time the stormy era starts, the families that take advantage of the situation are either led by geniuses or have good foresight and know how to invest. This Gao family seems to belong to this category. Zuo Duo asked, Many people have advised me to accept them cautiously. Dad, what do you think? Zhuanglu said lightly, Don't worry and do it boldly. As long as your strength is always in a state of rapid improvement, they won't dare to be disloyal. But if one day you reach a bottleneck or fall, then it's time to be wary of these people. No. There's no need to worry. Chapter 709. I understand now. Zuo Duo instantly understood. The basic rule of this world was that the bigger the fist, the bigger the argument. As long as your fist was big enough, everything else was insignificant. Dad, I will definitely remember your teachings and use my iron fist to suppress everything that disagrees with me. In the villa, Zuo Duo accompanied his parents to talk and drink tea. Then they asked some questions about martial arts. Zuo Duo wanted to find out more about his parents. After all, when he met Wu Yuding this time, Zuo Duo faintly felt that something was wrong with his mother's experienced and knowledgeable side, as well as her indifferent expression and tone. It seems that I have underestimated my parents? However, the result of this test made him even more confused than before. This time, Zhuanglu and Wu Yuding were very abnormal. They didn't hide anything. No matter what questions Zuo Duo asked, they would immediately answer it. They even let Zuo Duo demonstrate the martial arts, kung fu, and moves that he had learned several times that then, they would comment on each move, which was very different from their previous low-key attitude. Moreover, no matter what level of martial arts it was, his parents would casually explain it from shallow to deep and from deep to shallow. In Zuo opinion, with his parents' level, it would be a waste of their talents if they didn't come to the higher martial arts institute to be a professor or something. Many teachers couldn't explain things that they couldn't understand even if they tried. However, in the eyes of his parents, it was nothing. In a few words, they could explain it to the point that even a child could understand it. This was really too awesome. If such a talent were to become a teacher, wouldn't he have students all over the world? Zuo Duo was chatting casually inside, while Gao Qiaoer was working hard outside. And now, at this time, Zuo Xiaoyan was wrapped in frost as she rushed all the way from Shangjing. She was about to reach Fenghai. That bastard actually hooked up with female students. And a few of them. Zuo Xiaoyan's anger had not subsided the entire way. You lied to me for so many days. Bastard, if you don't give me an explanation, you're dead. Even if your parents are here, they won't be able to save you. Gao Xiao worked hard. This time the items that Zhou Xiaoduo brought out were all top-notch. After all, they were all reserved items that had been scoured through. Basically, there were no ordinary goods. Many of the spiritual herbs and spiritual plants were top-grade goods that were priceless in the outside market. Apart from the demonic beast king's beads, he had also taken out some heavenly treasures. The more Gao Xiao thought about it, the more frightened she became. There were too many things and the value was too high. It was so high that Gao Xiao didn't dare to imagine it. The accountants and appraisers, as well as the two old managers of the auction house, were already dazzled by the number of items in the auction house. In the beginning, when he saw some high-grade items, he even asked Gao Xiao why she didn't keep them for herself. Was the main house being negligent? However, when the number of similar items reached a certain limit, everyone gradually became numb. No matter how unbelievable it was, they had to believe it. They couldn't not believe it. After working hard for a while, Gao Xiao asked everyone to take a break. Zhou Xiaoduo had already prepared a few pots of good tea on the coffee table outside. This is a sky-high amount of wealth. Young mistress. An old manager of the auction house was trembling. He had worked in the auction house all his life, but this was the first time he had seen so many things at once. However, there was one thing that was very strange. How could such a rich and overbearing person have so many stones of astral souls? Wouldn't it be better to just save up the jade of astral souls? Look, just those stones of astral souls could be piled up into a real small mountain. It was hard to understand. Our family can get 5,000ths of the profits from these items. Gao Xiao said lightly, all the accounts will be made public in the truest way. I don't want anyone to get involved in this. Once found, their entire family will be wiped out. I understand. Many people understood this principle. To be able to call the young mistress of the Gao family, the future head of the Gao family, to handle the transaction with just a phone call, and leave her outside without a care that it was needless to say how scary this kind of person was. Whoever coveted this kind of person's money would be an idiot. Of course, when the real benefits reached a certain level, it was not impossible for idiots to appear. Therefore Gao Xiao still had to beat them over and over again. If there was a problem with such a low amount of money, Gao Xiao felt that she could kill herself to thank Zhou Xiaoduo. Moreover, 5,000ths of the commission was actually very awesome. At 11:30 in the morning, Zhou Xiaonian rushed into Fenghai City like a whirlwind. She tore open the sky and drilled into it. Her whole body was like a white smoke, rushing straight into the hidden Dragon Villa district. Zhou Xiaoduo almost didn't take a breath along the way. At this moment she could only focus on one thing. Kill the puppy. Kill the puppy. At this moment, in the hidden Dragon Villa district, in Zhou Xiaoduo's villa, the dishes ordered by the first grade of the heavens had already arrived. Gao Xiao ordered 4 tables, including a table of the best dishes, which were sent directly into the room. The other 3 tables were left to eat outside. As a partner, Gao Xiao was naturally invited in for a meal by Zhou Xiaoduo. Gao Xiao was embarrassed, but in the end, it was Wu Yuding who came out to invite her in personally. Holding hands they went in. The 4 of them sat around the table. Gao Xiao was eagerly busy. Finally she finished. Just as she sat down and was about to eat, all of a sudden, the entire villa seemed to have entered the coldest days of the year. An icy aura enveloped the entire place. Then, with a whoosh, a graceful figure appeared in front of the villa door like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Her body swayed and she arrived in front of the door and pushed it open. Zhou Xiaoduo stood up and looked at the door in surprise. Then the door was suddenly opened. A graceful figure that he had been thinking about day and night appeared at the door. A warm smile appeared on Zhou Changlu's face. "Sai, my little cotton-padded jacket is here. Finally I have a helper." Wu Yuding on the other hand had a face that said, "As I expected, I know this girl's heart the best. But this girl came so quickly that I'm still surprised." In short, it was the kind of smile that said everything was in the palm of her hand. When she sent out the message in the morning, she expected this girl to be anxious. Sure enough, this girl had obviously risked her life to come here. Looking at that cold and murderous aura, Xiaoduo would not be able to get away with it. "Son, you're on your own now." Looking at Gao Xiao who was sitting at the table and eating, Wu Yuding instantly knew another thing, another subtle change. The little dog was in trouble. A great disaster was coming. Wahaha! Zhou Xiaoduo shouted in surprise. Gao Xiao turned her head. The moment she looked over, there was only a dazzling, soul-stirring sight. From her eyes, the person who came was a snow fairy from the heavens. Her whole body was cold and pure with the coldness of the moon. She suddenly appeared at the door. Her face was so beautiful that it could topple cities. Her body was curvaceous and slender, and her clothes were whiter than snow. She stood at the door, right in front of them, but it was like a snow lotus quietly blooming on the peak of a snowy mountain that no one could climb. Her eyes, nose, face. Her face was gentle to the extreme, but her temperament turned all this gentleness into coldness. Even though she was right in front of you, you would still feel that she was a fairy in the clouds. She was so high up, so clean and transcendent. She was clean from the inside out, untainted by a speck of dust. Even if the mortal world was full of filth, nothing could taint her purity. There's actually such a beautiful girl in the world. Gao Qiaoer, who always boasted about her beauty, couldn't help but be amazed. There were countless beautiful girls in the world. Gao Qiaoer was also an outstanding beauty, but to be able to reach the level of Zhuo Xiaoyan in front of her was rare. And to have such a face and temperament, Gao Qiaoer could be sure that there was only one person in the world. Gao Qiaoer was usually quite conceited about her appearance. Even in Fenghai City, people often praised Gao Qiaoer as the #1 beauty in Fenghai City. But the moment she saw Zhuo Xiaoyan, a feeling of inferiority rose from her heart. That feeling was probably, she couldn't be compared, the difference was too big. She could only admire the high mountain, and couldn't even be jealous. Would an ant be jealous of a dinosaur? After Zhuo Xiaoyan entered the door, out of a woman's intuition, she saw Gao Qiaoer at first glance. This wasn't because Zhuo Xiaoyan was unfilial, nor was it because she didn't see her parents, but a woman's natural defense of her territory. At first glance, she was a stunning beauty, very shrewd, very smart, very capable, and exuded a capable demeanor. But Zhuo Xiaoyan's heart was instantly half relieved. Ahem, the threat isn't that big. Then she saw Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of joy, jumping, laughing and rushing towards her. Snorting in her heart, Zhuo Xiaoyan dodged Zhuo Xiaoduo to the side and stood in front of Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu. Mom, Dad, I missed you so much. Zhuo Xiaoduo missed, and Yan the cat passed in front of her expressionlessly as cold as frost. But when she arrived in front of her parents, she immediately smiled like a blooming spring flower. Her expression changed so quickly that it was amazing, but it didn't seem out of place. Standing on the other side, she scratched her head, puzzled. Why is she ignoring me? I really didn't offend her. It's good that you're here. Wu Yuding smiled and looked at her daughter meaningfully. You little girl, did you rush all the way here? Zhuo Xiaoduo blushed and hugged Wu Yuding's arm coquettishly. Mom? Then he smiled and said, I was on a mission not far away. I was thinking of coming over after the mission was completed. So when I saw Mom's message, I immediately rushed over. How can a mission be more important than family reunion? Wu Yuding said in her heart, like hell I'd believe you. Judging from the degree of condensation of qi around you and the deduction of your own cultivation, if you didn't rush all the way here from the Nine Heavens Pavilion, I'd be blind. Chapter 7:10. Of course Wu Yuding wouldn't say that out loud. She said, Nian was on a mission, so she definitely hasn't eaten yet. Xiaoduo, why are you standing there like a fool? Hurry up and get Sister Nian a stool and utensils. Hurry up. Without needing to be told, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already carried the utensils over. He said eagerly, Sister. Nian. Sit. Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't even look at him. She sat down and then looked at Gao Qiaoer curiously. Mom, we have guests today. Wu Yuding was experienced and knew what her daughter was thinking. She explained happily, this is Xiaoduo's good classmate. She has helped us a lot. Her surname is Gao. She introduced her daughter and Gao Qiaoer, a female classmate. A good female classmate. Zhuo Xiaoyan was alarmed, but she smiled even more warmly. Hello classmate Gao. Thank you so much for today. Gao Qiaoer hurriedly bowed and said respectfully, Hello Sister Nian. You're too polite. It's my duty to help boss with some work. Help boss with some work. Hearing these words, Zhuo Xiaoyan's heart that had been in his throat immediately fell back into his stomach. Then he smiled and started chatting with Gao Qiaoer. Wu Yuding's evaluation of Gao Qiaoer also improved. Her first sentence showed her attitude. This girl was really smart and knew when to advance and when to retreat. Zhuo Xiaoduo interrupted several times, but Zhuo Xiaoyan ignored him. She just kept talking to Gao Qiaoer. As long as she was talking to Gao Qiaoer, she would put away her childish and mischievous attitude. Gao Qiaoer felt that the person in front of her was like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. Sitting in front of her, she was graceful, beautiful, and elegant. She had skin of ice and bones of jade, and a heart of orchids. In any case, she was full of energy and firepower. Zhuo Xiaoyan only had one thought: I want to see my people not dare to compete with me. Zhuo Xiaoyan successfully defeated Gao Qiaoer with a simple chat. This wasn't Zhuo Xiaoyan bullying her. The moment Gao Qiaoer saw her, she was already one step ahead of her and was convinced. Besides, Gao Qiaoer didn't have any competitive thoughts. Now that she saw this situation, she was even more frightened. It was too difficult to steal a man from such an existence. Although Zhuo Xiaoyan called them father and mother, Gao Qiaoer came from a big family. She understood everything almost instantly when she saw this posture. It was obvious that the man was in love and the concubine was jealous. There was no room for anyone else to intervene. The only outcome for those who forced themselves to do so was to be crushed by the joint forces of both sides and be reduced to cannon fodder, the kind that couldn't even raise a speck of dust. Therefore, from the very beginning he agreed with Zhuo Xiaoyan and made his position clear. Sister Nian Nian, you're so beautiful. Gao Qiaoer praised from the bottom of her heart. At first, we were all wondering why Boss was so cold to the girls who tried to be nice to him in school. Some people even suspected that Boss didn't like girls. You have to know that our hidden dragon school belles are all very good looking. Today we finally know the reason. So that's why. Gao Qiaoer had a look of realization. So it's not that Boss doesn't like girls. It's just that his standards are too high. Anyone who has such a beauty at home would be disdainful of the so-called beauties outside. When Zhuo Xiaoyan heard this, she was even more elated. She also understood that she had really misunderstood today. With this thought, she couldn't help but let down her guard and become even friendlier. Gao Qiaoer couldn't help but sigh in her heart when she saw him being kind and joking around with her. If you had maintained that kind of oppressive attitude and unreasonably crushed me, my competitive and rebellious nature would have been aroused. Perhaps I would have been able to make things difficult for you. But the moment you became intimate with me, I felt as if we were sisters from the bottom of my heart. However, this kind of change in aura didn't leave any traces. What was going on? How did you do it? This kind of natural affinity was too irresistible, big sister. If the cold Zhuo Xiaoyan made people feel like they could only look up to her, respect her, and be unattainable, then the current friendly Zhuo Xiaoyan made people only want to protect and take care of her. They couldn't even have the slightest thought of hurting her. Anything that hurt this clean girl would be unforgivable. This kind of feeling was so unreasonable. It came from the bottom of her heart and was natural. After a while, Gao Qiaoer simply held Zhuo Xiaoyan's hand and whispered to her in a low voice. Zhuo Xiaoyan relaxed and smiled more. Especially when she heard about Zhuo Xiaoduo's interesting stories, her pair of beautiful big eyes instantly squinted like the crescent moon in the sky. Her smile was extremely sweet. Gao Qiaoer was stunned and felt a sense of pity. Not to mention, this old servant's subtle feelings spontaneously arose. Zhuo Xiaoduo shook his head and wagged his tail, wanting to come up and eavesdrop. Every time he was stared back by Zhuo Xiaoyan. Wait a moment. I may have misunderstood, but I still have to settle the score with you. Otherwise, I would have rushed here in such a hurry. Although others don't know why, I still feel uncomfortable in my heart. However, as long as I teach this puppy a lesson, I can immediately feel at ease and feel better. It was his fault. After Gao Qiaoer finished eating, she hurriedly left to work. She really couldn't stay any longer. This girl is too beautiful. If I stay any longer, I will lose all my confidence. Gao Qiaoer had already decided that in the afternoon or evening, she must find a few girls to compete with to regain her confidence. Otherwise, he would always feel like an ugly duckling with mud all over its body, standing next to a spotless snow-white swan. This kind of feeling was really terrible. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan eagerly. He watched as Zhuo Xiaoyan snuggled in Wu Yuding's arms and acted like a spoiled child to Zhuo Changlu. At this moment, she was just an ordinary and innocent little girl. She was happy in front of her parents. What about me? Why are you ignoring me? Do you know that our parents have already promised you to me? You're already mine. This is already a done deal. Wife, do you know that? Zhuo Xiaoyan saw Zhuo Xiaoduo's eager eyes from the corner of her eyes. She snorted and turned her head away. Finally, Wu Yuding felt sorry for her son, but she still waved her hand. Doggy, come here. Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately ran over while wagging his tail. Mom, Zhuo Xiaoyan said. Mom, I heard that Doggy has hooked up with many beautiful girls in Hidden Dragon High School? Wu Yuding glanced at Zhuo Xiaoduo and said, Doggy, are you serious? You have such ability? Zhuo Duo was stunned. I don't have such ability. Zhuo Xiaoyan was also stunned. Mom, you are lying to me. You don't? Wu Yuding frowned. Zhuo Duo solemnly raised his hand. I swear to the gods, to the heavens, to the great author, and to millions of readers. I really don't have such ability. Everyone can testify for me. Zhuo Xiaoyan quietly lowered her head, the corners of her eyes curved into a smile. That's good. Wu Yuding warned, if I find out that you are hooking up behind your sister Nian Yan's back. Do you know the consequences? Zhuo Xiaoyan was shy. She turned her body and pouted. Mom, you can talk about him. What does this have to do with me? Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. Yes, it has nothing to do with you. If it has nothing to do with you, then you ran 40,000 miles in one morning. Look at how sweaty you are. Don't think that I can't tell that you are sweaty outside. Do you really think that your mom is an ignorant woman? Let's not talk about the flow of yuan qi in your body at that time. When you first entered the house, your father and I were almost frozen. Doesn't that mean everything? Now you actually dare to say, what does this have to do with me? Ha ha. Zhuo Xiaoyan hurriedly complained. Mom, you don't know. Little Gouda has been stirring up a lot of trouble recently. The Sword King's high martial arts life, the Sword King's. All these things are really unsightly. Also, this kid's temperament is unstable. He really needs to be taught a lesson. Zhuo Duo felt wronged. I'm so obedient. Zhuo Xiaoyan's face was as cold as ice. Yes, you are. Zhuo Duo, no. Zhuo Xiaoyan, yes. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu watched the fight between their children. They didn't feel offended at all. Instead, their faces were filled with happiness and warmth. I really didn't. Zhuo Duo said. You said you didn't? Zhuo Xiaoyan said. I was wrong. Faced with the argument, Zhuo Duo immediately backed down. I was wrong. I was wrong. Zhuo Duo apologized profusely. When there was no guilt in his heart, he felt no pressure saying that he was wrong. Although he said that he was wrong, it was just 3 words. How are you going to make it up to me? Zhuo Xiaoyan said angrily. Tell me. I'll do as you say. Zhuo Duo immediately stood up to receive a beating. You. Zhuo Xiaoyan puffed up her cheeks and thought for a while before saying, sing and dance for me and Mom and Dad. That's it? That's easy. Zhuo Duo immediately felt relieved. Hence, he set up a posture in the living room and sang and danced. I'm the obedient Xiao Duo, I'm the obedient little doll. I'm Dad's little sweetheart, I'm Mom's good boy. I'm teacher's good student. I'm Sister Nian Yan's little dog. Woof 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 woof. Sister Nian Yan, don't be angry, listen to me sing for you. Woof 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 la 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 la. Woof. Woof woof wah wah. A certain someone was acting funny as he sang. He winked at her, stuck out his tongue and wagged his tail. His face was full of flattery. It was obvious that he was acting as himself and didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Cough cough cough. Zhuo Xiaoyan choked. She wasn't angry at all and was just putting on an act. Now that she saw this guy become a clown just to please her, she couldn't hold it in anymore. She bent over laughing, and the elegance of the moon fairy was gone. Ha 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 ha. Zhuo Xiaoyan laughed until she couldn't catch her breath. She was completely fine now. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu almost died of laughter. Chapter 7:11. Even Wu Yuding couldn't help but feel some admiration in her heart. This kid really didn't care about his face. To be honest, when it came to coaxing his wife, it seemed like this little dog was even better than his father. But since he was fine. His father. Wu Yuding ordered, let's go to the yard and have a look. Xiao Duo is going to release a lot of things. Zhuo Changlu stood up with a smile. Okay. The couple went out. Then only Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Duo were left in the room. The atmosphere suddenly became strange again. In fact, the two hadn't seen each other for only a few months, not even a year. Zhuo Duo was just a little taller and stronger than when they were in Phoenix City. He looked a little like a teenager who was turning into a young man. Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't change at all. Her temperament was colder, cleaner, and more beautiful. She was still the same as she was in Zhuo Duo's memory. If there was a change, it could only be said that she was more beautiful and attractive. But the atmosphere was strange when only the two of them were left. Zhuo Xiaoyan coughed loudly, stopped smiling and sat upright. She turned her head slightly and put on a cold and fairy-like appearance again, waiting for the little puppy to coax her. Miss Nian Mao. He he he. Zhuo Duo rubbed his hands. Humph. Zhuo Xiaoyan picked up the teacup and drank tea looking straight ahead. Zhuo Duo turned a few times like a mouse playing with its tail. Finally he got close to Zhuo Xiaoyan's small and transparent ear. He didn't say anything, but his breath blew a few strands of her hair. Zhuo Xiaoyan felt itchy and couldn't help but laugh again. But in the end she forced herself to hold back and put on a fairy-like appearance. She couldn't be nice to him. She had to catch this little puppy today. She couldn't let him go out and fool around. She had to make him afraid. But how could he make him afraid? Zhuo Xiaoyan frowned and thought hard. She couldn't help but sigh. If only she could tie him to her side. Sister Nian Nian, let me tell you, there's been a major development. Zhuo Xiaoduo winked mysteriously. It's about us. Zhuo Xiaoyan, who had just made up his mind to ignore him, couldn't help but be distracted. He couldn't help but ask, what progress? Zhuo Xiaoduo hesitated for a moment, sneakily glanced around, and directly moved closer to Zhuo Xiaoyan's ear. Zhuo Xiaoyan tried her best to resist the itch. She pricked up her ears and whispered, "What's the matter?" Zhuo Xiaoduo smelled a fragrance, and for a moment he was infatuated, as if he had reached the end of life. He forgot what to say and directly stuck out his tongue to lick the crystal-clear little ear. Wow! Zhuo Xiaoyan jumped up with a bang. Her face was red as she pushed Zhuo Xiaoduo to the ground. Her voice was like thunder. "Dog! You've got guts." She raised her fist and was about to rush over. Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart suddenly trembled, but he mustered up his courage and argued, "Our mother said yesterday that she promised you to me, hee. So it's not bold of me to kiss my own wife." "Nonsense. I don't believe it." "Who's your wife?" Zhuo Xiaoyan suddenly felt relieved, but she had to put on a face and pretend to be angry. She shouted, "I don't believe it, mother would never do that." It's true, Zhuo Xiaoduo vowed. It's true. Zhuo Xiaoyan stomped her feet and said angrily, "Anyway, I don't believe it, I'll go to mother now. I'll ask her to take back her order." She stood up and pretended to rush out. Zhuo Xiaoduo was anxious when he heard that. He didn't know what to do for a moment. He rushed forward and hugged her leg tightly. Don't go. Zhuo Xiaoyan struggled hard, but she felt that she couldn't break free. She said angrily, "Let go of me, you rascal." "I won't let go. I'll be a rascal. Are you letting go or not?" "I'm not letting go. If you don't let go, I won't let go. I've prepared a gift for you." "What gift?" Zhuo Xiaoduo was a little confused. Did he just fool her? He hurriedly said, "If you don't go out, I'll show you the gift, something bigger than the sky." "Then I won't look. For this gift of yours, I fought with someone and was almost beaten to death." Zhuo Xiaoduo sobbed. "My chest was even shattered." Zhuo Xiaoyan was shocked. "Let me see, is it okay?" She unbuttoned Zhuo Xiaoduo's shirt as she said that. Zhuo Xiaoduo covered his chest shyly. "It's okay." "Bah. Why are you covering your chest?" Zhuo Xiaoyan was angry and amused. Zhuo Xiaoduo climbed up with a smile. "There are so many good things. They'll definitely surprise you, all of them will be of great help to you. Look how good I am to you, I miss you all the time." "Let me see." Zhuo Xiaoyan blushed. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo took out a jar of wine. "What? Is this what you mean by something bigger than the sky?" Zhuo Xiaoyan widened her eyes. Yes, this wine is a great thing." Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed. "It's something you'll never imagine." In Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart, this wine was indeed the #1 item in the world. This was the truth. The Ice Soul Space Soil was not even 1,000th of this wine in Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart. "Since it's a good wine, open it and try it." Zhuo Xiaoyan wanted to say that she was not satisfied, but she remembered that this was a gift from Buddha, so she pretended to be curious. "No." Zhuo Xiaoduo was startled and said, "This is what our mother said. You can't drink this wine until you reach the Ascension Realm. Once you reach the Ascension Realm, drinking it will greatly increase your cultivation." Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. "It's such a treasure? That means you can't withstand its effects until you reach the flying heavens, right? Then it's really a great thing. She couldn't help but be fascinated. This was a wine that only flying heavens cultivators could drink. What a great thing. Of course. Otherwise, why would I say it's a great thing? Zhuo Xiaoduo revealed a cunning smile and said, "Remember to remind me when the time comes. I'm afraid I'll forget. When we reach the flying heavens, we'll drink it together. Each of us can only drink 1 cup per night. Isn't it amazing?" "Amazing," Zhuo Xiaoyan exclaimed. "Flying heavens cultivators can only drink 1 cup per night. It's really a great thing." She became even more fascinated. "Don't forget to remind me," Zhuo Xiaoduo said solemnly. I'm very forgetful, you know? Zhu Xiaoyan nodded repeatedly, her eyes shining. Don't worry, I won't forget. She then engraved a soul brand in her heart. Flying heavens, cultivators drink wine. When the time comes, I'll remind Gouda. Okay. After Zhu Xiaoduo explained this matter, he immediately put the wine away. Zhu Xiaoyan wanted to ask, isn't this a gift for me? Why did you put it away? But she didn't ask. It didn't matter. Being with Zhu Xiaoduo was the same as being with her. At that time she could still use this as an excuse to talk about it. Zhu Xiaoduo naturally had to introduce this wine first. This way, when his parents introduced it later, there would be no need to introduce this wine. He could just put it on the shelf and wait for the time when he could use it. Yida, give me a thumbs up for this. Looking at Zhu Xiaoyan's face full of anticipation, Zhu Xiaoduo was delighted. I'm even more looking forward to it. When the time comes. From the beginning to the end, he didn't let Zhu Xiaoyan touch it. Zhu Xiaoyan also didn't know that although the good things they talked about were similar, in fact they had different purposes. Now is the gift for you. The first one, Zhu Xiaoduo took out a ring. Inside it was the Xian ice that Bing Xiaobing had just given to him. 8 cubic meters of Xian ice. Zhu Xiaoyan took it and opened it. She couldn't help but exclaim, This isn't Xian ice from the bottom of the sea. This is glacier Xian ice. No, ancient Xian ice? There are 8 cubic meters of Xian ice? The extreme coldness inside made Zhu Xiaoyan feel comfortable from the inside to the outside. This effect was much better than the Xian ice that she had received. This is really a rare good thing. Zhu Xiaoyan's eyes were shining. She held the ring in her arms and looked at it as if it was a treasure. These Xian ice were really useful to Zhu Xiaoyan. With so much Xian ice, it was enough to build a complete cycle of Xian ice for her. Thus, it would grow and multiply endlessly and the cycle would repeat itself. Zhu Xiaoyan couldn't open her hands when she saw it. This gift was really to her liking. Dogda, how did you know that I was worried about the Xian ice? This is really a timely rain from the sky. You really put in a lot of effort. The second gift. Zhu Xiaoduo took out the second space ring mysteriously. With these Xian ice I am already satisfied. For a long time, I don't have to worry about the cultivation environment. Zhu Xiaoyan sighed. She really didn't have anything else to ask for. Dogda is really my lucky star. I really want to give him a kiss. Open it first so that you don't miss out on the good stuff. Zhu Xiaoduo laughed. Zhu Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and opened it. There are so many ancient Xian ice again. There were 7 or 8 cubic meters in the previous ring, right? There are more than 3 cubic meters in here? There are so many Xian ice. Zhu Xiaoyan was so surprised that she wanted to pour the Xian ice into one of the rings. But when she used her spiritual power, she was suddenly stunned. What is this? Zhu Xiaoyan exclaimed. Her voice was 1 octave higher. Zhu Xiaoduo said proudly, our mother said that this is a betrothal gift for you. How could she not choose the best? Betrothal gift? Zhu Xiaoyan blushed, but looking at the thing inside, he couldn't take his eyes off it. He couldn't take his mind off it. This is a complete, living ice spirit. Zhu Xiaoyan's voice trembled. She was so surprised that she didn't even want to care about the word betrothal gift. So be it. I will accept it. But she couldn't say it out loud. She wanted to be a little proud, but now, forget it. But she couldn't say it out loud. She must go to her mother and act like a spoiled child. She wanted to express her dissatisfaction that she was arranged for her before she agreed. But shouldn't they be engaged after the betrothal gift? Dogda. Let's see where you can run to. I'm so tired. Please vote. Chapter 7:12. Looking at the ice spirit, Zhu Xiaoyan liked it more and more. The ecstasy in her heart was about to overflow uncontrollably. Suddenly, she tilted her head and kissed Zhu Xiaoduo on the cheek with her petal-like lips. I'll go into seclusion first. Zhu Xiaoyan ran away as if she had found a treasure. This ice spirit is too weak. I need to cultivate it with all my heart. With a whoosh, she rushed straight into Zhu Xiaoduo's bedroom. As soon as she entered, she was sprayed out by the foot odor. Her face was distorted as she rushed into the study. Her angry voice floated out. Damn you. I'll settle this with you when I come out. The door slammed shut. She entered my study. Zhu Xiaoduo's face was twitching. If she saw my cat-sniffing poem touching the spot on his face where he was kissed, he smiled foolishly. He only felt a chill just now. He didn't have time to enjoy it. He should consider kissing her longer next time. The door opened. Zhu Changlu and Wu Yuding walked in. Done? Wu Yuding looked at her son from the corner of her eyes. Zhuoxiao's face twitched. He said, the things are all sent out. But it's not done yet. This. He was still not sure. Nian Mao didn't say yes or no. She just kissed him and didn't say what she meant. His heart was in turmoil and he couldn't come to a conclusion. Luan Jia said anxiously. Wu Yuding looked at her son's troubled face and couldn't help but laugh. Mom, I need you to say something about this. It's just that I can't say it myself. Zhuoxiaoduo looked melancholy. You know your daughter's temper. She doesn't have any restrictions on our agreement. She can fall out with me just like that. Zhuo Changlu and his wife burst out laughing. Their image was ruined. The two of them had already seen that Zhuo Xiaonian was already very willing. It was only this kid who was still worried about his gains and losses. Okay, I'll tell you about it during dinner. Wu Yuding agreed immediately. Zhuo Changlu hurriedly stopped him. Be careful. What's there to be cautious about? Wu Yuding looked at her husband strangely. Right now, the relationship between the two of them is more important than the relationship between a man and a woman. Zhuo Changlu pondered and said, so, at most, we can only settle it first. As for whether this relationship can be changed in the end, we can't say for sure. What if they don't make a good couple but a resentful one instead? That would be bad. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and said, do you know them better than I do? Ever since Nian found out about her background, this relationship has been very strange since then. Duo obviously has his own thoughts, but his lack of aptitude limits his imagination. Now that he has finally entered the path of cultivation and soared to the sky, he has seen hope. How can he give up? Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and said, how can I not know my own son and daughter? Then she paused and said, but what you said makes sense. She turned to look at Zhuoxiaoduo, who was looking at her eagerly, and said, then let's talk about it first. The marriage naturally can't be held now. Zhuoxiaoduo hurriedly asked, then when should we hold it? Wu Yuding couldn't help but laugh. Why are you in such a hurry? If it's yours it can't run away. If it's not yours you can't keep it even if you chain it. Besides, how old are you this year? Don't you feel embarrassed to be thinking about this and that? Zhuoxiaoduo looked embarrassed. He felt indignant. What was there to be embarrassed about? This was normal. A single dog who didn't want to find a wife was not a good dog. On this day, Zhuoxiaoduo didn't practice martial arts, which was rare. After a while he went to the door of the study and then walked up and down the stairs. He was so anxious that he felt like a pot of boiling water, but he also felt an indescribable happiness and peace. It was 6:30 in the evening. Gao Qiao, and the others had finished their work and left. They only left a list and moved all the supplies away. For the first time in his life, a miser like Zhuoxiaoduo was so insensitive to the departure of his belongings. He casually put the list on the coffee table and then walked in circles in the room, scratching his ears and cheeks. Xiaoduo, don't be in such a hurry. Mom, I'm not in a hurry. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. You are like a lion that was suddenly locked in a cage. In the blink of an eye, you have walked in circles more than 10 times. You're not in a hurry. When Zhuo Xiaonian finally came out of seclusion, Zhuoxiaoduo had already walked in circles in front of the door. Zhuo Xiaonian looked tired. How was it? Zhuoxiaoduo asked hurriedly. How was it? Zhuo Xiaonian suddenly looked angry. She reached out and grabbed Zhuoxiaoduo's ear and pulled him in. She pointed to the wall and asked, what do you mean? Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes darted around. Finally he said shamelessly, Sister Nian, this is my lifelong wish. Your lifelong wish is to stroke a cat? Zhuo Xiaonian wanted to say stroke me in anger, but fortunately she reacted in time. Yes, that's it. Zhuoxiaoduo looked like a hoodlum. He puffed out his chest and raised his head. My lifelong wish is to sleep with you. And then. Don't say it. Zhuo Xiaonian's face was as red as blood. Let's both take off the blanket. Zhuoxiaoduo said righteously, not fearing death. Zhuo Xiaonian ran out with a red face. Her heart was thumping. Hooligan. I'm not talking to him anymore. I thought I was going to get even with him. Why did he come out himself? She went to the living room and saw Zhuo Changlu. Her face was still red as if she was drunk. How is it? Zhuo Changlu asked with concern. It's been activated. The Ice Soul Spirit has regained its consciousness, but it still needs time to slowly reform it. After that, we can try to establish a connection with it. Zhuo Xiaonian's eyes lit up when she talked about the Ice Soul Spirit. With this Ice Soul Spirit and these mysterious ice, Zhou Xiaoyan had absolute confidence that she could reach the peak of the cloud transformation realm in 2 months. Then she could start this round of cultivation compression. Once the ice soul spirit was subdued, it would be a partner for life. It would stay by her side for life. How long will it take to subdue it? Zhou Changlu asked with concern. Zhou Xiaoyan estimated and said, this ice soul spirit seems to have been suppressed. That's why it has been lonely for so many years. When I woke it up, it was very resistant. However, after I continued to inject energy into it to help it recover, its attitude softened a lot. So when I came out, it was very quiet. But this kind of spiritual object has a natural spirituality. I'm not sure how long it will take for it to recognize a master. Zhou Xiaoyan frowned. Zhou Changlu raised his eyebrows and said, at the critical moment, you can consider asking Xiao Duo for help. How can Xiao Duo help? Zhou Xiaoyan was confused. She didn't know what Zhou Changlu was talking about. Zhou Xiao Duo had the sun attribute, which was the opposite of the ice soul spirit. How could he help? Wouldn't it make things worse? Let Xiao Duo use the Flaming Sun Sutra to its fullest to scare it. Zhou Changlu said seriously, trust me. When you can't subdue it, this method is the most effective. Zhou Xiaoyan fell into deep thought. It's almost impossible to subdue such a natural spiritual creature if you blindly try to appease it. Zhou Changlu said seriously, think about it. How many years has it lived? How many years have you lived? It has been fighting with many creatures since it was born. Do you think you can defeat it with some gentle methods? So the best way is to force it to recognize you as its master. When the ship has sailed, we can slowly communicate with it, Zhou Changlu said. Zhou Xiao Duo perked up and said, Father, I understand what you mean. It's like finding a wife. She's not very happy about it, but whether she's happy or not, she has to get married first. After a long time, she'll accept her fate. Zhou Changlu, Wu Yuding, and Zhou Xiaoyan were speechless. This kid was hopeless. How could he say something like that so casually? This kid seemed to be implying something. Don't listen to your dad. He's too eager for quick success. Try to subdue it slowly. When you can't subdue it, you can ask Buddha to help you. Wu Yuding said, now let's talk about a few important things. Zhou Xiaoyan blushed and said shyly, what is it? She wanted to talk about the poem again, but now that her mother had spoken, it seemed like she wanted to talk about marriage. Zhou Xiaoyan was embarrassed. Her heart thumped and she forgot about the debt. This matter was more important. On the other side, Zhou Xiao's eyes were shining. He sat up straight and said impatiently, Mom, I'm ready. Are you going to talk about that? Ahem. Zhou Changlu was disappointed. Can't you be more reserved? Why are you in such a hurry to find a wife? Zhou Xiaoduo thought, you're a full man who doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. You don't understand the suffering of us single dogs. Although you haven't been in Fenghai for long, you've gained a lot. Wu Yuding said lightly, I didn't expect your dad and I to have a breakthrough in our cultivation. So, there are some things that need to be arranged. Zhou Xiaoyan and Zhou Xiaoduo were overjoyed when they heard that. A breakthrough in cultivation. That's great. Then, can I be a second generation that waits for death in the future? Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes sparkled as he asked. He was somewhat fascinated by this kind of life. Wu Yuding stared at him. Why would you think of a second-generation kid at a time like this? Zhou Changlu sighed deeply and said, have you divided those things with Sister Nian? Yes. Have you sprinkled the spatial soil? Yes, but I haven't gone in to see the results yet. Okay. Then, do you still have the 3 drops of 9 Heaven Spirit Spring that Brother Xiaoyu gave you? Yes, they are. Dad, what's the use of that thing? Zhou Changlu said, each of you can take 1 drop of the 9 Heaven Spirit Spring. When you break through to the Sky Soar realm, you can take a few more drops if you have the chance. But for now, 1 drop is enough for each of you. This thing is used to strengthen one's foundation. After taking it, it can strengthen one's divine soul and improve one's perception. Divine sense will also continue to grow. However, the biggest effect is that, after taking it, it will burn the residue. Residue? Zhou Xiaoyan and Zhou Xiaoduo were confused by this term. Chapter 7:13. The so-called residue is actually the residue left behind by the consumption of heaven and earth treasures. It's the resistance caused by the consumption of elixirs. It's the blockage of the Sky Soar realm that I mentioned before. After it's purified, it can turn the spiritual power in your dantian into the purest energy. You can think of it this way. At your current stage, consuming a single drop will cleanse you of all impurities. Zhou Changlu said, In other words, after consuming it, your body will be completely purified. In the future, when you eat the same kind of food, you can still get the benefits. Do you understand? Yes. But this can only be done after your cultivation reaches a certain level. Otherwise, for example, when you're at the initial stage of the cloud transformation realm, after consuming a lot of foreign things, the impurities in your body will be too much. Once you consume the ninth heaven spirit spring, your cultivation will drop by one stage or even more because too many impurities are burned away. Zhou Xiaoyan coughed and said, I just broke through to the cloud transformation realm. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. If it weren't for this, your dad wouldn't have said that you're at the initial stage of the cloud transformation realm. Silly girl. Cloud transformation realm. Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked. He turned his head and looked at Zhou Xiaoyan with confusion. Sister Nian, you broke through to the cloud transformation realm? Yes. Zhou Xiaoyan raised her delicate little chin and took it for granted. How many times did you suppress your breakthrough in the nascent soul realm? Zhou Xiaoduo asked sadly. About 18 or 19 times. About 20 times, Zhou Xiaoyan said. 18 or 19 times. 20 times. Zhou Xiaoduo calculated in his heart. If that's the case, it seems that I'm still not a match for her. Damn it. You can eat it whenever you want, but remember to eat it before bed. Well, Nian Nian can eat it before bathing, Wu Yuding reminded them. Zhou Xiaoyan immediately understood. Okay, Mom. Actually, although Nian Nian cat smells nice, she smells really bad when she's cleansing her meridians. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. Hee. Zhou Xiaoyan glared at him. Just you wait, dog. Mom and Dad left right after the parent-teacher conference, but I took a month off. I'll seal your cultivation first, then go bungee jump 8,848 meters. It had been a long time since he had experienced the taste of his limits, right? As for the third drop, Zhou Changlu said, Xiaoduo, you deal with it yourself. If you want to keep it for yourself, you can. For example, when you break through to the nascent soul transformation stage and suppress your dantian, you can take a drop when you can't suppress it anymore. You can instantly evaporate some of the impure spiritual energy, and then cultivate again to suppress it. However, at your current cultivation level, until you reach the peak of returnance profound, you are only allowed to consume 1 drop per cultivation level. Do you understand? Zhou Zhanglu said solemnly. Zhou Xiaoduo coughed. There's only this much. It'll be gone after 1 is consumed. How can I have more? Zhou Changlu snorted and didn't say a word. Do you think I don't know the two of you? Little Nianji is stronger and can be more stable, but little Zhuoduo, this little puppy, is really tormenting the world. Zhou Changlu wouldn't be surprised if he really got more Jiuxiao spring water. After all, the legendary Jiuxiao spring water rotated in the sky, and no one knew where it would go. It rose and fell with fate. Zhou Changlu wouldn't tell him that when he broke through to a certain cultivation level, the Jiuxiao spring water suddenly passed by his head and filled him with a mouthful of it. The spiritual effect of that mouthful of Jiuxiao spring water directly burned him from the ashes of that cultivation level to the peak of the sky realm. Dad, Mom, what was your cultivation level before? Zhou Xiaoduo was fascinated and itchy. It should be the top of the continent, right? Or the top of the influential. Or the Heavenly King stage. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was almost in front of Wu Yuding and Zhou Zhanglu's. Please don't tell me that Nian Cat and I are actually the top 2nd generation of this continent. Actually, you two are just biding your time and keeping a low profile. You're afraid that we'll become arrogant, so you've been hiding it all this time? Now that we're all grown up, it's time to let us know that we're the kind of 2nd generation that others can't afford to offend. That's why. Zhou Xiaoduo's sparkling eyes were filled with anticipation. I really want to be one of those 2nd generation. If I really am, then it'll be great. I'll carry my parents' flags and wander around the astral souls continent every day. That feeling. Just thinking about it makes me drool. Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding were speechless. You guessed right. But we'll never tell you this kind of thing. Initially, he had been thinking about whether he should tell them the truth and tell them about his and his wife's identities, but now that they saw this guy's expression, the two of them were in no mood at all. They immediately extinguished that thought that if she really let him know the truth from the looks of it, this little bastard might really start to lie on his parents' meritorious deeds and become a salted fish, never to think about growing up again, that he didn't need to act, he was just a good-for-nothing. A top-notch one. Zhou Changlu could only think about it for a while. Then he revealed a bitter smile. You're thinking too much. Your mother and I are actually 2 wanderers. It's just that our cultivations are passable. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan both perked up. Their parents were finally going to talk about their past. This was a rare thing. Wu Yuding was also thinking about it silently. She sighed at the right time and looked a little down. Back then, when your mother and I were about to break through to the sky realm, we encountered a strong enemy. Zhuanglu's face was filled with disappointment and frustration as he said, "We all thought that we were going to be ranked among the top experts of the world just a moment ago. But reality gave us a head-on blow. A great battle directly knocked us down to the mortal world. We lost our martial arts foundation and were no different from ordinary people." The husband and wife lowered their heads at the same time and thought to themselves, what should we do next? Why didn't we think of this before? But after all, we have a strong foundation. Even if our foundation is damaged and we become ordinary, we still have a way to save ourselves. It's just that this method of experiencing the mortal world requires us to grind away the evil spirit and hatred in our hearts. We also need to let ourselves experience the great Tao and shed our spirit before we can hope to recover. Wu Yuding continued to make up the story. Now, we've experienced the cultivation of the mortal world and the tempering of our souls. Finally, we're about to achieve perfection. Zhuanglu sighed softly as if he was lamenting. In fact, he really couldn't make up any more stories at this point. He didn't know what else to make up. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were filled with righteous indignation. Mom? Dad? Who beat you up back then? Who's our family's enemy? The siblings rubbed their fists and palms together. Who dared to beat my parents? I swear I'm not human if I don't take revenge. Zhuanglu's eyes lit up. He murmured, even if your mother and I can recover our cultivation and have a chance to enter the Tao again, our foundation is too damaged. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to take revenge in this lifetime. Even if we recover, it'll be difficult for us to improve. If we want to take revenge, we really have to rely on you too. This seemed to be a small goal for the little dog. Zhuo Xiaoduo said with a murderous aura. Who is it? Dad, you just have to tell us the name. We'll naturally tell you when your cultivation reaches a certain level. Our enemy was already a Skysoar realm cultivator back then. It's useless for you to know now, and it'll only add to your troubles. Moreover, in the past 20 years, we haven't made any progress, but that doesn't mean the enemy hasn't made any progress. Especially since the enemy is also a rare genius. Perhaps his cultivation has improved more than just a single step. Wu Yuding sighed. Who cares how high his cultivation is? Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo shared a common hatred for their enemy. Their faces were filled with an expression of, I swear I'm not human if I don't take revenge. Done. Zhuanglu and Wu Yuding looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Well, we've completed the final stage of training this time. Which is the final stage of recovering our cultivation. Zhuanglu coughed and said, at that time we might fake our deaths. You two don't have to be sad about this. It's pointless to be sad. Fake our deaths? Zhuo Xiaoyan frowned. Something didn't feel right. Zhuo Xiaoduo also widened his eyes. Both of them had the same feeling. Could it be that Dad and Mom had contracted some terminal illness or had a relapse of their old injuries? Were they using this as an excuse to not be sad? Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly used his providence points and physiognomy to look carefully. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. He still couldn't see anything. Don't worry. Zhuanglu laughed and said, it's just that they're not breathing and have turned into a corpse. They just look like a dead person. What? Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan exclaimed at the same time. Then, within a day, the corpse will completely evaporate and turn into specks of light, melting into the void. That's when we'll go back. Zhuanglu said, do you understand now? A corpse. The two of them became even more nervous. Don't worry. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were still nervous. The ominous shadow shrouded their hearts and was difficult to erase. Then when will you come back? Zhuo Xiaoduo sensitively grasped the key point. We've never had a similar experience before. Well, we've just recovered. I'm afraid we'll need about 3 years to consolidate our cultivation. Zhuanglu coughed and said without changing his expression. But you can rest assured that we'll call you as soon as we go back. What kind of explanation is that? Zhuo Xiaoyan said suspiciously, don't tell me you recorded it in advance? Wu Yuding smiled and rubbed Zhuo Xiaoyan's head. You're overthinking. Don't you know how to ask questions? Can't you tell the difference between a dead person and a living person? Even if you're an artificial intelligence, you won't have all kinds of personal habits, right? Zhuo Xiaoyan smiled embarrassedly. That's true. What if you forget? Zhuo Xiaoduo still felt that this matter was too mysterious. Fake death and come back to life? the disappearance of the physical body, and the resurrection of the dead. Why did it sound so unreliable? It was too mysterious. How is that possible? Wu Yuding said angrily, how can I not want my own child? Chapter 7:14. Zhou Xiaoduo muttered, who knows? Maybe you two will be so happy together that you'll forget about us. Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding were speechless. That's what happened anyway. Zhou Changlu said angrily, I told you in advance because I didn't want you two to be sad. Look at how suspicious you two are. Are you going to interrogate me and your mother like prisoners? We wouldn't dare. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan lowered their heads at the same time. I don't think we should have told them. It doesn't seem like a big deal to let you two wear mourning clothes and cry. When we come back, won't the result be the same? Is this worth lying to you? We're just afraid that you two will be too upset. Wu Yuding said with amusement. That's true. The two felt that this sentence made sense and finally felt relieved. So before we leave we have to settle some things first. Wu Yuding said, the first thing is the marriage between the two of you. Marriage? Zhou Xiaoyan's whole body burned when she heard this. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly smiled and was overjoyed. If Nian Nian or Duo has someone else in your heart, then let's not talk about it. And from today onwards, you're not allowed to have any improper thoughts. Wu Yuding said seriously, since the four of us are here today, let's cut the Gordian knot and set the tone. Nian Nian, do you have someone else you like? Zhou Xiaoyan's little head was almost hanging on her towering chest. Her voice was like a mosquito's buzz. Oh. What about Xiaoduo? Wu Yuding asked. Zhou Xiaoduo puffed out his chest and raised his head. His face was full of heroism. Mom, I like Nian Nian cat. Zhou Xiaoyan covered her face. What about Nian Nian? Do you like dogs? Wu Yuding asked. I'll listen to Mom. Zhou Xiaoyan's voice was low and delicate. She lowered her head, and it was obvious that even her neck and ears were red. Then it settled. Wu Yuding didn't hesitate and made the decision. Today I'll let you two get engaged. This time not only did Zhou Xiaoyan's neck and ears turn red, but even her exposed wrists and fingers turned red. However, he did not object. Long live Mama. Long live Daddy. Zhou Xiaoduo cheered. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo was so happy that he was about to explode. He rushed forward and kissed Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding more than 10 times in a row. He kissed Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding so much that their faces were covered in saliva. Both of them looked at him with disdain. Sit tight. Yeah. He hurriedly sat up straight and felt his heart beating wildly. He thought to himself, what should I say as the opening speech on the wedding night? Today I'll let you two get engaged, but there's one thing you two need to hear clearly and remember. Wu Yuding said seriously, you still have 2 years to repent. In these 2 years both of you can regret it. Zhou Xiaoduo was a little dumbfounded again. Mom, my dear Mom, what do you mean by a period of regret? You're making my heart beat faster again. Now to be honest, both of you are still undecided. Wu Yuding looked at Zhou Xiaoyan. The world is unpredictable and the future is even more unpredictable. Little Gouda is our son, and we will do our best to take care of him. However, your dad and I are most worried about you, silly girl, hypnotizing yourself with things like repaying kindness and wronging yourself. Do you understand? You're also our daughter, whether you become our daughter-in-law in the future or not. Mom, I won't. Zhou Xiaoyan blushed and looked up. Now is not the time to say whether you will or not. Another thing we're worried about is that you two may only be siblings. Even though your cultivation is much higher than ordinary people, and your strength is not bad when it comes to temperament and experience, you're still young people in your 20s. After living together for so many years, you may not be able to distinguish personal feelings from family. So today is just a talk. In the future you still have 2 years to define your feelings for each other. Recognize your own feelings. 2 years is not a long time, but it's not short either. If it can't be transformed into feelings between a man and a woman, there's no need to delay each other. But if it's confirmed, it won't delay the New Year painting. Wu Yuding was very domineering. It's settled then. Both of you don't have any objections, right? Zhou Xiaoduo rushed to raise his hand. I don't have any objections. I don't have any objections either. Zhou Xiaoyan's voice was very weak. If one didn't listen carefully, it was almost impossible to hear. Well, that's good. Wu Yuding said indifferently, I've already prepared the token. As she spoke, Wu Yuding took out a ring and gave it to Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan. Then Zhou Changlu also took out a ring and read it to Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoyan's fingers were trembling. I represent the south and your father represents the south. Put the rings on each other and it'll be fine. Wu Yuding put on a straight face and said to Zhou Qianglu, "In-law." Zhou Qianglu said with a straight face, "In-law." The two shook hands. From now on we're a family. Ha ha ha. Zhou Xiaoyan and Zhou Xiaoduo laughed at the same time. Zhou Xiaoyan, who was extremely shy just now, laughed until tears came out of her eyes. She grabbed Zhou Xiaoduo's left hand fiercely and put the ordinary-looking ring on it. She rolled her eyes and said fiercely, "You better behave, do you hear me?" Zhou Xiaoduo put the ring on Zhou Xiaoyan's hand and promised repeatedly, "I'll behave. I'll behave. Do you see? Dad's example today will be my example tomorrow. Think about it, aren't you moved? With a husband like this, what else can I ask for?" Zhou Xiaoyan burst out laughing again. Zhou Qianglu's face twisted and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled apologetically and raised his face to show an obedient and cute smile. He showed that he was innocent and had no other intentions. He definitely did not mean to mock his father. After all, his father's example today would be his tomorrow. The wedding ceremony is complete. Wu Yuding announced. Why is it so fast? Zhou Xiaoduo was a little dissatisfied. He smacked his lips and said, "Don't we have to kiss or something?" "In your dreams." Zhou Xiaoyan raised her head and made a funny face with a blushing face. She lowered her head and quietly turned the ring on her hand. Her heart was indescribably calm and peaceful. She remembered that when she was in Phoenix City she heard a few teachers from the Star Martial Arts Academy talking about marriage. She remembered one of the words especially clearly. It was engraved in her heart. It's understandable for young people to pursue love. However, love has a freshness period. After a few years of marriage, love will enter a period of weakness. At this time there will be constant quarrels and conflicts. After these quarrels and conflicts are over, it means that the most dangerous stage of love has passed. At that time love will turn into family love. Love that can be successfully transformed into family love has the foundation to grow old together. If it can't be successfully transformed, most of them will face divorce and separation. Then, the lover who made the pledge of eternal love will turn into a passerby or an enemy. Being willful before marriage is emotional. However, being willful after marriage is the trigger for divorce. Therefore, the interpretation of love at every stage of life is different. It depends on what you want in life. When Zhou Xiaoyan heard this, she was 17 years old and Zhou Xiaoduo was only 14. At that time she thought a lot. What Zhou Xiaoyan envied and yearned for the most was her parents. Wu Yuding and Zhou Qianglu's way of getting along. They talked and laughed. Her mother was always gentle and her father was always good-tempered. Even if there were occasional conflicts, it was always her mother who was shouting and her father who was softening. However, no matter what happened, it was always her father who took care of her mother. Many times, she felt that her mother was very happy and she was very envious. There was no pledge of eternal love. There were very few mushy words between the husband and wife. However, every little bit of life experience forged an unbreakable relationship between husband and wife. When she thought of building a family with strangers and breaking into the state of her parents, Zhou Xiaoyan shuddered. Then she remembered that she once said when she was young, "Mom, I'll be your daughter-in-law when I grow up." Therefore she started to have little thoughts. Of course at that time, Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't cultivate yet. The gap was too big. Every time she brought it up she would be scolded by her parents. Zhou Xiaoyan had no choice but to not bring it up. She wanted to wait until she grew up. She didn't expect that little doggy could cultivate all of a sudden. Moreover, his cultivation progress was so fast that it was beyond her imagination. This sudden change was simply a blessing from the heavens for Zhou Xiaoyan. She was even more determined that she and little doggy would be as happy as her parents in the future. Anyway, the woman is the head of the family. So what if little doggy's cultivation is not as good as mine? Even if his cultivation is very high, I'm the one who can bully him. As little doggy's cultivation progress got faster and faster, he became more and more handsome. Sometimes, Zhou Xiaoyan was secretly happy. She was inexplicably happy. Every time she thought of Zhou Xiaoduo, Zhou Xiaoyan would feel unusually at ease. No matter how mischievous he was, she only needed to feel at ease and happy when she was with him. The corners of her eyes couldn't help but curve when she saw him. Beating him up would make her feel very happy. Of course, this didn't mean that Zhou Xiaoyan was deeply in love with Zhou Xiaoduo. She was far from that level. As Wu Yuding said, the two of them were still half-grown children. Their outlook on life, values, morals and worldview were all immature. They also didn't know much about their own feelings. It could only be said that if Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo were allowed to live like this for the rest of their lives, Zhuo Xiaoyan felt that she wouldn't oppose it. She wouldn't have any thoughts of opposing it. She didn't even have a reason to oppose it. Zhuo Xiaoyan really didn't have any thoughts of repaying the debt of gratitude. In her heart, she was a member of this family. There was no such thing as repaying a debt of gratitude. She definitely wouldn't sacrifice her happiness for the sake of repaying a debt of gratitude. The main reason why she thought this way and wanted to do this was that she felt very comfortable and at ease when she was with little doggy. That was all. You don't have to wear these 2 rings. They're just 2 very ordinary rings. Wu Yuding said, you just need to remember that one day when you are faced with a life-threatening situation, there are 2 jade pendants inside. Just break these 2 jade pendants. Chapter 7:15. Zhuo Xiaoduo put it away happily and said, so Mom and Dad gave us a protective talisman each. He stood up and bowed, saying, hello father-in-law, mother-in-law. Wah. Zhuo Xiaoyan blushed and hit him twice. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu also hit him with a black face. If they didn't beat him up, they wouldn't be angry. After the 3 of them taught Zhuo Xiaoduo a lesson together, the 3 of them laughed together on the sofa. Then Zhuo Xiaoduo stood up and removed his hand from his head. He suggested excitedly, today is a big day. Let's go out for a meal as a family? The 3 of them agreed happily. So, the family left Li Chenglong, who had just finished school, and went to rank 1 in the firmament. Today was a happy occasion for his family, so Zhuo Xiaoduo left Li Chenglong alone. Li Chenglong was behind him, looking confused. You're not bringing me to a meal? Also. His eyes were dazzled. Who was this fairy-like little sister? Looking at Zhuo's happy face, could she be Zhuo's wife? Thinking about it, it was very possible. Li Chenglong immediately wrote a message and sent it to the class group. Big news, big news. Zhuo's wife is here. Suddenly, the class group boiled like boiling water in a pot of oil. Damn. Zhuo has a wife. Our great garrison store sends congratulations, we're shocked. Our Daifenghai sends congratulations, we're shocked. What does she look like? Do you have a picture? No pictures, no truth. Begging for Vice Principal Li to show us a picture. Naked in a world of ice and snow, 3,000 meters high in the sky, 300.5 turns around, kneeling on glass shards, begging for a picture. Same. All the students in class 1 were amazed. At this age, each and every one of them was filled with yearning for the opposite sex. Moreover, each and every one of them already had someone in their heart. Only class monitors Wu Xiaoduo acted alone and led the iron and steel hierarch on a rampage. Li Chenglong was an idiot. Everyone in the class had already come to a conclusion. However, class reps with stubbornness made everyone puzzled. Now that he saw the news, he finally understood. It turned out that it wasn't that Zhuo Dabin didn't want to be tempted, but he already had. Oh my god. This was really big news. What kind of woman could make Zhuo Dabin, who was as cheap as a bitch, protect his chastity like jade? The curiosity of the entire class had reached the point of bursting. Li Chenglong, haha. You want to see my photos? Below that were dozens of I wants. Li Chenglong sent out a voice message and chuckled, red packet. Exclusive red packet. Without a red packet, what's the point of revealing a photo? It won't drop even if we don't have enough red packets. Instantly, exclusive red packets flew all over the class group. Some of the more impatient ones even sent out a few exclusive red packets. Everyone was not short of money. Li Chenglong received tens of thousands of red packets. After receiving the red packets, Li Chenglong went offline. His phone was turned off. Wow. That felt good. Class 1 waited for a while and then waited again. Countless people started to Li Chenglong, but there was no response. After a full 20 minutes, someone sent a message with a weird emoji. Li Chenglong turned off his phone. Instantly, everyone was in an uproar. Li Chenglong, just you wait. Many people were roaring. First grade heavens. This meal was very comfortable. Zhuo Changlu and his wife were the same as usual. Zhuo Xiaoduo was also overjoyed and was more talkative than usual. Only Zhuo Xiaoyan's attitude was more shy. She couldn't let go. The first half of the meal was quiet. At most, she would cover her mouth and smile occasionally. Mom, look at Nian Mao. When she was the daughter of the Zhuo family, she was so fierce. Now that she's the daughter-in-law of the Zhuo family, she changed immediately. She's like a lady from a respectable family. Zhuo Xiaoduo's death-seeking provocation finally caused Zhuo Xiaoyan to fly into a rage out of humiliation. He immediately rushed over and gave Zhou Xiaoyan a good beating. After that, he became much more natural and even took the initiative to ask for a drink. After drinking a few cups of wine, he completely let go of himself. Zhou Xiaoyan crossed her legs and said in high spirits, "Mom, you should have agreed long ago. If you find another daughter-in-law, she can't serve you so well like me." Wu Yuding squinted her eyes. Just now this girl was still so shy. He had only admired her for a few minutes. Why did she suddenly turn on her shameless mode? The shy atmosphere from the engagement lasted for such a short while? "You see, I can cook and do laundry. I can make the bed and fold the quilt. I can also give you massages. In the future, you won't have any conflicts with your daughter-in-law." Zhou Xiaoyan giggled and said, "Where else can you find such a good daughter-in-law like me? What if the little puppy is blind and finds a fierce one? Won't you be angry every day when you see her?" Wu Yuding snorted and said disdainfully, "As if you're not fierce. My son has been beaten by you since he was young. Why don't you say that? Do you think I don't care?" Zhou Xiaoyan was excited. She moved closer to Wu Yuding and said, "In the future I'll give birth to your son's children. Why don't you tell me how much I've sacrificed? I've beaten him up all these years. Just think of it as interest in advance." Wu Yuding snorted and said, "Daughter, let's be more reserved. We can talk about anything but we should be more reserved. You're still a virgin. How can you talk about giving birth to children?" Zhou Xiaoyan rolled into Wu Yuding's arms and said, "I'm not reserved. That's what you taught me." On the other side, the father and son looked at each other with a smile. For the first time, Zhou Changlu raised his wine glass and drank with his son. "Son, you've grown up. Remember to be more mature in the future. You really need to change your greedy and stingy habit." Zhou Changlu sighed as he spoke. He thought of his temper. Many years ago, many elders had said, "No matter where you go, there's not enough ground for you to scrape. You need to change your temper. You'll suffer losses." He agreed every time, but it seemed that he hadn't changed. In fact, it seemed to be getting worse. Yes, I'll change." Zhou Xiaoduo agreed repeatedly. He was beaming with joy. In fact, he didn't hear what his father said. He felt that today was the second peak of his life. Yes, of course, the first was the wedding night. However, when there was a second, there would naturally be a first. This kid was probably already drunk before he even had the chance to drink. It was the textbook case that alcohol didn't intoxicate him, but he got himself drunk. When you're an adult in the future, you need to act like one, Zhou Changlu taught him. Zhou Xiaoduo downed a glass of wine. Suddenly, he jumped onto the chair and announced loudly, "No matter how old I am, I'll always be Mom, Dad, and Sister Nian Nian's puppy. Woof woof woof." Ha ha ha. The three of them swayed left and right. That night, the family of four had dinner. They ate until 11:30 p.m. They laughed heartily and felt warm and comfortable. On the way back, Zhou Xiaoduo shook his head and pretended to be drunk. He tried to grab Zhou Xiaoyan's hand, but Zhou Xiaoyan shook his hand off. After walking a few steps, he tried again, but was shaken off again. He tried again, shaken off again, and tried again. Finally, after countless attempts, Zhou Xiaoyan's white and tender hand was held in his hand. She stopped struggling and stopped moving. Zhou Xiaoyan pretended as if nothing had happened as he held her hand and walked forward. Her face was red and her heart was thumping, but she pretended to be calm. Speaking of which, the two of them had held hands and walked together. Since they were young, they had lost count of how many times they had done it. However, this time it seemed to have a different meaning. Even the mood was completely different and the feeling was even more different. Originally, when they held hands, they didn't feel anything. However, when they held hands this time, they felt as if they were being electrocuted. It was amazing. It was just a few words, 2 rings and a ceremony, but it changed the original feeling. And the change was so huge. Zhou Xiaoduo had a silly smile on his face. His mouth was on his cheeks as he held Zhou Xiaoyan's hand. One of his feet was high and the other was low. It was as if he was stepping softly on the clouds, and his whole body was light as a feather. He didn't seem to care about the flashing neon lights and the coming and going of the crowd. It was as if there were only 2 people left in the world, and they were walking hand in hand. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo only wanted to stand at the highest point of the city and shout, "Do you see this? This is my wife. Is she beautiful? Is she beautiful? My mom has been keeping her for me since I was young." Zhou Xiaoduo was dreaming and laughing like a fool as he walked. Zhou Xiaoyan had already looked at him a few times. When she saw his idiotic expression, she couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Xiaoyan didn't know why, but her heart was filled with sweetness. This sweetness was a wonderful feeling that she had never tasted before. In the sweetness there was a mixture of satisfaction. She no longer felt lost in her previous life. In a trance, she realized that there was a broad road under her feet that led to the endless distance. Whether it was in her heart or in her feet, there was no longer any confusion or uncertainty. She just had to go. Ah, I'm a puppy. Zhuxiaoduo, who was beside her, suddenly let out a wild laugh that shocked many people. Countless people looked sideways at him. This declaration was really earth-shattering. No one knew what this guy was thinking at the moment. In short, he just looked like an idiot outside the house. For a moment, Zhu Xiaoyan felt that she was going to die of embarrassment. She shook off this idiot and walked side by side with Wu Yuding. They quickly left the scene of idiocy. Zhu Changlu sighed. His son was dumbfounded. Watching the mother and daughter walk further and further away, Zhu Changlu solemnly warned Zhu Xiaoduo, who had woken up but was still laughing foolishly. Remember now, there is more affection between siblings and less affection between men and women. You can't force Nian Yan. Understand? Understood. Zhu Xiaoduo nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He smiled foolishly. I'll wait for her to come and force me. Zhu Changlu almost kicked him. He held back his anger and said, if you dare to force her, I'll kill you. Zhu Xiaoduo had a silly smile on his face as he said happily, Dad, I understand. You want to give Sister Nian Yan time to regret, so that she won't be muddle-headed and mistake sibling love for love, wasting her life. I understand. But I won't let her regret it. Don't worry. Zhu Xiaoduo said, Father-in-law, Elder Taishan. Chapter 7:16. Bang. Zhu Changlu's long-awaited kick was finally unleashed. Zhu Xiaoduo flew out like a toad. It seemed like this was the first time Zhu Changlu had kicked someone. It was the first time, but it might not be the last time. Starlight Mountains. The Astral Souls, Dao League and Umno Alliance had not stopped working during this period of time. They did not waste any time at all. It was the first time for many of the elite fighters transferred from the 4 military camps and the long-term frontline personnel of the Wizard Alliance to cooperate with their previous enemies. They had to work together in order to complete the task as soon as possible. They worked together to cleanse the blue sky with their murderous aura. To be honest, this feeling was really weird. It was even a little fucked up. Yesterday, I scolded his ancestors on the battlefield. He slashed me and I slashed him with my axe. Today we're here to explore the ruins together. A general glanced at the general of the Wizard Alliance next to him while he was working. His eyes were full of malicious intentions as he glared at the general. Go back and continue to beat him up, what's the big deal? Let's work first, then we don't have to look at him anymore. What's the saying? You stare into the abyss and the abyss stares back at you. It's like when you look at him from the corner of your eyes, he looks at you from the corner of his eyes and talks to the people next to him. Fuck. That bastard must be cursing me. The generals of the Umno Alliance felt very strange at this moment. As the saying went, everyone had the same thought. Everyone felt the same way. Someone had already started to invite him. Hey, that guy over there, Tai Mingru, he beat me until I vomited blood 2 days ago. Are you satisfied? Do you want a drink tonight? Do you think I won't beat you up at the table? On the other side, no problem, we're in the Astral Souls. This is my home, I'll treat you to a drink. Let's see who gets drunk first. When we're done and satisfied, we'll work harder next time. Great. I have countless enemies in the Astral Souls. Who wants to treat me to a drink? Is there anyone here? Fuck off. I have countless enemies. Do you think I'm giving you face? In short, it was a clamor, everywhere was like this. Right now the 3 sides were all mixed up. You had me and I had him. It was hard to tell which side was which and which side was the way. To be honest, these people who had been fighting on the battlefield for a long time, no matter how elegant and graceful they were, would quickly become full of vulgarities. If they didn't spit out vulgarities, they wouldn't open their mouths to speak. There was probably no other reason. In this kind of situation, not knowing how to scold people was a huge disadvantage. More than 99% of the veteran generals could swear for an hour without repeating themselves. The remaining 1% had basically reached the point where he could curse for 3 hours without repeating it. There were even people who were tirelessly researching how to create new scolding words. Regarding this, many ordinary people in the Astral Souls often felt puzzled and even despised it. Logically speaking, soldiers should be more cultured. Why did they have so many vulgarities when they opened their mouths? But as long as you were in the kind of life and death situation where you could go back and forth in a second, you would know, understand and understand. I might be on the battlefield tomorrow, and you still want to talk to me about being civilized and polite? The next moment I'll be a pile of meat paste in the hands of the other party. At this moment, according to your thoughts, shouldn't you say, hello, thank you for your hard work? After being used to life and death for a long time, these people had seen through everything. Most people didn't feel anything when they were scolded in front of their ancestors. Scold, see if I don't chop you to death with my axe. It was different from the people in the mainland who would fly into a rage when they heard a word of sarcasm. Here they were already very calm and collected. They completely ignored it and just wanted to kill. Just like now, when facing a mortal enemy, they worked together to complete a goal. They only felt a little uncomfortable in their hearts, but there was no sense of resistance. Everyone knew in their hearts that completing this mission was only because of the military order. After completing this mission, they would still go out and chop each other. Their standpoints would still be completely different, and they would still be on opposite sides. They couldn't be reconciled. Therefore, taking advantage of this opportunity to drink a glass of wine with the person they were about to kill or the person they were about to kill, wasn't it a wonderful feeling? This was a fucking rare experience. Many people would say, you have a blood feud with each other but you can still drink and laugh? This sentence actually didn't exist. On the real battlefield there was no such thing as hatred. There was only life and death. Life and death really didn't matter. It didn't matter if you chopped me to death, but one day you would also be chopped to death. There were very few frontline soldiers who could go to the battlefield alive, less than 1 in 10. Of course, they were angry and sad when their fellow soldiers died in battle, but they didn't have any hatred. They weren't fighting for themselves. I'll just get back what I lost for my brother. And this kind of mood and feeling was the kind of emotion that people who didn't have special experience would never understand in their lifetime. This became the reason for their scolding, and it was also very strange. Don't persuade people to do good if you haven't experienced hardships. Don't laugh if you haven't experienced life and death. These people belonged to the kind of people who said that they had experienced hundreds of battles would be an insult. Each of them had at least 100,000 blood debts in their hands, and the evil spirit on their bodies had already formed a blood cloud. Thousands of people erupted at the same time, and the blood cloud suddenly soared to the sky, straight to the heavens, and dyed the sky red. When everyone's baleful aura soared to a certain height, they all felt a strong obstruction. Then, everyone simultaneously gathered their energy, gathered their power, and stopped the blood cloud in midair. They didn't even need to be ordered and were as orderly as a guard of honor. The next moment, roar. Everyone exhaled and roared at the same time. The blood cloud was like the rising tide of the sea, rising wave after wave in the sky, as if it was competing with the sky peak, and each wave was higher than the previous one. Below on the mountaintop, countless people were looking up. These were their respective troops, or the families of skilled craftsmen selected from the continent. They were only waiting for the space relic to appear, and then they would go forward to try to crack it. This continued for about a day and a night. In the early morning of this day, when the sky had just begun to brighten, as the blood cloud erupted violently like never before, clang, the crisp sound of a bell rang out. This bell was melodious and intense, as if it came from ancient times, but also as if it had existed since ancient times. It rang clearly in everyone's heart. Everyone felt their minds clear up for a moment at this moment. On the peak, the 11 Grand Magi, the 7 swords of the Tao League, stood up together. Their expressions were solemn as they looked at the position in the sky where the bell rang. Their expressions were very ugly. That kind of nervousness. A few people's eyes widened the moment they heard the bell. Even the pores on their faces seemed to open, and there was a hair-raising feeling. Emperor Zhai Xing, the left and right heavenly kings, and the others were puzzled. Compared to these old monsters who had lived for countless years, the top powerhouses of the Astral Souls continent were all rising stars, and their knowledge was relatively limited. What's wrong? Emperor Zhai Xing frowned and asked. In fact, he already had a vague guess in his heart, but he was unwilling to believe it. Because that was too cruel. For the 11 Grand Magi and the 7 Swords of the Tao League to have such a reaction at the same time, something big must have happened. Hopefully it wasn't what he thought. This ruin doesn't belong to the ruins of the Magi, Tao, or Astral Souls. It's the space domain of the Demon Alliance. Tension appeared on the face of the Great Witch of Fire, and there was even a faint trace of fear. That bell just now. Is it the legendary? The Fire Grand Magi's face was filled with indescribable awe as he slowly said. The sound of the Donghuang bell. Donghuang. Yu Xingchen felt a sudden jolt in his head, and he instantly felt a dazzling dislocation. Indeed, the worst-case scenario had occurred. Could it be that this is the legendary Donghuang spatial ruin? Emperor Zhai Xing Yu Xingqian was one of the few people with the highest cultivation in the Astral Souls continent, but now his palms were sweating and his mouth was dry. He even stuttered. Impossible. The Fire Grand Magi slowly shook his head, staring at the sky, and slowly said, if it's the Donghuang ruins, even if we gather all of our strength, it's difficult to break. Here. As he said, he swallowed his saliva and said with his eyes staring straight, we need more reference. The Ice Abyss Grand Magi's whole body was covered with frost. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, however, the place where the Donghuang Bell is located is not set up by ordinary demon clans. This means that the Demon Alliance is about to return. Otherwise, the Demon League's ruins wouldn't have appeared under the suppression of the Donghuang Bell. It's because I sensed it that I was able to reappear in this world. What will happen if the demon clans return? Yu Xingqian looked serious. Grand Magi Dan Kong sneered and said, nothing much. It's just adding another party to the war in addition to the existing 3 parties. It's just a fight. If the Demon Emperor really returns in a big way, our Lord Zuwu will also come out again. At that time. Yu Xingqian imagined that situation. Suddenly, his whole body turned cold and his whole body stiffened on the spot. Even his breathing seemed to be gone. Yu Dongtian took a deep breath and said, how's his combat strength? His question was out of the blue, but everyone understood what he meant. The Ice Abyss Grand Magi's face suddenly darkened. The King of Zwulu asked, I heard that the flood which has come out again. How is his current cultivation compared to the Demon Emperor? Can it be compared? The Fire Grand Magi looked bitter and said with a bitter smile, 2 words can answer your question. The King of Zwulu said in a deep voice, may I ask what 2 words it is? The Fire Grand Magi's face twisted and he said word by word, ha, ah, ah. What did these 2 words mean? That was clear to everyone. In an instant, everyone's mood was suppressed to the extreme by these 2 words. Please vote. I've tried my best. In this chapter, the real framework and plot of the heterodox world finally began. Are you excited? Chapter 717. The blood cloud stirred and made a buzzing sound. Everyone looked up at the same time. The blood cloud formed by the monstrous murderous aura was still rolling and steaming, trying to rise up, but there seemed to be an unshakable mountain range above the void. It could not rush up, and it was difficult to cross the other side of the natural moat. Legend has it that the ancient liches were mortal enemies. Yu Xingqian murmured. The fire which sneered, the demon clan and any other race are mortal enemies. In ancient times, the demon clan was the master of heaven and earth. Wu people, elves and demons. They're just food for the demon clan. Why, you still want to ally with the demon clan? The fire which sneered. Just as he was talking. Above, the flood witch, who had been standing at the highest point, suddenly shouted, all of you go. The 7 swords of the Tao League, the 10 great witches, the left and right heavenly kings, the 4 great commanders and so on, all flew down together and joined their respective military formations. They commanded together, exploded with murderous aura, and charged into the void forcefully. With the addition of these people, the rising momentum of the blood cloud was unprecedented, and it rose steadily. However, even if everyone worked together, it was still as if they were holding something as heavy as a mountain. They were barely holding on and it was difficult to cope. As time passed, everyone felt as if there was a huge mountain pressing on their chests and they couldn't breathe. On the peak of the Starlight Mountains, the wind whistled back and forth. The flood which stood alone on the top of the mountain. He stood upright, his messy hair fluttering in the wind, and his robe was blown by the wind, making a popping sound. It was as if his whole person was a mountain. He was the sky. He was God. His gaze was solemn, and a sudden sense of oppression made his face a little heavy. He slowly stretched out his hands, and with a flash of black light, he was already holding the pair of invincible Thousand Souls nightmare hammers in his hands. He slowly spread them out. One left and one right, one hammer pointed to the sky and the other to the ground. That was the starting gesture of the Thousand Souls nightmare hammers. The flood which stared at the empty space in front of her without blinking. The gale suddenly increased in intensity, producing a crazy shio-shio sound. At the top of the mountain, several iron trees that were still standing after countless years of being hit by meteorites were actually chopped into sawdust by the crazy wind blades. Branches were separated from the main body in a short period of time, flying to God knows where. Even the main trunk was slowly tilting under the impact of the numerous wind blades. All of a sudden, the main body of the ironwood broke apart and flew away with the hurricane. Roar. Below, the great witch of raging fire looked up to the sky and roared. The 10 great witches roared at the same time, together. The tens of thousands of experts present, the experts of the 3 clans of the Sorcerer Dao and Human Dao, roared in unison. They used all their strength to release the greatest aura they had ever released. An unprecedented ferocious aura suddenly rushed up. Screech. The clear voice of a phoenix could be heard faintly. After that, there was a bang and a strong light appeared in midair. It was extremely brilliant and dazzling, and it actually caused everyone present to be blinded. The dazzling light shone and shone for thousands of miles. Thousands of rays of light, thousands of auspicious colors. A majestic and magnificent palace gate suddenly appeared in midair. It was suspended in midair, and it looked extremely sacred and solemn. A golden gate that seemed to connect heaven and earth emitted a golden light. The next moment the gate suddenly opened. A majestic demonic aura suddenly rolled out. A black shadow rushed out with a whoosh. The flood which roared and suddenly rose from the ground. She shouted, "Hammer!" Her whole body rolled up into a violent whirlwind that went straight to the 9 levels of heaven. The moment she moved in the air, she had already stopped the hurricane in the sky. Within 1,000 miles, all the energy of heaven and earth turned into a vortex in an instant, and all of it condensed on the pair of hammers. With a bang, it turned into a sky-high black gas, and with a power that could break the sky, it smashed towards the flood witch. 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer, full attack. At this moment, a radius of 3,000 miles was shrouded in darkness. In Fenghai City. Zhuchanglu and his wife, who had just returned from a walk, were looking at a certain place in the sky in the courtyard. It should be over there. The strong wind made their clothes flutter, and their eyes were solemn. I hope it's the remains of the Umno Alliance or the Human Dao League. It doesn't matter even if it's the elves. Zhuchanglu said softly, as long as it's not from the Demon Alliance, it's fine. Wu Yuding smiled bitterly. I'm afraid things will go against our wishes. Everything has its own fate. The Demon Alliance is about to return. There's a reason why the remains appeared at this time. Zhuchanglu shook his head and didn't speak. His face was rarely gloomy. In the early hours of the morning, the sky was exceptionally cold, and the moment the dawn rose, a bell suddenly rang. It was distant and clear, as if it was ringing on the horizon, as if it was ringing outside the 9 levels of heaven, and as if it was ringing in everyone's heart. Zhuchanglu and his wife's faces suddenly changed. What's that sound? Wu Yuding's heart trembled and her beautiful eyes stared into the distance. It's so powerful. A corner of the Dao realm shackles in my heart had already been broken, but this bell actually broke another corner of the remaining shackles. Zhuchanglu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Things really go against our wishes. What we fear will happen. The remains of the Demon Alliance just have to appear. Zhuanglu's face was filled with bitterness as he said, since the beginning of time, there has only been one bell that can affect our Dao hearts with just a slight sound. Wu Yuding blurted out in surprise, Donghuang's bell? Her eyes instantly became deep, and she couldn't help but turn back and look at the villa. Among them were his son and daughter. They were still in the prime of their youth. If Donghuang really returned. Don't worry. Zhuchanglu said softly, Donghuang didn't ring the bell himself. Otherwise the sound wouldn't just stop here. I think it should be a secret realm of the demon clan. The reason why Donghuang's bell rang is probably because of the command left behind by the demon clan in the world. This bell, although clear to the ear, is actually very weak. It should be a trace of aftertaste left behind by some expert of the Demon Alliance when Donghuang rang the bell with Donghuang's consent. It's the alarm bell of the entire secret realm. Zhuanglu faintly said, if it's really the Eastern Emperor who's ringing the bell, then this is going to be a big joke. You and I should have been shaken back by the sound of the bell. Wu Yuding sucked in a cold breath. Trace. Aftertaste. If it was really just a trace of aftertaste, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Moreover, after the Great War, the top leaders of the various clans are all crippled and have fallen into a deep sleep. His Majesty Donghuang should be no exception. Zhuanglu said. When he mentioned Donghuang, his expression was still respectful and he used honorifics. Suddenly, between heaven and earth, endless rays of light swept across the world. The whole world was filled with a magnificent light that was brighter than the scorching sun at noon. It appeared. Zhuanglu couldn't help but take a deep breath and murmured, I just don't know if it's a relic or a secret realm. If it's a relic, the risk is not great but the benefits are not small. But if it's a secret realm, of course the benefits are more, but the risks that come with it will only be greater. But whether it's a relic or a secret realm, the moment it was discovered, it had already pointed out the coordinates of the continent of the Demon Alliance, which is now wandering in the starry sky. Jianghu's eyes were deep. We can't wait anymore. This time there are at most a few months of buffer time when we go back to King Qi's tomb. If we still haven't found it, we have to return. From this moment on, the situation of the continent will be very different. The so-called astral souls will change the world. From now on, it will completely enter the mode of flesh and blood grinding. Jianghu gasped and his voice was like a little choked in his throat as he said slowly, Xiao Duo, Xiaonian. Hurry up. Grow up. Wu Yuding's warm and soft hand quietly reached into her husband's hand. Her 5 fingers held tightly and she whispered softly, we have cultivated hard all our lives and refined our hearts in the mortal world. Isn't it for this day? Jianghu nodded slowly. At this moment, the hurricane that was blowing wildly in the sky came to an abrupt stop. It was as if someone had suddenly frozen the world, and even the sound of the wind that was blowing in the sky was frozen together. Then, the whole world, from the extreme brightness just now, instantly turned into complete darkness. It actually turned from extreme brightness to endless darkness in an instant. Then an earth-shattering power suddenly appeared. Even though it was so far away, it could still be faintly felt. Flood has made his move. Jianghu hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly heard a violent explosion from a distant place. Then a loud rumbling sound was heard. The ground under their feet vibrated because of this earth-shattering blow. Countless high-rise buildings also shook as if they were about to collapse. The drama of power and influence was like this. With a whoosh, Xiaoduo ran out naked with only a pair of boxers on. "Dat Mom?" Seeing Jianghu and Wu Yuding, he was relieved. Xiaoduo just felt that it was an earthquake just now, so he subconsciously ran to his parents' room. If his parents were hit by the earthquake at the critical moment of their recovery, it would be very bad. When he opened the door and saw that they were not there, he immediately ran out. Seeing that his parents were safe, he was finally relieved. At the peak of the starry mountains, in the air, the door opened and a strong demonic aura suddenly rushed out. Then a ray of light instantly rushed out like a flowing light. As soon as it appeared, its body suddenly turned into a huge figure. Its whole body was pitch black, and its wings were just about to spread out. However, at this moment, the earth-shattering tornado created by the flood which had already arrived. The hammer that shook the world and turned the world upside down hit the head of the monster that had just appeared without any fancy moves. The huge hammer that was surrounded by a vast black light fiercely locked onto the demon that had suddenly appeared. The flood which seemed to have only hit once, but this time she had used all her strength. Even Jianghu would never dare to take such a full-strength attack head-on when he was in his prime. One could imagine how powerful it was. Chapter 7:18. Boom. It was an extremely dull sound. A hammer the size of a small mountain formed from pure black gas smashed into the monster's head, knocking it down from the sky. The great flood which was still unwilling to let go. The huge hammer pressed down firmly and fell down like a meteor falling all the way. The whole sky suddenly fell down as if it was collapsing. The 10 great shamans, the 7 swords and the left and right heavenly kings attacked together. All of a sudden they moved everyone on the ground. The next moment, after the earth-shattering rumble, the big bird-like monster was smashed down to the top of the mountain by the flood witch's hammer. At this moment, the mountains that were tens of thousands of feet tall collapsed as if they were made of flour. The flood demon god's figure was still so dazzling in the center of the collapsing mountains, and the black smoke that filled the sky was still so eye-catching. The hammer continued to fall. It gave people a feeling that this hammer was going to smash through the earth. It wouldn't stop until it reached its goal. A shrill scream sounded. "Who is it?" 3 black lights rushed up against the current. The flood witch let out a long scream. She used the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer again and smashed the 3 black lights into pieces. A shadow flashed in the soaring black gas. A pair of eyes looked at the flood witch in the void for a second. Then it suddenly dissipated. The flood witch laughed. "Ha! Kunpeng. You also have a day like this." At this moment, the flood witch was standing in a super big pit that was 700 to 800 meters deep and 10,000 meters wide. She laughed wildly. The 1,000 feet high mountain and the surrounding mountains were completely destroyed by her hammer. The residual force even smashed the ground into a big lake. It was really destroying the world and rebuilding the universe. Under her feet was an extremely huge demonic beast. It was shaped like a big fish but had wings. At this moment, the body of this huge demonic beast was slowly turning into flowing light and dissipating bit by bit. The fire witch jumped up in surprise. "Big brother, is it Kuan Peng? Did he die?" The flood witch shook her head and said, "Don't be so optimistic. It's just a strand of Kuan Peng's primordial spirit. It's worlds apart from his true body." Hearing this, the great fire witch's expression turned to disappointment and he said, "Oh." Looking at the huge demonic beast that was slowly melting in the big pit, the great fire witch said, "What can be left behind?" The flood witch was also paying attention. She said indifferently, "A monster core must have been left behind. After all, this is where his primordial spirit resides. After being trapped in this palace for so many years, it's only right for him to cultivate a new monster core. It's a pity that it's not the Kuan Peng's true body." The ice nether witch said bitterly. The flood witch snorted. She kept silent for a while and then said in a low voice, "If this is the real Kuan Peng, then the one lying down here is me." After a while, the Kuan Peng completely turned into light spots and disappeared. Only an egg-sized bead was left behind. It was black and full of cracks. It actually self-destructed. The flood witch waved her hand and took it in her hand. She couldn't help but sigh. If it self-destructed, it was already a waste. She couldn't get any aura of the Kuan Peng from it. In midair, the majestic gate still existed. But after the Kuan Peng rushed out, it quietly closed. Let them try and see if they can reopen the gate without damaging it. The flood witch said indifferently, "This gate is made of primordial gold crystal. If the gate is damaged, I'm afraid the location will only be clearer." Of course, he could directly smash it with a hammer. But the result of doing so was equivalent to providing a more obvious coordinate for the continent of the Demon Alliance that was wandering in the starry sky. After listening to the flood witch's instructions, countless masters of the 3 continents flew up neatly. They stood in midair and looked at the huge pit on the ground. They were all in a daze. This was the real combat power of the flood witch? With just one hammer, she directly smashed the highest mountain within a radius of 10,000 miles into a lake. All the people who had encountered the flood great magus on the battlefield were drenched in cold sweat. Even the Emperor Zhai Xing's eyes were twitching when he looked at the lake. "Father." Yudong Tian came over. "Can you take this hammer?" Bang. Yudong Tian covered his butt with his hands and rolled away, but he was directly beaten up by the furious monarch Zhai Xing. Facing his son's question, the Emperor Zhai Xing didn't want to say anything other than beating him up. The situation of the continent has changed. The flood witch stood with her hands behind her back. She looked at the 7 swords of the Tao League and the leader of the Astral Souls and said indifferently, "Next, I'm afraid we have to pan for gold. Otherwise we'll all die." The people in charge of the 2 continents didn't say anything with a dark expression. The flood witch said indifferently, "Our current combat power is too weak. Whether it's you or us." She turned her head. "Lei Dao, your Tao League opened heavenly wind and guided the vitality of the 9 heavens back to the continent. Is there a problem?" Lei Dao's expression was unusually ugly. He was speechless for a long time. The flood witch snorted and said to the Emperor Zhai Xing, "Tell that bastard to end it quickly and come back quickly. This matter can't be settled without him." Fire Shaman hurriedly said, "Boss, Zhou is now in Fenghai City. His son will have a parent-teacher conference in a few days. He's here for the parent-teacher conference." The flood witch slowly frowned. She twisted her neck and looked at Fire Shaman with a strange gaze. Fire Shaman quietly stepped back and shrunk his neck. "I didn't do it on purpose. I just had a meal with him the night before yesterday. That's all." Boom. The soul-stirring hammer from before appeared brazenly again. In front of everyone, it hammered Fire Shaman from the top of his head to his heel. He was directly smashed into a thin piece of paper on the ground. Looking at the color, it was exceptionally bright. It was even brighter than the aluminum alloy that was just forged. This time it was really not fake. It was a real hammering without mercy. The aluminum alloy rolled up and then a raging fire rushed out. After burning for a while, the fire grew bigger and bigger. Fire Shaman's figure had already appeared in the fire. Fire Shaman was after all one of the 12 shamans. It was one thing to be hammered flat, but it was not to say that he would die. His fire essence restoration technique was not beyond the law of life and death, but it could deal with this situation. In fact, it was not the first time that he was hammered flat. Otherwise the other shamans would have come forward to stop it. When the great witch of 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 the great witch, then it was another aluminum alloy piece. Boss, please spare my life. Fire Shaman's wife saw this situation and completely panicked. She looked like she was going to beat him to death. Under normal circumstances, the flood which gave Fire Shaman one hit and all her anger disappeared, but 2 hits in a row was unprecedented. Once or twice there was still room for recovery. However, the Raging Fire Wizard's Raging Fire Elemental Recovery technique was not without a price. Every time he used it, he would consume a large amount of his own vital energy. He could only use it 3 times in a short period of time at most. If he was hammered a few more times, he would still have to give up and die. Fire Shaman's wife grabbed the Flood Witch's hand with tears in her eyes. Boss, please spare my life. The Flood Witch's face was livid. She flicked her sleeves and left. When he recovers, the 4 of you come to me. Ice Abyss Shaman and Dan Kong Shaman looked as if they had lost their parents. Fire Shaman, this bastard was really deceiving them. Boss wanted to find Zhua and you still said that? Without your words he couldn't find him? When he found him himself he could still watch the show, right? In the end you fucking came to take credit and even tricked me that you fucking fire. You are a little depraved. Now the door of the relic had appeared. Next, the Heavenly King of the Right personally sat by the door. The craftsmen and mechanism masters of the 3 families began to study it. The Heavenly King of the Right stood by the door. He looked calm and collected, but in fact he was quite nervous. If the Kuan Peng that came out just now really fought with him, he probably couldn't defeat him. He might even be killed by him. Fortunately, the Great Flood Witch took action and killed him. It seemed that the Great Flood Witch's strength was indeed much stronger than before when she returned. Now he just didn't know if there were other hidden demons in the door. If there were, how strong were they? He prayed to God that there wouldn't be another one with such terrifying strength. But the current position was snatched by him. Now he had to pretend that he didn't care at all. His face was full of confidence. It seemed that even if Dong Huang came out he could kick him back. The king of Zhuolu wanted to come, but he was driven back by Yu Dongtian with disdain. Can you be stronger than me? Go back. Now Yu Dongtian was standing by the door with his arms crossed and a smug face. You wants to fight with me? All the credit is mine. Why do you want to fight with me? On the other side, the leaders of the 3 families were having a meeting. There was no need to make any agreement. But everyone's face was solemn as if a storm was coming. They came to explore the relic with hope. The relic did appear as expected, but it was the relic of the demon race. Moreover, the Kuan Peng's primordial spirit appeared. It could be said that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. If there was anything else inside, the situation would continue to worsen. Even if there were no other demons in the relic, there was still one thing that could be confirmed. This relic had triggered the sound of Donghuang's bell. It was equivalent to setting up a coordinate. It was believed that the Demon Alliance would return from the vast starry sky in a few years. This matter was like a huge rock that pressed down on everyone's hearts. Fenghai Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Villa District. Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding were comfortably basking in the sun in the courtyard. Grandma Shi was also sitting with them, chatting cheerfully. Grandma Shi did not know who they were. She only knew that they were Zhou Xiaoduo's parents. She could not help but feel a little strange. How did such an elegant and graceful couple raise a frisky monkey? Zhou Xiaoduo was chatting with Zhou Xiaoyan. Yesterday, Zhou Xiaoduo sneaked into Zhou Xiaoyan's room to chat in the middle of the night. He shamelessly refused to leave and even wanted to crawl under the covers. Therefore he was violently beaten out. Until now his eyes were still swollen. That's too cruel. Zhou Xiaoduo felt wronged as he covered his face with a hot towel. I just wanted to chat. I didn't want to do anything else. Chapter 719. Zhou Xiaoyan was still angry. Her face was cold. Like hell I'd believe you. Puppy, you're up to no good. No matter what, we're still engaged. Zhou Xiaoduo muttered, let's not talk about the mosaic, but isn't it normal to kiss, hug and touch each other? Now you won't even let me touch your hands, it's better than before. Zhou Xiaoduo felt wronged. He felt wronged. Zhou Xiaoyan was furious. I've watched you grow up, how can I not know this guy's temper? You can't let him go. You can't let him go. He's always been a pushover. He said he'd only touch her hands, but as long as you let him go, he'll slowly take his way to the last step. For this goal, he'll slowly spend days and nights with you without sleep. The only correct way to deal with it was to guard against it to the bitter end, and never change one's attitude and deal with the myriad of changes by sticking to the status quo. Zhou Xiaoduo pouted, I'll just touch your hands, just a touch. A touch. A touch. I'll just touch. That's enough. Zhou Xiaoyan's expression was cold. She crossed her arms and raised her chin, watching him act. Anyway, no matter what you ask for, there's only one word. No chance. Zhou Xiaoduo, who had been struggling for a long time, finally gave up. He rolled his eyes and said, Nian Nian cat. Your look-preserving pill. What did you call me? Zhou Xiaoyan's face suddenly became serious, and a layer of frost was scraped off. Sister Nian Nian. Zhou Xiao's face was sweet. Humph. Your look-preserving pill. You haven't eaten it yet, right? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. What? Zhou Xiaoyan obviously hadn't eaten it yet. She always felt that she wasn't at the most perfect stage, so how could she eat it so easily? That's good. Aren't we going to drink the Jiaoxiao Spirit Spring tonight? Zhou Xiaoduo said sneakily. The Spirit Spring is not ready yet. I need to consolidate it. Zhou Xiaoyan frowned. What was this brat trying to do? I have something good here. Zhou Xiaoduo took out his precious purified jade lotus. These flowers are so beautiful. Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. This is food. This thing is called purified jade lotus. Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled and leaned over. He lowered his voice and winked. I heard that if you eat this, you won't even stink when you poop. Bang. Zhou Xiaoduo was sent flying by the kick. Zhou Xiaoyan blushed and glared at Zhou Xiaoduo angrily. She lowered her voice and growled, Don't you feel guilty saying such things in front of such a beautiful fairy? I'm telling the truth, Zhou Xiaoduo cried out, feeling wronged. If you don't believe me, you can ask Mom and Dad. Zhou Xiaoyan held the flower and couldn't bear to put it down. Zhou Xiaoduo brought up the information about the purified jade lotus. Take a look. This purified jade lotus is suitable for unmarried women. After eating it, it cleanses the internal organs, translucent meridians, smooth skin and jade bones, untainted by the mortal world. For the rest of her life there will be no odor. For the rest of her life she will be clean and elegant. Her heart will be exquisite and full of agility. Her astral souls will be ice and fire, a perfect universe. Zhou Xiaoduo read it out loud and said, Do you think I'm lying to you? If it's not the best thing, why would I give it to you? Zhou Xiaoyan believed him. But she still couldn't bear to eat the purified jade lotus. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at her eagerly and urged, Eat it. You go out first. I'm not going out. I want to watch you eat it. I brought it to you. Don't I have the right to watch you eat it? Zhou Xiaoduo acted shamelessly. Zhou Xiaoyan stood up and grabbed Zhou Xiaoduo by the back of his neck. Then she threw him out of the room as if he was a puppy and locked the door. Who knew what kind of filth would be forced out of her body after eating this thing? This guy actually wanted to watch her eat it. He really didn't know what was good for him. I'm a pure and innocent little fairy. How could I let you watch me make a fool of myself? Zhou Xiaoduo pleaded outside the door. Let me in. Let me in. I want to take a look. Zhou Xiaoyan turned a deaf ear to his pleas. She made sure that the door was locked, closed the windows and drew the curtains to make sure that it was tight. Then she changed into a set of loose clothes. He poured out a large cup of spiritual water and carefully ate the purified jade lotus piece by piece. This thing was an irresistible temptation for women. Even Zhou Xiaoyan was no exception. After eating the whole purified jade lotus, Zhou Xiaoyan circulated her energy throughout her body. She cherished this precious medicinal power and spread it to every corner of her meridians. Every drop of it melted, leaving nothing behind. Of course, every part of her body had to be nourished. After this continued for an hour, she could clearly feel that all the pores on her body were oozing out tiny bits of something like sweat dripping out bit by bit. This process lasted for an hour. Zhou Xiaoyan only felt that her body was covered with a layer of cuticles. But her skin clearly felt smoother and tighter. Even some of the sweat pores that could be seen on her body had almost disappeared. In fact, they were still there, but they were almost invisible to the naked eye. The first thing she did was to rush into the bathroom and wash her body. She scrubbed every inch of her body carefully. After making sure that the layer of cuticles was completely removed, Zhou Xiaoyan touched her own skin. She couldn't help but feel that she couldn't take her hands off her own skin. That feeling was simply like the most expensive, warm, and delicate porcelain. Her hair was dripping with water. She walked naked to the mirror in the bathroom and looked at herself carefully. She was stunned by the beautiful woman in the mirror. Her face was slightly red and her skin was smooth and delicate. So beautiful. Zhou Xiaoyan instinctively judged that this moment was probably the most beautiful and youthful moment of her life. It was time to take the look-preserving pill. But she thought that it was still not safe. She called Wu Yuding and said, "Mom, come up." That voice was unprecedentedly sweet. Wu Yuding, who didn't know what was going on, hurried up. As soon as she went upstairs, she saw Zhou Xiaoduo sneakily sticking his ear to the crack of the door. His ear was almost stuck in the crack of the door. "Doggy." Wu Yuding was furious. "What are you doing?" Zhou Xiaoduo didn't say anything and disappeared with a whoosh. Wu Yuding sighed. This son, if he got married, it wouldn't be difficult for her and her husband to realize their dream of having 2 grandchildren in 3 years. If no one urged him, he would be able to stay in bed until he was old. After getting married, that she knocked on the door. "Nian, mom is here." Zhou Xiaoyan's voice came from inside. "Is Doggy still at the door?" "I chased him away." Zhou Xiaoyan was relieved. She put on a loose bathrobe and hurried to open the door. Then she invited her mother in and locked the door. "What's the matter?" "Mom, I think it's time to take the look-preserving pill." Zhou Xiaoyan looked shy. Wu Yuding was stunned. Zhou Xiaoyan was 21 years old this year. This was the most beautiful age for a woman. Everything was pure and natural. It wasn't the kind of appearance that one would maintain when one's cultivation reached a high level. At this time, it was the time for a lotus to emerge from the clear water. Most women with high cultivation had to use their vitality to adjust their bodies. "Do you think it's time?" Wu Yuding asked. "Yes, it's time." Zhou Xiaoyan rolled up the sleeves of her bathrobe and showed Wu Yuding her arms. So beautiful. Even though they were both women, Wu Yuding couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Her face was full of envy. This kind of skin was pure and natural. "What about the other parts?" Wu Yuding asked. "Take them all off. Let me see if there's anything imperfect. I'll be here to help you adjust it." Zhou Xiaoyan pulled her clothes and blushed. "Oh, all of them?" Wu Yuding laughed. "I'm your mother. What are you afraid of?" Zhou Xiaoyan pouted and said, "But you're also my mother-in-law. Now I feel like you're checking the goods for your son." Checking the goods. Wu Yuding was shocked by this word. She never thought that her daughter, who had always been reserved, would say such a thing. After thinking carefully, she couldn't help but laugh. Then she said, "Well, whether it's a mother checking her daughter's goods or a mother-in-law checking the goods for her son, I have to take a look, right? How can I know if it's really perfect if I don't take a look? Besides, didn't you ask me to come up here so that I can help you take a look and give you advice?" Zhou Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and snorted. She said proudly, "Fine, I'll take a look." Then she took off all of her clothes. Wu Yuding subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva when she caught sight of it. Her daughter's body was really the pinnacle of a woman's body. She didn't look like the plump type, nor was she the skinny type. She was perfect from top to bottom. Every part of her body was in the golden ratio. There were no flaws. When she stood in front of her, she was really the synonym of perfection. She couldn't find a single flaw. "It's already perfect. I'm so jealous, Nian." Wu Yuding sighed and praised, "Nian, your body. The only bad thing is that your waist is too thin. It makes your butt look big." Zhou Xiaoyan shyly covered her butt with the back of her hand and said, "Isn't this a good thing?" "For men it is." Wu Yuding swallowed the second half of her sentence and said, "Your chest is less than D, right? C+. It should be." Zhou Xiaoyan was a little distressed. She said, "That's why I want to use the look-preserving pill. If it grows any longer, it will be too big. Too much is as bad as not enough." Wu Yuding laughed and said, "Yes, I feel the same way." She thought for a moment. She had originally prepared something for another family banquet. She wanted to give it to her daughter so that she could use the look-preserving pill. However, on second thought, Zhou Xiaoyan's current state had already reached the pinnacle of beauty in the world. No matter how much she wanted to add flowers to brocade, it couldn't compare to the girl's mentality of, "I am the most beautiful person in my life." "Then take it." Wu Yuding gently rubbed her daughter's chest, causing Zhou Xiaoyan to scream. Then she smiled and said, "Okay, I've checked the goods for my son. It feels really good." Chapter 720. Zhou Xiaoyan pouted and threw herself into Wu Yuding's arms. Until Wu Yuding admitted that Zhou Xiaoduo was her son-in-law, she was the real one. She was just checking her daughter's body. She finally gave up with a red face. Then she took out the look-preserving pill and threw it into her mouth without any hesitation. In the next moment, a wave of dreamy, illusory yet real smoke quietly rose. Wu Yuding had the urge to sigh. She felt as if she had witnessed history. From now on, there might not be another woman as beautiful as Wuxiaonian in the whole world. Now she had her parents by her side. Her family was complete. She had just found a partner in love. She was in the best mood of a young girl. At this moment, Zhu Xiaonian could be said to have nothing more to ask for in this life. She was complete. Therefore this was the best time. At that time, when the war broke out and the Demon Alliance returned, the whole world would be in trouble. Her daughter's mood would not be as peaceful as it was now. It's really the best choice now, Wu Yuding said quietly. During lunch, Zhu Xiaonian changed into her white muslin dress again. She walked down the stairs gracefully. Her face was glowing. That kind of extreme beauty made Zhu Qianglu a little stunned. Is this the little brat that I raised with my feces and urine? Zhu Qianglu pretended to be shocked. At this moment, his emotions were half real and half fake. He was really amazed, but he was pretending to be teasing. That. Zhu Xiaonian pursed her lips coquettishly. Zhu Xiaoduo, on the other hand, was stunned. He sat there like a dumb goose, a long line of tears at the corner of his mouth. That the so-called drooling was probably nothing more than this. Damn it. Zhu Xiaonian was furious. Oh. Zhu Xiaoduo suddenly jumped up as if he had just woken up from a dream. The tears at the corner of his mouth drew a bright arc as he jumped up and fell to the dust. It was a pity that the three of them did not record it as a memento. Otherwise, it would be a dark history that would never be erased. Ha ha ha. After lunch, Zhu Qianglu moved a deck chair to the balcony on the third floor to read as usual. Wu Yuding took a nap on the other deck chair. At this moment, the two of them had let go of their worries and enjoyed the little peace and quiet that could be counted with one's fingers. He even looked very lazy. It was as if he had no more desires. Zhu Xiaoduo followed behind Zhu Xiaonian like a shadow. He tried his best to find a way to take advantage of her. Zhu Xiaonian was in a happy and beautiful mood. She did not care about him, but she did not let him touch her. She vividly acted out the saying that the best thing was not to have it. The two of them strolled on the lawn of the villa. Zhu Xiaonian walked fast and slow, while Zhu Xiaoduo followed behind her with a silly smile on his face. Occasionally he would jump and sway with each step. Grandma Sher was at the door, peeling a few cloves of garlic in her hands. She was the only one who had the fate to witness the scene. Under the sunshine, the tall and straight young man and girl were chasing each other, laughing and playing. Their whole body was bathed in the warm sunshine, overflowing with happiness and sweetness from inside out. God bless them for a lifetime of peace and joy. Bless this happiness and accompany them until they grow old, until eternity. Grandma Sher's face was full of benevolence. That's great. In the afternoon, Zhu Xiaonian said that she wanted to rest, so she directly shut Zhu Xiaoduo outside the door. After being unhappy for a while, Zhu Xiaoduo finally remembered the important matter. He quickly entered the Tower of Destruction to take a look. But once he entered, Zhu Xiaoduo was stunned. Is this still my Tower of Destruction? The entire space of the Tower of Emptiness was boundless at first glance. There was a huge mountain at the other end of the tower. It was lush and verdant, and above it, there was a small patch of blue sky that it made Zhu Xiaoduo feel that this space has transformed into a Xiao world. Xiaolong had just moved 1/3 of the earth vein back. He saw the changes of the Tower of Destruction earlier than Zhu Xiaoduo. He was somersaulting in the air excitedly. It seemed that such a change was a pleasant surprise for him. That's great, that's incredible. Boss, where did you get this good stuff from? Xiaolong was so excited that its dragon eyeballs were bouncing up and down outside of its eye sockets. It scurried in front of Zhu Xiaoduo and said, "Boss, you can do more of this. Do it 10 times, 8 times, 1,000 times. You're so happy." Zhu Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, "My whole family mobilized and worked together to extort half a tael. You can continue to mobilize and extort." Xiaolong flew up and down in high spirits and said, "Since the other party can give us half a tael, he must have more. It's best to get all of them. The more the better. We won't refuse anyone." This sentence is quite reasonable. Zhu Xiaoduo could not help but ponder. Kong Xiaodan should have more, right? But how could he get more? At least for a short period of time there should be no chance. Previously, it was his mother who opened her mouth and dug out half a tael. At that time he was already heartbroken. But at that time he did not know that this thing would be so helpful to the Tower of Destruction. Wait for me to find a chance to work harder. Kong Xiaodan probably suppressed his cultivation level like Bing Xiaobing. His real cultivation level is probably much higher than mine. But it doesn't matter. I'll work hard to cultivate. When I reach Huayun, I'll deal with him. Stop. Don't move. This is a robbery. Hand over the space soil. That's what Xiao Duo could not help but laugh wildly when he thought of the bright future. He did not know that Kong Xiaodan's real identity was Wich Dan Kong. Wich Dan Kong gave out half a tael of the space soil because he knew that Zhou Xiao Duo did not have the ability to open up the space by himself. This half a tael of the space soil could only be stored in the space ring to collect dust. It was impossible for him to use it. In fact, whether it was Wich Dan Kong or Wu Yuding, no one expected that Zhou Xiao Duo would have the Tower of Destruction. Moreover, it was a complete version of the Tower of Destruction that could change the flow of time. Combined with the space soil, it produced an amazing effect in an instant. The origin of the Tower of Destruction was to remember the blood feud created by Wich Dan Kong. However, the great Wich Dan Kong had perfected the Tower of Destruction without his knowledge. Who said that there was no fixed number of things. But this complicated relationship, whether it was Wich Dan Kong, Wu Yuding, or Zhou Xiao Duo, none of them knew everything. None of them knew everything. Zhou Xiao Duo admired the current state of the Tower of Destruction for a moment. Then he turned to Mr. Sun and used the fastest speed to put the Astral Soul's jade powder that filled the whole field into the Tower of Destruction. As the internal space of the Tower of Destruction increased, the demand for the Astral Soul's jade powder would only increase. It took him less than half an hour to bring it back. When he came back, Zhou Changlu asked Zhou Xiao Duo, "What did you do?" Zhou Xiao Duo was satisfied and told his father directly, "I went to collect some powder of the Astral Soul's jade powder after cultivation." "What's the use of that stuff?" Zhou Zhanglu humbly asked for advice. "It's for the space." Zhou Xiao Duo said, "The mountain in my space is made up of the Astral Soul's jade powder. Without a lot of Astral Soul's jade powder as nutrients, the space in my space would not be like this." Zhou Changlu followed his son into the Tower of Destruction again. He was also shocked by the transformation of the Tower of Destruction. "Your space has changed so much. Other than the effect of half a liter of space soil, are you sure it's the effect of the Astral Soul's jade powder?" "Yes. In fact, the first opportunity for the transformation of the Tower of Destruction was the Astral Soul's jade powder that I collected by chance. Of course, the main reason for the transformation now is not the Astral Soul's jade powder." Zhou Xiao Duo was not guarded against Zhou Changlu. He was afraid that his father would misunderstand. After thinking for a while, he told him everything, "Because the biggest difference in my space is that there's a luck dragon in my space. The transformation of the space, the rise and fall of the mountain, and so on are mostly caused by it." Luck dragon? Even with Zhou Changlu's transcendent state of mind, he began to stutter. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He knew about the so-called Dragon of Destiny, but this kind of thing had always only existed in legends. He had never heard of such a thing in reality. "You mean that the luck dragon moved the remnants of the dragon vein in here? And then it caused the current situation?" "Yes." After Zhou Changlu understood the whole story, he was silent for a long time. Then he returned to his room and made a phone call. "Yunduo, bring your spatial extermination pagoda and come over. Oh yes, send an order to all the states in the world to move all the powders of the Astral Soul's jade powder to Fenghai. This has to be done in secret. Don't let anyone know that I'm using it and don't let anyone know that you're using it. Just bring it over. Open up a large area outside the city to store the powders. Remember, it's the purest Astral Soul's jade powder. There can't be any impurities. Do it as soon as possible." "Yes." Bai Yunduo was confused when she received the order. However, the execution of the order was flawless. She started to act immediately. With one order, all the experts from S.H.I.E.L.D., the military and the Nine Heavens Pavilion moved at the same time. The more the better. The faster the better. There can't be any impurities mixed in. Send it to me in Fenghai by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. I want to see the first batch tomorrow morning. I want to see millions of tons of pure powder by tomorrow afternoon. Don't let anyone know that it's my request. Confidentiality level SSS. Those who leak it will be killed without mercy." With one order, the entire Yanwu Empire fell into a state of chaos. People were shouting and horses were shouting and dogs were jumping over walls. Many influential people in the various cities rushed out of their houses and issued orders as if their butts were on fire. All the space rings with large storage space were collected. Like a bomb, they rushed to all parts of the city, especially the various universities. Requesting monthly votes. Requesting recommendation votes. Chapter 721. Shangjing City. The experts from the top few levels of the Nine Heavens Pavilion were also on the move. In less than half an hour, there were already experts rushing toward Fenghai with a lot of space rings. An hour later there were also experts from all over the place. 3 hours later the second batch was also on the way. 6 hours later, the third batch set off with even more space rings. By midnight, there were 6 batches of experts on the way to Fenghai from all over the place. Those who came later stopped collecting space rings in remote areas because they could not make it in time. However, there were still batches of people setting off from areas that were relatively close to Fenghai. Bai Yun Duo left the Starry Mountain Range team and went to an open area thousands of miles away by herself. She directly took action and flattened a large area. Then she propped up a small canopy, which was enough to avoid most of the covetous and peeping eyes. Such a small matter was nothing to a mighty figure like her. As for the rest, they could only wait quietly and observe the changes in the situation. In the afternoon, Zhuoxiaoduo pulled Zhuoxiaoyan into the Tower of Annihilation. What is this place? Dog, this place is not bad. Zhuoxiaoyan praised. In order to defeat you, I have to put you into 365 different positions, so I specially opened up this space. How thoughtful, right? Zhuoxiaoduo laughed, his face full of mischief. Dog. Zhuoxiaoyan exploded on the spot. Come on, come and beat me up. Zhuoxiaoduo laughed heartily with unprecedented arrogance. He flipped over and swung his hand, taking out the 9-9 cat hammer. He assumed a majestic and heroic posture. Missing cat, I won't show you any mercy. Watch me use my 9-9 cat hammer to completely subdue you, missing cat. Zhuoxiaoyan gritted her teeth and rushed over. Little dog, I will beat you to death. Wait. Zhuoxiaoduo immediately stopped her. No problem, but let's make things clear first. What if you lose to me? What do you think? You will wear a cat-eared maid costume and dance for me with a cat tail. You don't dare. All right. No problem, it's a deal. But if you lose, you have to wear a dog-eared hat and you're not allowed to speak until midnight. Even if you want to speak, you can only bark. No problem. It's settled then. Zhuoxiaoduo laughed arrogantly. Nian cat, take my hammer. Get ready to dance. When Li Chenglong came back from school at dusk, he immediately saw Boss Zhuo wearing a dog-eared hat that he had bought at some point. One of his ears was standing straight while the other was drooping halfway down. His expression was unusually dejected, and his spirit was even more dispirited. His head drooped listlessly. It was an expression that would make people cry when they heard it. Boss, what are you doing? Li Chenglong almost burst out laughing. Wasn't this dog-eared hat a little too big? From afar it looked like a husky squatting there. Moreover, it was a husky that had lost a battle and was dejected. Woof woof woof. Zhuoxiaoduo barked. Li Chenglong's eyeballs almost popped out. What the fuck? Boss, are you doing performance art? Woof woof woof. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes were full of resentment. Ha 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 ha. Li Chenglong laughed so hard that he almost peed himself. Zhuoxiaoduo turned around and walked into the living room. Li Chenglong followed him as he stealthily took out his phone and prepared to record. Today, when he went to school, Li Chenglong suffered an unprecedented beating from the whole class. All the students of Class 1 who had been fooled were furious. Even Pai Yibao, who had restrained his aura and was becoming less and less noticeable, was furious and rushed up to beat him up. You cheated us of our red packets and turned off your phone? Ah! With Meng Zhangjun and Xiang Chong in the lead, all of them charged forward with the momentum of a battlefield, pressing down on Li Chenglong without any regard for their own safety. This beating was really enough to make the sky change color and the sun and moon dim. The most direct result of this was that Li Chenglong was lying in the long-awaited nourishment cabin. At the same time, Li Chenglong was still in a state of shock until the afternoon. Even his legs were trembling. Zhuo had the ability to suppress the whole class by himself. What a great ability. But I don't think I have it yet. It's too early to be reckless that this was Li Chenglong's realization after being beaten up. However, when Zhuoxiaoyan came out, Li Chenglong, who had already seen her once last night, was shocked again. The thought of taking a picture was thrown away in an instant. Such a beauty, how could a picture capture her charm? Moreover, it was blasphemy to a beauty. Little brother, you must be Li Chenglong. Zhuoxiaoyan had seen Li Chenglong before, but they had only met face to face, and they had not seen each other in their original appearance. He did not want to expose Li Chenglong at this moment, or he would have to spend more time explaining. Yes, yes. Li Chenglong stuttered. I'm too nervous. I saw a fairy today. He hurriedly turned to Zhuo Xiaoduo, meaning, introduce her to me. Woof 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 woof. Zhuo Xiaoduo glared at him. Li Chenglong was stunned. All right. I've removed your ban. Zhuo Xiaoyan laughed so hard that she held her stomach. Woof woof woof. Zhuo Xiaoduo was not going to let it go. A real man must be willing to accept his loss. I must bark until midnight. Actually, what he was most worried about was that it might not be a good thing for his ban to be lifted so easily. What if Nian Nian Cat lost in the future and went back on her word? Therefore, Zhuo Xiaoduo would never agree to cancel this agreement even if he was beaten to death. Woof woof woof. Zhuo Xiaoduo grimaced. Nian Nian Cat, I must make you dance for me. I must see you dance in a cat-eared maid costume. I'm willing to bark like a dog for a day, so what? How can I give you a reason to go back on your word? You're underestimating your husband. What if one day I win and you say, you've lost so many times before, how many times have you really completed the bet? Then I'll give you the answer. Won't I be dumbfounded on the spot? This has been my greatest wish for so many years. Zhuo Xiaoyan was smart enough to understand instantly. This bastard, he doesn't want to give me a chance to go back on my word? Isn't he sure that I'll be able to subdue him? She was so angry that she twisted her body and ignored him. Qinglong, sit down. We'll eat in a while. Invite Grandma Sher over and let's eat together, Wu Yuding said. Okay. Li Qinglong ran out like a puff of smoke. He stayed in the room for a while, but he felt so nervous that he could die. He couldn't stay calm under such a peerless beauty. Even if I'm the Iron Order's leader. I'm not blind. At night, the six of them had a meal together. Zhuo Xiaoduo was still barking, so he tried not to talk and buried his head in the food. Wu Yuding introduced solemnly, Sister-in-law Sher, this is Xiaoduo's wife. Do you like her? Grandma Sher didn't care whether Wu Yuding called her sister-in-law or something else. She didn't know how much he had taken advantage of her. She smiled warmly and said with satisfaction, very good. Very satisfied. Very satisfied. 3 veries in a row showed that Grandma Sher was in a good mood and was happy to see it happen. Zhuo Xiaoyan lowered her head shyly. This was the first time she was introduced as Xiaoduo's wife. Her mood was very strange and she stole glances at Zhuo Xiaoduo from time to time. Zhuo Xiaoduo was looking up at her. When he saw Zhuo Xiaoyan looking at him, he said with a puzzled expression, woof woof woof. Li Chenglong and Zhuo Xiaoduo both had vegetable soup on their faces. Grandma Sher couldn't help but spit on Li Chenglong's face. Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't waste any of her saliva on Zhuo Xiaoduo's face. What's wrong? Cough cough cough. Grandma Sher couldn't help but choke. We made a bet that we would win if we fought. If he lost, he would bark like a dog until midnight. Zhuo Xiaoyan smiled. Now you know whether he won or lost. Ha 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 ha. Li Chenglong secretly aimed his phone at Zhuo Xiaoduo. Although he was embarrassed to take a picture of Zhuo Xiaoyan, he didn't feel guilty about taking a picture of Zhuo. This kind of dark history of Zhuo was not common, especially when it was an exclusive punishment. How could he not take a picture of it? Zhuo Xiaoduo was glaring at Zhuo Xiaoyan, so he didn't notice the swelling. Class monitor Zhuo, when you went to class today, everyone asked when you were going to school. Woof 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 woof. Zhuo Xiaoduo winked and gestured. I'll go tomorrow. Don't ask, I can't talk now. Class monitor Zhuo, Mr. Wen said he has something to talk to you about. I don't know what it is. Why don't you give him a call later? Woof woof woof. Woof woof. Class monitor Zhuo, what are you doing? Woof woof. Oh whoa. Zhuo Xiaoduo bit over. This guy obviously had an ulterior motive. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't see that Li Chenglong had taken out his phone and was typing on it. Even though Zhuo Xiaoduo was quick to grab it, the video had already been sent out. It was a foregone conclusion. When he took it back, the target group was silent for a few seconds. Then there was a series of ha ha ha. Zhuo Xiaoduo quickly clicked delete, trying to salvage the situation. How could he not know? It was already too late. There were at least 20 people who saw Li Chenglong's account click delete, and immediately sent their saved videos to the group. Therefore, the whole group was filled with woof 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 woof. Class monitor Zhuo was imitating a dog's bark. After a while, Yu Yan sent a voice message. Don't send any more. My stomach is cramping. For a moment, the group was filled with countless voices and laughter. It was like a sea of joy. Even the homeroom teacher when Xingtian stood out and said, "This bark is very authentic." Naturally, everyone became more and more cheerful. Woof woof. Zhuo Duo was mad. He took a sip of wine and wrote on the table, "Let's spar tonight. I'll help you consolidate your realm. Let's spar through the night." Li Qinglong said indifferently and pretentiously, "Sorry, I have an appointment tonight." Chapter 722. Who did you invite? It's not me. It's Yang Chong. I don't know what's wrong with his brain, but he wants to challenge me. He wants to ask the experts of the Xiang family to beat me up. Li Qinglong chuckled. Let's meet at 11 o'clock tonight at the school's sports field. When I come back victorious, I'll spar with you. We can spar through the night, but it seems like we haven't done so in a long time. Then it's settled. At 12 o'clock that night, Li Qinglong was beaten up until his face was swollen and he was thrown back by Xiang Chong. This time I'll beat you until you're not enlightened. Xiang Chong left angrily after saying that. In the afternoon, Xiang Chong couldn't bear it any longer, so he asked Li Qinglong to spar with him. In the end he was beaten up by Li Qinglong. Xiang Chong was about to go crazy from anger. You're so unromantic. So he told his family and asked Li Qinglong to spar with him without telling his sister. Beat him up. To the Xiang family he's not enlightened? Easy, beat him up. So tonight they sent out their elders and experts to beat Li Qinglong until he was dizzy. To the Xiang family, they didn't consider whether this would have a negative effect, that they couldn't say anything else. They couldn't say that their daughter has taken a liking to you, so tell me if you're okay with it. That would be so embarrassing. The Xiang family definitely wouldn't do such a thing. According to the style of the overlord family, they would just beat him up a few more times and he would be enlightened. If he still wasn't enlightened, they could only advise their daughter to be more open-minded. Don't hang yourself on a tree. Our Xiang family wouldn't do something like kidnapping someone to be their son-in-law. Li Qinglong was lying on the sofa with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He tried his best to open his panda eyes and look at Zhuo Duo. This is a bit strange. Xiang Chong is such a bastard. He actually sent a senior master to beat me up. This is too much. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. You really can't judge a book by its cover. After hearing Xiang Chong's words, Zhuo Duo, who already understood everything, suddenly felt that this beating was too light. It was already past 12 o'clock, and the agreement was over. Zhuo Duo, who had the right to speak again, sighed and said, "That's right. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Xiang Chong is really unreasonable. Swollen, this cannot be tolerated. If it were me, I would not be able to take this lying down. A fight is a fight, but why should they send their elders to beat us up? This is not just too much, it's simply too much. I didn't expect Xiang Chong, who looks like a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, to do such a thing." Li Qinglong, who was provoked, became angrier and angrier. He said, "You think so too, right? This is really too much. I support you in this matter. We can't just let it go. We must seek justice. But it's not fun to just beat up Xiang Chong. Doesn't the Xiang family still have Xiang Bing in our class? You can beat her up tomorrow." Zhuo Duo, who was filled with righteous indignation, came up with a bad idea. They beat you up, so you beat up their daughter. An eye for an eye. It's better than beating up Xiang Chong directly. Li Qinglong hesitated. That's not very good, right? TSK. You're talking as if you haven't been beaten up before. Zhuo Duo looked at him with disdain. Li Qinglong thought for a while. That's right. Now it's a habit to beat up Xiang Bing when eating and sleeping. I haven't beaten her for a few days, but now she's beaten by the Xiang family. Is it because I haven't beaten Xiang Bing these days? Seeing Li Qinglong cover his eyes and ponder, Zhuo Duo laughed evilly. He tiptoed upstairs and didn't say anything more. If he said too much, the sect leader might come to his senses. Based on his understanding of Xiang Bing, Zhuo Duo guessed that the day when the sect master would be forcefully pushed forward was not far away. That girl wasn't a patient person. Now it's about time. Xiang Bing definitely didn't know that Xiang Chong was beaten up tonight, but she wouldn't do such a thing. Once she knew, she would feel more threatened. She would probably take action immediately. Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, this is the best I can do as the matchmaker. You don't have to thank me. Zhuo Duo guessed mischievously. What would Xiang Bing do? At that time, would Li Qinglong come crying to me and say that he was ruined? As soon as Zhuo Duo went upstairs, he was caught by Wu Yuding. What's going on? I heard you instigating people to fight, and it's with a girl. You're so mean. No one knows a son better than his mother. Wu Yuding knew Zhou Xiaoduo's bad temper very well. In fact, when Zhou Xiaoduo was 5 or 6 years old, he was beaten up by other kids. When he came back he said to Zhou Xiaoyan, "Sister, that guy scolded you so badly." When he instigated Zhou Xiaoyan to beat someone up, Wu Yuding knew that she had given birth to a weirdo. If it were other kids they would say, "Sister, who beat me up? Wu, go and avenge me." But her child could say, "He scolded you." He did not mention anything about being beaten up. Zhou Xiaoduo was happy. He leaned close to Wu Yuding's ear and explained the whole story in a low voice. He was not being mean. He was facilitating this beautiful thing. At most he would just watch a few more scenes. This child. Wu Yuding shook her head. This guy likes Yangbing too. It's just that he doesn't know it yet. Children are all like this. A little boy likes a little girl so he bullies her. Wu Yuding sighed. Li Chenglong's IQ has reached a level that ordinary old monsters can't reach. But his EQ is still at the level of a 6-year-old. He's a good man, much better than you. Zhou Xiaoduo felt wronged. Mom, your words hurt me too much. Look at how loyal I am. I've liked Nian Nian Cat since I was 4 or 5 years old. I still like Nian Nian Cat even now. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and left. You're really promising. In the morning, Li Chenglong went to school alone. Zhou Xiaoduo still did not go. He still had a lot of holidays to go. At this moment he was dressing himself up. He made himself look heroic and handsome. His face was full of righteousness and confidence. Then he went out with Zhou Xiaoyan. This day was the big day that Zhou Xiaoduo dreamed of. Taking his wife to the Hidden Dragon High School. Announcing to everyone that this is my wife. One day I'll hold Nian Nian Cat's hand and tell everyone that this is my wife. This goal was going to be realized today. Zhou Xiaoduo was in high spirits. He was in the mood to write a poem. Taking a walk with a cat in the Hidden Dragon High School, welcomed by a wave of praise. Come envy, jealousy and hate, I'll only humph proudly. Good poem, good poem. It's really suitable for the occasion. Today Zhou Xiaoduo walked as if he was floating. It was as if he had a piece of honey in his mouth. It was so sweet that it reached his heart. His mouth was on his ear all the way. Zhou Xiaoyan was helpless. But this guy came early in the morning to beg, so she had to agree. There will be many occasions like this in the future. I have to get used to it first. Zhou Xiaoyan thought. Besides, once they confirmed their relationship and announced it, those who had designs on her would shrink back. It would also save her a lot of trouble. So, although she was shy and nervous, she still followed Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhuo is bringing his wife to school today. Ever since Li Chenglong said those words in the morning, the whole class didn't split up. Everyone gathered together and waited to see what would happen. Among them, a few of the female students who were interested in Zhou Xiaoduo and were quite confident in their looks even dressed up secretly. I heard that class monitor Zhuo's wife was also from Phoenix City. It's a small border town. She's just a country girl. How pretty can she be? I'm going to let Zhou Dabin know that his girlfriend pales in comparison to me. He'll see how good I am later. Otherwise, although this guy's EQ is not low, his performance is better than the leaders. Even when Xingtian was curious about Zhou Xiaoduo's wife. What kind of girl could make that bastard keep his chastity like jade? In school he didn't even hold the hands of his female classmates. He didn't do anything except disfigure them with a punch and collapse their breasts. I'm so curious. Yi Changqing, Xiang Quangren, Lu Yichuan, Qing Gaiying and Vice Principal Gao were also strolling around Class 1. The 5 old men all had their hands behind their backs. They strolled from one side to the office building. When they were about to reach the other side they strolled back. Then they went to the school gate for an inspection before walking back to Class 1. You must take a good look. Don't just pick a random girl, Xiang Quangren said to Yi Changqing. Okay. Yi Changqing nodded. If they're too bad, we have many young and beautiful girls in the Xiang family. Xiang Quangren continued, all of them have big breasts and big butts. They're tall and strong. They can definitely give birth to sons. If you're not satisfied with them, I'll ask them to use honey traps. Vice Principal Cheng sneered, that's not called honey traps in your Xiang family. Xiang Quangren was stunned. If it's not called honey traps, then what is it called? Qing Gaiying smiled mockingly, it's called honey traps in other families, but in your Xiang family, it's called forcing yourself on her. Yi Changqing and Lu Yichuan both spat and coughed at the same time. These 2 old fellows simply had no moral integrity today. Among all the students in Class 1, one asked for leave. He said he was going to the bathroom, but he was actually going to the school gate to take a look. Then he came back with a relaxed look on his face. He was not there yet. Then a few minutes later, someone went to the bathroom again. After 7 or 8 people did this in a row, when Xingtian, who had already seen through the truth, sighed helplessly. There's no class today. I'm going to study by myself. You can do whatever you want. After saying that, when Xingtian pulled out a chair and sat at the door, everyone had the same thought. I'm also very curious. If you're not even in the mood to teach, how can you not study by yourself? Is she beautiful? Many people threw this question to the only person in the know, Li Chenglong. Have you seen a fairy before? Li Chenglong asked. They all shook their heads. She's prettier than a fairy. Li Chenglong raised his head and said the words from the bottom of his heart. You've seen a fairy? Xiang Bing immediately felt uncomfortable. Oh. Then why do you say that? That's what I think. It's a one-sided opinion. What does it have to do with you? Haha, look at you. It's as if she's your wife. Xiang Bing looked at him from the corner of her eyes. Take a piss and look at yourself. Stop dreaming. That's Wuxiao's wife. She's someone else's wife. Are you thinking about her? I'm not dreaming and I'm not thinking about her. Li Chenglong glared and said, besides, what does it have to do with you whether I'm thinking about her or not? Do you want to prick me? Do you think I won't beat you up? Xiang Bing's eyes reddened. She puffed out her chest and stepped forward. Don't you dare. I don't dare? Li Chenglong grinned. He rubbed his palms and stood up, ready to punch his chest. Xiang Chong gritted his teeth. Meng Zhangjuan's face was also twisted. Aren't you afraid that your son won't be able to eat after you punch him? At this moment. They're coming. They're coming. Hao Han, who had only half of his head out to investigate in the corner, suddenly shrank back and raised his arms. Boom. Everyone ran out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they saw Wuxiao Duo floating over in high spirits from the direction of the school's gate, as if he was floating that he couldn't control his smug smile. He cupped his hands in salute to everyone he saw. Ha, my wife, this is my wife. He laughed so hard that his eyes couldn't be seen. Chapter 723. The students of Class 1 were speechless. They wished they could all shrink back. Looking at this guy's face, they were ashamed to be in the same company as him. When Xingtian silently facepalmed. I didn't teach him. Ha ha. My wife, this is my wife. Wuxiao Duo proudly cupped his hands towards Yi Changqing. He couldn't help but stretch his hands out as he thought, seems like I can give him a greeting gift? Yi Changqing was speechless as he led the 3 vice principals away. This guy isn't a student of our Hidden Dragon High School. This is too embarrassing. But this girl is really too beautiful. The vice principals sighed. All the girls in the Hidden Dragon High School were hopeless. It was the same for those from their own clans. Even if they looked at the whole world, there were probably not many who could compare to her. Only Xiang Quangren was still confident. In the end, she's not as strong as my girl. What's the use of just being beautiful, having a good figure, and having a good temperament? My family's buttocks are big enough to give birth to sons. The vice principals were speechless as they distanced themselves from Xiang Quangren. Blind man. I won't walk with you. I'm ashamed to be in the same company as this guy. Under the morning sun, Zhu Xiaoyan was half a step behind Wuxiao Duo. Bathed in the morning sun, she slowly walked over. At this moment, her beauty was breathtaking. It was so beautiful that it dazzled people. All the students of Class 1 of the Hidden Dragon High School, even after many years, could not forget this scene. Many students said that they had only seen a fairy once in their lives, but they had no regrets. It was unforgettable. This is the time. Wuxiao Duo was in high spirits. His whole body was surrounded by an aura that said, I will climb to the top and look down on all the other mountains. He looked at his classmates from the corner of his eyes with disdain. His eyes clearly said, you are all trash. Only I have such a beautiful and outstanding wife. However, he still had to pretend to be humble and low-key. He cupped his hands and laughed. Ha! This is my wife. And ha! For short, my wife, ha! She's just an ordinary person. I've made a fool of myself in front of everyone. Her looks are ordinary, very ordinary, ha! All the female students' faces darkened. What should we do if she's still average? Were all of them ugly? No, this is what a normal person looks like. We aren't even qualified to be called ugly. We have to be ugly. Ah, Meng Zhangjun. Wuxiao Duo pulled a long face. What are you staring at? Then he laughed. Zhangjun, the wife you find in the future will definitely be prettier. Ha ha ha. Meng Zhangjuan's face twitched. I want to beat you to death. Ha ha, Hao Han, come here. Call her sister-in-law. Behave, don't look around. I see egg. I see egg, little worm, ha ha, you too. You Yenner. Why, you're a girl. Why are you staring? Calm down, calm down. Ah. Students, calm down. Calm down, do you understand? Why can't you be calm? Aren't you afraid that Ms. Wen will punish you? Pai Bao, go away. Alright, where's Ms. Wen? Where's Ms. Wen? Ha. Ms. Wen, this is my wife. This is my wife. Wen Xingtian sighed helplessly. Can you be any more despicable? All the male students were extremely sad. How could this bastard be so lucky that such a fairy would fall for him? How can this be? Oh heavens, oh earth, oh gods, why don't you open your eyes and kill this bastard with a bolt from the blue? Zhou Xiaoyan looked at Zhou Xiaoduo's smug face. She felt that his heart was bursting with happiness and satisfaction. For the first time she did not interrupt him. This is all because of me. Zhou Xiaoyan felt a little embarrassed, but at the same time she felt sweet inside. How can I stop my man at this moment? When she heard the words Ms. Wen, she twisted Zhou Xiaoduo's waist. Hiss. Zhou Xiaoduo's face suddenly became distorted. Zhou Xiaoyan took a step forward and bowed gracefully. Hello, Ms. Wen. Hello, everyone. Hello, sister-in-law. Before Wen Xingtian could reply, the group of single dogs had already replied in unison. They were very enthusiastic. Wen Xingtian's reply was directly drowned in a sea of cheers. Cough, cough, cough. Wen Xingtian coughed severely. The students immediately became obedient. Everyone welcome. Wen Xingtian turned to Zhou Xiaoduo as he spoke. What's your wife's name? Nian Nian. Zhou Xiaoduo whispered. Nian Nian? Wen Xingtian was a little confused. What's her surname? It doesn't matter what her surname is. Zhou Xiaoduo was a little anxious. It's not a household registration check. Ms. Wen, did you change your profession to a household registration police officer? Wen Xingtian was speechless. I didn't change my profession to a household registration police officer. I want to change my profession to an assassin. My first goal is to kill you, you little bastard. Of course, Zhou Xiaoduo would not say what his surname was. If he did, it would definitely lead to countless follow-up questions. Wouldn't that be causing trouble for himself? Everyone, this is my wife, Nian Nian. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was solemn. Haha, I can't introduce more details. Haha, you can just call her sister-in-law. A few female students rushed up under Xiang Bing's lead. They directly squeezed Zhou Xiaoduo to the side and held Zhou Xiaoyan's hand affectionately. Zhou Xiaoyan smiled gently. I heard Xiaoduo mention a few times that he has a group of very cute classmates. He said that he must introduce them to me. Now that I see them, they're really good. They're all geniuses. The female students laughed dryly and were speechless for a long time. Even if you beat Zhou Xiaoduo to death, they wouldn't believe that he would say such a thing. It was too fake. Sister Nian Nian. Let's talk over there. As the female student spoke, Zhou Xiaoyan laughed so hard that she couldn't open her eyes. If she had known earlier, the dog wouldn't have been so obedient in school. So Xiaoduo is so lively in school. Zhou Xiaoyan laughed like the bright moon. But when the female students heard this, they immediately shut up. You call this lively? Indeed, birds of the same feather flocked together. Zhou Xiaoyan accompanied Zhou Xiaoduo to walk around the school. Because of Zhou Xiaoduo, she gained the envy and jealousy of the entire school. Then she chatted with everyone in Class 1 for a while. Then, under Wen Xingtian's suggestion, she sparred with the students of Class 1 that the entire class except for Zhou Xiaoduo went up together and ended the battle in 3 seconds. This result made everyone even more envious and jealous. Not only was she beautiful, but her cultivation was also so high. She was also a peerless genius. It seemed that even Zhou wasn't her opponent. When they thought of this, the entire class suddenly felt a little better. So this bitch was just a punching bag at home. He couldn't even beat his own wife. Comforted. Suddenly their thoughts were clear. Zhou Xiaoyan chatted with everyone for a while. Then she happily had a meal in the cafeteria of Hidden Dragon High School. Then, accompanied by a smug Zhou Xiaoduo, she left Hidden Dragon High School. However, when they left, Zhou Xiaoduo deliberately walked past Xiang Bing. He smiled meaningfully at Xiang Bing and said telepathically, "After today, if you don't make your move, there won't be any left." Laughing, he swaggered off. Xiang Bing was stunned. The moment Zhou Xiaoduo left. After that, everyone who had seen Zhou Xiaoyan at Hidden Dragon High School, especially the students, exploded. Many people lamented, in this lifetime, I probably won't be able to find a wife. After seeing such a fairy, how can those ordinary girls still be pleasing to my eyes? All of the students who said that were the cause of disaster. Really. All the female students of the Hidden Dragon High School completely ignored this group of people. Well, you're right. We're all ordinary girls. We're not good enough for you. You'll just be single. The atmosphere in Class 1 was even more lively. So beautiful. Many male students had yearning looks on their faces. She's beautiful, but she seems a little cold. That's right. Although this sister-in-law is very gentle and generous, and her words are also very warm, I just feel that her personality is quite cold. It's a kind of coldness that comes from her bones. Or should I say? But she's also really beautiful. She's also beautiful to the bones. I'm envious, jealous, and hateful. Xiang Bing's face was full of envy. Look at how well Zhuo treats his wife. Zhuo is handsome and confident. He's a young genius with peerless talent, and his cultivation is the best in the world. But such an outstanding person for his wife still keeps his chastity like jade in the Hidden Dragon High School, which is full of beauties. This is a good man. In the future you're not allowed to call him a bitch. If anyone does, I'll get angry with them. All the students felt that something was wrong. These words. Why did it sound so wrong? In the past, Xiang Bing, didn't you scold Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong 7 or 8 times a day? How come now? In your mouth they're so outstanding? You're not allowed to call Zhuo Xiaoduo a bitch. Doesn't your conscience hurt when you praise him like this? When did you betray him? Don't tell me you haven't had enough of fighting with him every day? However, it was obvious that Xiang Bing had taken a liking to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Her words were filled with envy, jealousy, and admiration, but there was no adoration. Many of the boys thought to themselves, if I had such a beautiful wife, I would definitely keep my chastity outside. No. Bah. We're all single dogs now. How are we not keeping our chastity? Xiang Bing glanced at one of the sect leaders and sighed. Zhuo didn't hesitate to act like a bitch so that he doesn't get involved with other girls. This is to avoid getting into a relationship. Such true love is really touching. This is self-deprecation, do you understand? What a noble sentiment. Li Chenglong agreed and said, Bing Dan'er is right. Boss Zhuo is really good to his wife. Although it's a bit of an exaggeration to say that he's self-deprecating, it's true. Xiang Bing pouted even harder. However, there are many weirdos among our classmates. They look fat and smart, but they're actually as stupid as pigs. They don't know anything, but they call themselves wise. Li Chenglong laughed and rocked back and forth. Well said, Bing Dan, or well said. Meng Zhongjun, you're so arrogant every day. See, you've been criticized? Ah. Black lines appeared on the foreheads of the entire class. Was Xiang Bing talking about Meng Zhongjun? Do you, Li Chenglong, really have no idea who I'm talking about? Xiang Bing also choked and sat down sullenly. Her expression kept changing as she thought about Zhuo Xiaoduo's words. One moment she was gritting her teeth, the next her face was dark. After a while, as everyone was discussing in low voices, Xiang Bing suddenly stood up and pointed at Li Chenglong fiercely. She shouted, Li Chenglong, don't leave after school if you have the guts. Chapter 724. Li Chenglong was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. You think I'm afraid of you? Fine. I'll wait for you after school. Xiang Bing bit her lips and hesitated for a moment. Her face turned red, but she made up her mind and strode out. She was gone in an instant. Meng Zhongjuan's eyebrows twitched. He looked at the direction where Xiang Bing left and then looked at Li Chenglong. Looks like something's going to happen. Yu Yan'er and Zhen Piapiao were deep in thought. Was this a fight? Xiang Bing would definitely not be able to defeat Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong knew that. Everyone knew that. Even Xiang Bing herself knew that. However, Xiang Bing still had to say and do this. What was she trying to do? After thinking for a while, the two girls suddenly blushed. Was Xiang Bing going to? Meng Zhongjun came over to discuss. You're both girls. Guess what Xiang Bing is trying to do? The two girls shook their heads in unison. I don't know. You don't know? Meng Zhongjun did not believe it. Do you think I'm blind? I clearly saw the two of you blushing. How could I not know? He frowned and thought hard. Xiang Bing is no match for Li Chenglong. There's no point in asking for a fight. If someone else were to fight Li Chenglong, Xiang Bing might not be willing. Xiang Bing is a girl who dares to love and hate. Now that she's met such an idiot, I guess she's going to cut the Gordian knot? Meng Zhangjun frowned. I think it's very likely. After school, when we're all gone, Xiang Bing will take the initiative to confess to Li Chenglong? TSK. I'll have to stay and hide. If my prediction is right, it'll be a historical moment. Zhen Piapiao and Yu Yena rolled their eyes. Li Chenglong said that you're a wise man. Do you really think you're a wise man? Li Chenglong was asking Xiang Chong, there won't be anyone else from your family, right? Xiang Chong glared at him. If we want to deal with you, our family only needs Bing Dan. Ha ha. Stop bragging. How dare you say such big words that even you don't believe? Li Chenglong laughed heartily. I said, deal with me? Ah. That's because your Xiang clan hasn't realized how powerful this sect master is. This sect master will hold her down and beat her up however I want. Today's incident at the Hidden Dragon High School had caused a tsunami on the internet. I'm surprised to see a fairy. A fairy has descended to the mortal world. Shocking. Why was an 80-year-old woman's corpse lying on the street? Why were a bunch of old sows screaming in the middle of the night? Why did the Hidden Dragon High School boys lose sleep all night? The reason is actually, in the past, other people would say that she's a peerless beauty, a fairy that descended to the mortal world. I've never believed it, but today I believe it. I feel like I've fallen out of love. A photo spread like wildfire on the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School website. Yes, there was only one. Moreover, the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School's website had already been deleted. But there was still one photo that spread out. It was probably saved by someone the moment it was uploaded, and then it was reposted. In the photo, the sky, the earth, and the brilliant sunshine were all reduced to the background. In the center was a young man and a young woman. The man was handsome and confident. His figure was tall and handsome. The woman was a peerless beauty, a proper fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Especially the woman, she was so beautiful that everyone who saw her felt their hearts stop beating immediately. Below, a large group of people were shouting, Sword King. This is Sword King. It's Sword King and his wife. So beautiful. So beautiful. Faced with such a peerless beauty, these lawless netizens even felt that they couldn't type out any blasphemous words. The overwhelming comments were all, so beautiful. Finally, Nine Heavens Pavilion. Something big happened. The civet went out this time to go on a blind date. This young man's looks are not bad. From the perspective of human appearance alone, he's barely worthy of spiritual thoughts. Compared to other people, the moment the boss of Nine Heavens Pavilion saw this photo, he only felt that the sky had darkened. His heart was cold. Such a thing actually happened. Looking at the lovey-dovey look in the photo. This is bad, this is bad. These few days, I've been busy with the secret mission sent by the higher-ups and actually neglected the important role that Chief Nan arranged for me. She was actually taken away by someone. What should I do about this? I immediately sent a message. Minister, something happened to the civet? The reply was almost instantaneous. What happened? The civet went out this time to go on a date, and it seems that there's already substantial progress. After waiting for 2 seconds, there was no reply. Then the phone started ringing as if it was about to die. The phone was picked up. Minister, do you want to die? A completely hysterical roar came from the other side of the phone. I asked you to keep an eye on her, and this is what you saw? Why aren't you dead yet? Go and die later. What's the use if you don't die? His head was full of sweat and it flowed down with a whoosh. I've been too busy these few days, and the higher-ups suddenly sent me a secret mission in these few days. I didn't know that this would happen. Then what the hell do you know? What kind of bullshit secret mission is comparable to my people? On the other side of the phone, Chief Nan's voice was earth-shattering. You're fucking neglecting your duties and abusing your power for personal gain. You. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. The last sentence was actually filled with grief and indignation. The boss of the Nine Heavens Pavilion was instantly shocked. He didn't know that during this period of time, Chief Nan, who was in a high position, had almost become a frightened bird. He was tricked by Yu Dongtian, and fought with the Wu people time and time again. But in the end he still couldn't get rid of that family. Now that that family was involved again, it would be strange if he was in a good mood. What the hell is going on? Chief Nan was really helpless. This time he might really be done for. Because of his son he was still on the blacklist, and now something happened to his daughter. This was driving him to death. It's like this. Civet asked for leave in the morning. And then... Chief Nan's voice was a bit relaxed and doubtful. Hidden Dragon Master? Yes. What's that guy's name? I heard that his name is Swixiao Duo. Chief Nan heaved a long sigh of relief on the phone. His voice became steady and elegant. So I look at you. How big is this matter? As the supreme leader of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, can't you be more steady? It's as if the sky is falling down. You've been in a high position for so many years, where's your bearing? Where's your composure? Why didn't you practice it at all? Ah? Chief, this is... Seriously, I thought something bad had happened. Isn't it just two young people dating? They're both willing and innocent. They're a perfect match, a match made in heaven. What's there to doubt? Chief Nan's voice was relaxed. Don't be so alarmed next time. Isn't it good to do your job properly? Alright, go to your work. Isn't it normal for young people to fall in love? But? What buts? Do you still have other thoughts? No. Then why aren't you hanging up? Calling over such a small matter, do you think I, the chief, am very free? Beep beep. The call was hung up. The chief wiped the cold sweat on his head and thought carefully. He seemed to have understood something. But it also seemed like he didn't understand anything. He just had to say something in his heart. What do you mean by calling over such a small matter? You're the one who called me, okay? Alright, as long as you're fine. You scared me so much that I'm sweating. This scolding is really unjust. In the afternoon, school was over. Other than Xiang Bing and Zhuoxiao Duo who weren't present, the other students of Class 1 didn't leave. Even those who were beaten black and blue didn't go to the recovery pod. They couldn't leave. They had to watch this show before leaving. Maybe it was really a historical moment. Li Chenglong didn't care about this. Everyone watching? What's the big deal? It'll show off my wise and mighty image. I, Li Chenglong, will use my iron fist to suppress all those who don't agree. Bing Danner is really bold today. She actually dares to challenge me. At dusk, as everyone waited with bated breath, Xiang Bing arrived at the school in a red dress and entered the class. Red shirt, red skirt, and red leather boots. His entire body was like a ball of fire, burning all the way to the campus, leaving behind a gorgeous scenery. It could be seen that Xiang Bing had dressed up very carefully before coming here. Her height was more than 1.8 meters, but it was well proportioned and balanced. It didn't make people feel that she was tall or strong. They only felt that this woman was very beautiful and outstanding. She was natural and graceful and had a different kind of flavor. It was a kind of valiant and heroic. The kind of beauty that belonged to a woman. She was full of heroic spirit. Xiang Bing didn't expect that at this time, no one in the class had left. The moment she pushed the door open and entered, she was stunned at the door. Her pretty face instantly turned red. Meng Zhangjun, Hao Han, Jia Kuang, and the others roared desperately. The other male students cheered at the same time as if they were on steroids. Only Xiang Chong didn't move from his seat. He looked at his sister walking in without hesitation. His eyes flashed with deep blessings, but there was also a hint of reluctance. His sister was going to choose the path of her life today. At this point, Xiang Bing would never turn back. Even if the other party was a piece of steel. Facing Xiang Bing's red dress, no matter how slow Li Chenglong was, he seemed to understand something. Yu Yin'er and Zhen Piapiao jumped up excitedly and waved their small white fists. Bing, go. Bing, go. Xiang Bing, go. The whole class cheered together. Xiang Bing was in a red dress that was as bright as snow. She was graceful and her skin was as white as jade. Hearing the deafening cheers, Xiang Bing's face was no longer red. She took a step forward and stepped onto the podium. On the podium, she cupped her fists valiantly to the whole class. Today, let everyone be the witness. Today, let everyone be the witness. After the meeting, there will be an explosion. I have 3 chapters now. Chapter 725. Ouch. The cheers of the entire class were so loud that they almost flew out of the entire school building. Xiang Bing waved her hand and cupped her fist. Instantly, the cheers of the entire class stopped abruptly. Xiang Bing stood on the podium and took a deep breath. With a determined expression, she suddenly turned around and said loudly to Li Chenglong, Li Chenglong, I, Xiang Bing, like you. I want to be your wife. Are you willing to be my husband? After hearing this declaration, Li Chenglong was dumbfounded. He stood up in a daze and waved his hands. He was completely at a loss. At this moment, his swollen brain was still in a mess like a pile of paste, but it was undeniable that the indescribable surprise, the sudden feeling of his heart stopping. Damn, where did this awkward feeling come from? The feeling of his heart suddenly beating like 10,000 horses galloping. Where did it come from? As if she could not see Li Chenglong's daze, Xiang Bing knew that this piece of steel would not be able to react. Hence, she directly announced on the podium, "Even if you don't agree, it's useless. So now I announce, the two of us are a couple. You're my man." Xiang Bing's beautiful eyes were filled with emotions. Her gaze was a little nervous, but she pretended to be fierce and said loudly, "You have to treat me well in the future. Do you understand? Do you understand?" All the students' cheers were hoarse. Too cool. Too awesome. It was too shocking. Li Chenglong's mind was in a mess. In a daze, he could only hear his own muddled voice saying, "Okay." Xiang Bing snorted. Her face relaxed and her heart was finally at ease. What she was most afraid of was if Li Chenglong said that he was not willing in front of everyone, that would be too embarrassing. Of course, Xiang Bing was also prepared. If Li Chenglong said that he was not willing in front of everyone, Xiang Bing would immediately say, "Since you're not willing to be my husband, then are you prepared to be my lifelong friend?" However, this sentence was only a backup plan. It was just a last resort to make himself less embarrassed. But now all her worries were gone. This idiot actually agreed. "Now are you free?" Xiang Bing stood on the podium and looked at Li Chenglong. "Yes." Li Chenglong nodded blankly. "Then, are you willing to go out for a meal and a drink with me?" Xiang Bing's eyes sparkled. "All right. Follow me." Xiang Bing walked down from the podium and stretched out her hand. Li Chenglong reached out his hand in a daze. Then Xiang Bing pulled Li Chenglong and walked away confidently. Wow. It was too satisfying. It was too exciting. It's a classic. Even after the two of them had left for a long time, many of the students were still in a daze. That's it? It was too shocking. It was too shocking. Countless female students had looks of sincere envy on their faces. This was Xiang Bing. Dare to love and dare to hate. Even if he was facing steel. I will also move forward bravely regardless of my own safety. If I like him, I will confess. I won't wait anymore. Many people suggested to let this person say it, let that person say it, let the family say it, let the teacher say it. I don't need all of them. I will do it myself. My happiness will depend on me to fight for it. Such a free and easy personality. Many female students were simply envious to the bone. If only I could. However, this was just a thought. They could only be envious. Although everyone understood and envied her, Xiang Bing was the only one who could really do such a thing. Perhaps she was the only one who could do it. No one else could do it. Xiang Bing was Xiang Bing, one of a kind. Yu Yin'er and Zhen Piapiao both sighed softly, envious from the bottom of their hearts. However, both of them also knew that the fate between Li Chenglong and Xiang Bing was difficult to replicate. There was no point in being envious. The foundation between the two of them was very deep. The reason why Xiang Bing dared to do this today was because she was quite confident. Although Li Chenglong was steely, Xiang Bing could still feel whether he liked her or not. If she was really not confident, why would Xiang Bing take such a risk and use her life as a bargaining chip? She was just using the most barbaric method to awaken Li Chenglong's dormant EQ that she had completely thrown aside. Then she pulled him over. For the sake of this life's happiness. Because Xiang Bing knew that a person like Li Chenglong with such a high IQ would be passive in terms of emotions. It was not that he was slow in love, but that he rarely confessed and took the initiative to attack. In other words, he was always in a passive state of waiting for a girl to take the initiative and forcefully tear open the door of his heart. She wanted to completely conquer him and possess him. This kind of man was not romantic, but he was extremely reliable. And the most speechless thing was that he was waiting like steel, but whoever tore open the door in his heart first would be the one who owned this man. Xiang Bing did not want to wait any longer because she was afraid. She was afraid that a brave girl like her would suddenly appear and forcefully tear open the door of Li Chenglong's heart. First impressions are the strongest. What's more, Zhou Xiaoduo brought his wife to walk around the class today, which gave Xiang Bing a huge amount of courage. She knew that Zhou Xiaoduo's appearance was tantamount to lifting the curtain. From today onwards, there would be a lot of boys and girls confessing to each other. There would be a lot of couples appearing in the Hidden Dragon High School. If she did not make a move now, she was afraid that it would really be too late. And when Zhou Xiaoduo left, he looked at her with a faint smile and sent her a telepathic message. If you don't make a move now, he won't be yours anymore. Li Chenglong was not an ordinary character. He was second only to Zhou Xiaoduo in hot demand. So today she resolutely made a move without hesitation, cutting off all means of retreat. All the students dispersed in twos and threes. As they walked, they discussed in low voices, exclaiming in admiration and lamenting that Xiang Chong seemed to be sitting calmly at the same spot. For a long time he did not move, but the corners of his mouth were a little bitter and a little smile. Meng Zhangjun, Hao Han, Jia Kuang, Pai Yibao and the others walked over. "What's wrong? Are you feeling a little disappointed?" Meng Zhangjun smiled. His expression was also filled with emotions. "When my sister got married that year, I felt the same." Xiang Chong laughed. "Actually, what's there for me to be disappointed about? My sister has found her happiness today. What's there for me to be disappointed about? This is a good thing. A very good thing." Jia Kuang suggested, "Do you want to go out for a drink? Let's have a drink?" "Sure." Xiang Chong laughed. "Let's go, it's my treat." A few teenagers walked out at the same time. Then a few more ran over. "Bring me along." Xiang Chong laughed. "Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's have a good time together." Zhen Piapiao shouted from afar, "Slow down, let's change our clothes and go too." "Then you have to hurry up." Xiang Chong roared. This roar was fine. But with a whoosh, except for Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong and Xiang Bing, all the other single dogs of Class 1 gathered together. None of them were missing. Gao Qiao also walked over from afar with Gao Qingxian. Is this a gathering? How about the two of us?" Xiang Chong, "The two of us?" Gao Qiao laughed. "What? You don't welcome us? Can't I treat you instead? What do you want to eat and do tonight? I'll treat you all." "Ayo!" A group of wolves roared. Xiang Chong laughed heartily. "Good. It's your treat. Let's go to first-class heaven." "First-class heaven it is." Gao Qiao waved her hand generously. "First-class heaven, I'll book the whole place tonight." "Generous." The crowd walked out in a mighty manner. They only hear Xiang Chong's rough voice shouting, "Today everybody has witnessed it. There's something I'd like to say up front. We are all brothers and sisters, so we must help each other." "Just say it." More than 50 people, regardless of gender, patted their chests together and said heroically, "We won't say no. In the future, if Li Chenglong dares to bully my sister, will anyone beat him up with me?" Xiang Chong raised his arms and shouted. With another whoosh, Xiang Chong's side was suddenly empty. Everyone clustered around Gao Qiao and the others, chatting and laughing as they walked out. It was as if they didn't hear Xiang Chong at all. "They weren't stupid. If we can beat Li Chenglong, we will definitely go. But we can't beat that guy. We went to help you beat up your brother-in-law. But we were beaten up by your brother-in-law. Who can we reason with? If it's just the sect leader, it's fine. The problem is that the Sword King is beside the sect leader. After the fight, you will still be relatives. What about us? We will have to face the pressure of the Sword King and the sect leader. And it might be endless. How can we be so stupid?" Xiang Chong scratched his head, his face full of depression. At the right moment, a crow cawed and flew over Xiang Chong's head. "Wait for me." Xiang Chong chased after it. Under the setting sun, this group of young men and women chatted and laughed, playing and chatting as they walked into the distance. The setting sun merged everyone's shadows into one. It was long and stretched. To the endless distance. Li Chenglong didn't come back for the whole night. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't care at all. Every day, intentionally or unintentionally, he would read Li Chenglong's fortune. It had almost become a habit. This guy, not only was he not in danger, he was actually going to have good luck with women these days. After bringing Zhou Xiaoyan to the Hidden Dragon High School to show off, the complacent and high-spirited Zhou Xiaoduo was mercilessly suppressed by Zhou Xiaoyan as soon as he returned home. "At the Hidden Dragon High School, of course I have to give you enough face. After all, there are so many outsiders watching. Men need to be respected in the outside world. But now that we're home, little dog, shouldn't you explain yourself? What you did today made me so embarrassed, okay? You only care about showing off to yourself. You don't care about my feelings. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up." Then it wasn't a matter of whether he believed it or not, but Zhou Xiaoyan directly went crazy. She sealed Zhou Xiaoduo's cultivation as soon as she started, and he did a bungee jump of 8,848 meters for 3 hours. Zhou Xiaoduo pretended for 3 hours, making all kinds of soul-stirring acts. From the beginning to the end, he begged for mercy. He was so tired of pretending that even Wu Yuding couldn't stand it anymore. "Don't throw it." Wu Yuding came out to stop her. "This trick is useless against him. Nian you can't do this to men." Chapter 726. Wu Yuding sighed in her heart. Her daughter was too naive. Dogda was now a core master, and he was far more powerful than the average core master. How could she scare him like how she scared him when he was young? Did she think that he was still the little dog that was scared out of his wits when you threw him away? She had to teach her the art of controlling her husband. Otherwise this girl would really be eaten by Dogda. Zhuxiaoyan caught Zhuxiaoduo, who was falling from the sky. She held him by the back of his neck and asked humbly, "Mom, what should I do? Please teach me." Wu Yuding raised her eyebrows and said, "Hit where it hurts. Only by attacking its weak points can you defeat the enemy. This is especially true when dealing with a lazy guy like Dogda. The most direct method is to postpone the wedding for 10 years. Mom?" Zhuxiaoduo, who was being carried like a dead dog, screamed at the top of his lungs, "You're really my mother." Wu Yuding was unmoved. Another example is to not let him in on the wedding night. He will disappear for a few years. "Mommy." Sob sob. Zhuxiaoduo cried. Another example is to not let him sleep on the bed in the future. Another example is. Wu Yuding came up with one good idea after another. Zhuxiaoduo felt cold all over. Zhuchanglu, who was eavesdropping in the room, was also shocked and moved. Mom. Zhuxiaoduo struggled to get down and helped Wu Yuding up. "It's late. Why don't you go to bed?" "Thank you, Mom. I will do that in the future. I will listen to everything you say." Zhuxiaoyan chuckled, her body trembling with laughter. Zhuxiaoduo, on the other hand, looked as if he had lost his parents. That night, Zhuxiaoduo suddenly remembered that he still had 2 treasures. He seemed to have forgotten to show them to his parents, so he quickly took them out and showed them to them. "Dad, Mom, look at these 2. Then he took out the bead that he had taken out from the body of the giant earthworm and introduced it. Then he took out the Void Transformation Stone and introduced it. Void Transformation Stone. Good stuff. Zhuchanglu immediately set his eyes on the Void Transformation Stone. "Dad, you know about this thing?" Zhuxiaoduo felt that his parents were 2 encyclopedias. How could they know everything? Seen everything? This thing is indeed very rare, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Zhuchanglu clicked his tongue in admiration. He looked at the Void Transformation Stone in his hand and said, "But this thing is really good. It can be said to be a divine item for assassins." "How good is it? Can you tell me the details?" Zhuxiaoduo asked humbly. "Well, it's not bad." Zhuchanglu pushed the Void Transformation Stone back. "If you don't intend to be an assassin, don't use this thing if you can. After all, it's addictive to use. It's a good thing that can silently take care of a strong enemy. It's a good thing that everyone loves. It's easy to kill someone above your level. Naturally, it's a super good thing. However, this thing has a huge flaw. It's useless against enemies above the Skysore realm. On the contrary, it's hard to cover up one's flaws due to the dependence one has on it for a long time. It's easy to lose one's life in an instant. Think about it carefully. When you're used to taking advantage of opportunities, reaping without sowing, and killing enemies above your level, by the time you reach the Returnance realm, this habit will be deeply ingrained. Even if you know it's dangerous, you've already gotten used to it. If at that time, you try to kill a Skysore realm expert, then you'll be sending your neck to the enemy's blade. You must always remember that there are no shortcuts in the martial path. The higher the level of the martial path, the more you need to return to the basics. When you reach the Skysore realm, although the Void Transformation Stone can't be considered a useless stone, it has to be at the same level as the enemy's cultivation to be of some use. As for the higher realms, the Void Transformation Stone is completely useless. It'll only be a burden. Your cultivation is still shallow, so you're still unable to experience the atmosphere of a battle at that realm. No matter how amazing your techniques are, they'll be useless at that time. Zhuanglu Chunchun said, "You must always remember one thing, and that is, the so-called skills are only used because the power level of humans is not high enough. That's why we try our best to do things that are impossible with limited power. That's why techniques are called techniques. If your strength is high enough, then any techniques will be nothing but a joke. To put it bluntly, all martial arts moves are skills. Regardless of whether it's using 4 tails to pull 1,000 caddies or using force to shift one's strength, they're all useless in the face of absolute strength. When a cultivator reaches the Skysore realm, there's basically no technique that they can't understand. What you know, I know. What you don't know, I might know. When you want to use techniques, that's when you want to save your strength or when your ambition is at its peak. That's when you'll be at a disadvantage." Zhuchanglu smiled faintly. If someone at the same level as me uses techniques against me, he might not even last a second. Zhuo Duo nodded seriously. I understand. Dad, I'll try not to use this void transformation stone in the future. He chuckled and said, that Yu Moyan seems to be an assassin. I'll find an opportunity to sell this thing to him. Sell it to him? Zhuo Changlu smacked his lips. I seem to have heard you mention that Yu Moyan's family is quite poor. Can he afford something like that? Zhuo Duo raised his chin. Dad, you're so narrow-minded. If he can't afford it, can't he just write an IOU? How much are you planning to sell it for? Zhuo Changlu asked. 100 million. Zhuo Duo said, 100 million high-grade jade of astral souls. This price isn't too much, right? I'm not asking for too much, am I? Cough cough cough. Zhuo Changlu almost choked to death. 100 million high-grade jade of astral souls. You can just kill Yu Moyan. Once this IOU is written, your classmate Yu Moyan will have to work for Zhuo Duo for the rest of his life. Even if he works until he reaches the level of Heavenly King, he still might not be able to pay off his debt. Alright, as long as you know what you're doing. Zhuo Changlu stopped talking. He just wanted his son to understand the harmful effects of the void transformation stone. As for how Zhuo Duo would deal with this stone, that was his own business. Zhuo Changlu said that he didn't care. This bead is really strange. Zhuo Changlu looked at the bead that Zhuo Duo took out from the earthworm's body. He looked at it from left to right and surprisingly he was at a loss. It's really strange. I can't see through it. Wu Yuding walked over curiously. What is it that you can't see through? She knew who her husband was. If there was something in this world that Zhuo Changlu couldn't see through, it meant that it was really too rare. Wu Yuding took the bead and felt it for a moment. She couldn't help but shake her head. It's not an illusion bead. Zhuo Changlu nodded. How did you get it? Zhuo Duo told him the whole process. Earthworm? It can grow infinitely bigger after eating it? Zhuo Changlu really didn't understand. It doesn't seem to have much effect now, but I have a feeling that this thing isn't that simple. Earthworms are extremely weak, and it's difficult for them to cultivate. This bead can transform an earthworm into an existence that's almost in a different sense. Its effect is extraordinary. Keep it first. We'll slowly study it later. Zhuo Changlu coughed. Although he looked calm, he was still a little embarrassed. His son actually took out something that he didn't recognize. This really damaged his image as a great and honorable father. How could Wu Yuding not know Zhuo Changlu's appearance? She stared at him mockingly, and a trace of amusement flashed across her lips. Zhuo Changlu coughed. I'm going to take a shower and get ready for bed. With that, he stood up and left out Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu went to bed early, leaving Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan alone. The husband and wife were both experienced. Naturally, they knew that a newly engaged young man and woman couldn't get enough alone time together. Zhuo Xiaoyan sat on the two-seater sofa, watching TV as if nothing was wrong. She held the remote control in her hand and looked very carefree. Zhuo Duo sat on the single-seater sofa next to her, but he only felt an unbearable itch in his heart. Bored to death, he took out his phone and saw that the class group chat was full of videos. It was the scene of Xiang Bing's confession. He listened to Xiang Bing's words. I announced that we're a couple. You have to be good to me in the future, understand? Understand? Zhuo Duo almost couldn't help but howl like a wolf. He couldn't help but be enraptured. He really didn't misjudge this girl. She fell in love with just a push. Then, are you willing to go out with me for a meal and a drink? Xiang Bing's words were clearly heard. Ow ow. Zhuo Duo howled like a wolf. This girl's ability to execute orders is really strong. Zhuo Xiaoyan's gaze drifted over. Swollen, she confessed. Let me show you. Zhuo Duo was about to run over. I don't want to see. Zhuo Xiaoyan pouted. You sit over there, don't come over. Zhuo Duo sat down awkwardly. This reason is not good. But even swollen. But I still. Therefore he felt more and more unbearable. His buttocks bounced on the sofa and he muttered to himself, this sofa spring seems to be broken. Why is it so uncomfortable? Therefore he lifted his buttocks and moved to the big sofa. Zhuo Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and snorted softly, but the threat was obvious. Zhuo Duo sat down again and bounced his buttocks awkwardly. It's really uncomfortable. Why is it so uncomfortable? As he spoke, he stole glances at Zhuo Xiaoyan. Zhuo Xiaoyan seemed to be focused on watching the TV and completely ignored him. Therefore Zhuo Duo lifted his buttocks again. As Zhuo Xiaoyan did not see him, Zhuo Duo slowly moved his buttocks and finally moved to the big sofa. he bounced his buttocks and said happily, "This is still the most comfortable." Zhou Xiaoyan looked at him expressionlessly and turned to watch the TV. Zhou Xiaoduo bounced his buttocks and said happily, "Comfortable, this sofa is really comfortable." As he bounced, he moved to Zhou Xiaoyan's side and there was slight physical contact. "Wow, so fragrant and soft." Zhou Xiaoyan snorted coldly and glanced at him coldly. "Comfortable, so comfortable." Zhou Xiaoduo started bouncing his buttocks again as if nothing had happened. Then it would jolt again and again and again and again. Later, Zhou Xiaoyan looked speechlessly at Zhou Xiaoduo, who was leaning on her body. This guy was bouncing around and she did not know when he had stuck to her body like chewed gum. He was blissful and was no longer bouncing around. Moreover, his hands were grabbing her small hands and he was giggling foolishly. He just held her hand tightly and did not do anything else. He leaned on her hand and giggled foolishly. Zhou Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and breathed heavily. The remote control dimmed and changed the channel. On the screen, a Sika deer jumped out. "Aiya!" Zhou Xiaoduo seemed to be shocked and his face turned pale. He hugged Zhou Xiaoyan's waist and said, "Aiya, this Sika deer is so scary." Zhou Xiaoyan was embarrassed and angry. "You are a ruthless person who kills people like flies and now you have the nerve to say that Sika deer are scary. Let go." "It's so scary. I'm scared of Sika deer the most." Zhou Xiaoduo was trembling all over. He hugged Zhou Xiaoyan's soft and slender waist and refused to let go. He seemed to be really scared and his face was red. "Sika deer is so fierce. Sob sob sob. So scary. Sob sob sob. Open a separate chapter to explain the update in the next few days. Chapter 727. This rascal. Zhou Xiaoyan was angry and amused at the same time. She wanted to push him away but then she remembered. They were engaged. This hug was quite normal, right? She couldn't deny him any benefits. Zhou Xiaoyan could only let him hug her. She watched the TV on her own. Her white jade-like face was faintly flushed. After a long time she felt an itch on her thigh. His hand, which had been steaming, was actually touching her thigh. "Sister Nian Nian, are you embroidered with flowers on your pants?" Zhou Xiaoduo curiously put his hand on it and touched it. "It's so exquisite." He touched it again. "It's so beautiful." Thus, he naturally placed it on Zhou Xiaoyan's thigh. Zhou Xiaoyan forced herself to hold back again. "I want to see how far you can go today." Her heart was pounding but she gritted her teeth. "Dog, don't go overboard today." But Zhou Xiaoduo felt that he had achieved a major breakthrough, so he behaved for a few minutes and then began to slide down. "Sister Nian Nian, your pants are so slippery. What material are they made of? Are they all flowers? Let me touch it. It's so slippery." "It's made of good material. It must be very comfortable to wear, right?" Zhou Xiaoduo's heart almost jumped out of his mouth. His mouth was dry, but he still pretended to seriously examine Zhou Xiaoyan's pants. He slowly stroked it with one hand, feeling the infinitely beautiful touch. His soul floated. "These thighs are so long. If I take them off." Zhou Xiaoyan held back. But the next moment. "Damn mosquito. How dare you bite my Nian Nian cat?" Zhou Xiaoduo saw that Zhou Xiaoyan didn't react and thought that she had acquiesced. He thought that his plan had succeeded. Then he cursed the mosquito and one hand quickly launched a surprise attack on Zhou Xiaoyan's towering breasts. Bang! Zhou Xiaoduo flew out and fell on the floor. He was dizzy and said miserably, "There really was a mosquito. There really was a mosquito." Zhou Xiaoyan walked over with a cold face and picked up Zhou Xiaoduo. "Come, let's enter your pagoda. I want to exchange pointers with you. After the sparring, I believe that you can put away all your wicked ideas." That night, Zhou Xiaoyan beat Zhou Xiaoduo 8 times in the space-exterminating pagoda. The sky was still dark. Now, one day in the Tower of Emptiness was equivalent to 30 days outside. One night in the Tower of Emptiness was equivalent to half a month. Zhou Xiaoyan was tired from beating Zhou Xiaoduo. He took out his tent and began to cultivate in the Tower of Annihilation. However, he did not forget to chase Zhou Xiaoduo out of the Tower of Annihilation. "Xiaoduo, I will cultivate here for the next few days." Zhou Xiaoyan said, "I still need to take the Jiuxiao spiritual water. After all, I have just broken through to the cloud realm and my foundation is not stable yet. I don't want to fall behind like Dad said. I will cultivate in the Tower of Annihilation for 2 days. When I feel that my foundation is stable enough, I can take it." Okay. This was a serious matter. Zhou Xiaoduo had no reason to refuse. However, Zhou Xiaoduo knew that he had been tricked when he went out. Sister Xiaoyan had a good reason. However, behind this reason, it meant that he would not be able to see her for at least 2 days. He would not even have a chance to fight her? Zhou Xiaoduo rushed in to argue with Zhou Xiaoyan, only to find that Zhou Xiaoyan was really meditating. No matter how unwilling Zhou Xiaoduo was, he did not dare to disturb her. He could only sigh. Fortunately, Zhou Xiaoyan came out of the Tower of Annihilation in the morning. Zhou Xiaoduo was relieved. Actually, Zhou Xiaoyan couldn't think of it, but they just got engaged. Zhou Xiaoduo wasn't the only one who couldn't hold it in. Zhou Xiaoyan was also the same. She felt like something was missing if she didn't see this sneaky dog face for a day. After coming out, Zhou Xiaoyan realized that the concession she made at night was definitely the most unwise concession she had ever made, because Zhou Xiaoduo had already treated it as normal. Seeing Zhou Xiaoyan making breakfast, he walked over naturally and put his arm around her waist, whispering, "Are you doing it again?" Looking at the arm around her waist, looking at Zhou Xiaoduo's calm and natural face, Luo Xiaoyan felt embarrassed. How could Zhou Xiaoyan not know how serious her mistake was this time? She protested again and again, but Zhou Xiaoduo argued, "It was fine last night but not today? We are engaged. Isn't it normal for us to do anything? Besides, I just put my arm around your waist. Did I do anything else? No. I just put my arm around your waist. Right? Then why are you in such a hurry? Don't worry, I will definitely respect you." After breakfast, they sat on the sofa and chatted. Zhou Xiaoduo was already able to sit beside Zhou Xiaoyan without any change in his expression. He held Zhou Xiaoyan's hand with one hand and put his other arm around her waist. Openly and openly. Zhou Xiaoyan felt uncomfortable all over. Her body was stiff. Her parents were sitting opposite her. Then Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly yawned and said that he was very sleepy. He actually fell down onto Zhou Xiaoyan's lap. Zhou Xiaoyan's pink face instantly turned red. Opposite them, Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding were surprised. Progress? So fast? He had already started to rest on her lap? And in front of the two of them? This dog is really something. Mom. Look at him. Zhou Xiaoyan pursed her lips, feeling wronged. Tell me about your son. As she spoke, she pushed Zhou Xiaoduo, but she didn't use much strength. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and thought to herself, if you don't want him to, would he be so powerful as to rest on your lap? Look at the way you pushed him. Are you pushing him or touching him? I can't control him. Wu Yuding hinted. You have to control yourself. Zhou Xiaoyan was at a loss and was speechless for a long time. How can I control myself? I've already taken precautions. But don't you know how thick-skinned your son is? Zhou Xiaoduo got up embarrassedly and laughed. He scratched his head and said, Dad, Mom, it's normal for an engaged couple. I know. Zhou Changlu rolled his eyes. His face was red and he got up to sunbathe. It seemed that as a father-in-law, it wasn't appropriate for him to be involved in these matters. Wu Yuding waved at Zhou Xiaoyan and led Zhou Xiaoyan out. Zhou Xiaoduo stuck his head out to eavesdrop, but Wu Yuding locked him in the room. Nian, you're too lenient on him, Wu Yuding said. Let me tell you, you have to be more persistent. What? Insist that your clothes are still on and that your chest doesn't fall. That's enough. Wu Yuding held Zhou Xiaoyan's little head and whispered, once a girl's chest falls, it's basically a total collapse. If you don't want to fall so early, you can't let him succeed. Zhou Xiaoyan stroked her chest, her pretty face red. You're really too lenient on him. Wu Yuding sighed. For a long time you coaxed him when he was young. When you were a little older, you played with him. When you were a little older, you took care of him for everything. You thought about him for everything. Although in your daily interactions with your brother, you seemed to be in a strong and dominant position. But in reality, you always gave in to him and gave in to him. When he's unhappy or uncomfortable, you're more anxious than he is. As soon as Xiaoduo cries or feels uncomfortable, you'll immediately give in to him. It's a habit that's been formed for a long time. Wu Yuding stroked her daughter's hair lovingly. Think about it, when he can't cultivate, are you more anxious than he is? Zhou Xiaoyan lowered her head. Wu Yuding was right. That was indeed the case. Although she beat him up sometimes when she was angry, it didn't hurt at all. This caused this guy to immediately smile and do what he was supposed to do. It's hard to change your attitude. Wu Yuding sighed. I don't want to change. Zhou Xiaoyan lowered her head. I should give in to him. I'm older than him. Her bright eyes turned. Thinking of Zhou Xiaoyan's sneaky look, she couldn't help but smile. Wu Yuding was even more speechless. I'm giving you an idea, girl. Why do you look so sweet when you're talking? But you can't live like this as a married couple. What's the difference? Zhu Xiaoyan widened her round eyes. Silly girl. Wu Yuting sighed. It was indeed nothing. But this little puppy was really living a happy life. Look at your face, you're willing to give anything away. There should be some rules. Yes, yes. Zhu Xiaoyan nodded fiercely. Wu Yuting knew at a glance that this girl was actually not thinking about anything. She was just nodding her head instinctively. Forget it. I'll talk to the little puppy. Wu Yuting sent Zhu Xiaoyan into the room. With a straight face she called Zhu Xiaoduo out. Tell me, what do you want? Wu Yuting's face was very serious. With a straight face she glared and went straight to the point. I don't want to do anything. Zhu Xiaoduo was confused. He scratched his head and was stunned for a while before he spoke. You child. Wu Yuting wanted to say something, but for a moment she was a little speechless. She couldn't help but sigh. Strictly speaking, everything Zhu Xiaoduo did was too normal. For any pair of men and women, from having feelings for each other to becoming one, in fact, it was a process of the man constantly breaking the bottom line of the woman. And this process could only be called instinctive. Everything was natural and indisputable. Once the relationship was confirmed, how far it would develop or how long it would take to develop to that stage to a large extent, depended on how thick-skinned one party was. And from the traditional view, or in most cases, the progress of this relationship depended on how thick-skinned the man was. Now the situation was like a river bursting through a dam. It took a sharp turn and was out of control. It was not that Zhu Xiaoyan was not reserved. The main reason was that her son, Zhu Xiaoduo, was so thick-skinned that it was rare in the world. For his goal, he could be indomitable, shameless, and persevering regardless of reputation. As for his pride, Zhu Xiaoduo could tear it off and put it in his pocket at any time. He could even use it as a shoe pad. This was the most important reason why Nian Cat was losing ground. For the record, I'm just an author. Zhu Xiaoduo is just a fictional character. Although Zhu Xiaoduo is despicable, our personalities are different. I'm very righteous. I'm very open and honest. I don't smile and I'm a man of few words. Really. Please believe me. Chapter 728. Besides, Wu Yuting also understood very well. Now that a man and a woman had just gotten engaged, in such a beautiful time where they could feel an electric shock just by touching each other's hands, it was inevitable that both of them would be very curious. Every time they touched each other, it would be a brand new physical experience. It was reasonable for both of them to want to get closer to each other. Therefore, Zhu Xiaoduo was trying everything he could think of. Zhu Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was secretly happy to see him succeed, but he was also trying to resist and welcome him. Actually, she also wanted Duo to harass them. But Duo, I can tell you. Wu Yuting was afraid that her son would do something that he would regret for the rest of his life. Your sister Nian is different from other women. Your sister Nian is an astral soul with an innate ice jade constitution. That's why I keep reminding you about sister Nian. Zhu Xiaoduo widened his big eyes in confusion. Zhu Xiaoduo was really puzzled. What was the meaning of this? Now that they were in a relationship, what did it have to do with cultivation talent? Wu Yuting said, innate ice jade constitution. I know you don't understand what it means and how important it is. I'll tell you now. Have you heard of the words flawless jade? Yes. Zhu Xiaoduo nodded vigorously. Nian's constitution belongs to this type. I'm warning you seriously. Before she reaches the perfect ice jade constitution, you can't act rashly. In other words, you can't damage her chastity. Do you understand now? Zhu Xiaoduo grimaced. Mom, can you explain it more clearly? When you're born as a human, you have 3 perfect stages in your life. When you're in your mother's body, you have a perfect innate constitution. Everything you breathe in is innate qi. Everything you feed is innate soul. This is the first perfect stage. However, once you're born and come into contact with the mortal world, this perfect stage will be broken immediately. This is unavoidable for any cultivator, no, anyone. And in this world, even breathing and every component of clothing, food, housing, and transportation are filled with impurities. That's why perfection is broken. And there's a realm in the cultivation of martial arts. And it's called rebirth. Or you'll know if it's another name. It's called flying heavens. Flying? Isn't Fei Tian the cultivation realm above returning profound? What does it have to do with rebirth? Isn't the so-called flying to the heavens another way of saying that a person has transcended the mortal world? And cultivators who have reached this stage must transform their mortal bodies into the state of Xiantian perfection. Only then can they truly fly to the heavens and truly break away from the mortal world. Now this is the second perfection of man. Wu Yuding said, to be more clear, before your sister Nian Yan breaks through to the Sky Soar realm, you must not destroy her chastity. Once she loses her virginity, it will be a flaw in her body, and she will never be able to reach perfection. Even if she manages to break through to the Sky Soar realm, her innate ice jade physique will still be unable to reach perfection. She will still have flaws in her cultivation. Do you understand? Zhou Xiaoduo pouted, his face full of anger. He kept feeling that he had been duped, but he couldn't find any evidence to refute it. The names of the realms of martial arts cultivation are not given casually. You must firmly remember this. Wu Yuding sighed. Why do you need to achieve embryonic breathing before nascent soul? Then cloud transformation? Then spirit control? Then returning profound? Only after returning profound can one have hope of flying to the heavens? The connection between these is a step-by-step process. You've already cultivated for some time, but do you truly understand the true meaning of these words? If you truly understand, you'll understand what I'm saying. Zhou Xiaoduo said, Mom, then what about the third perfection? Wu Yuding took a light breath and said indifferently, the third perfection. Up until now, no one has been able to reach it. Because this realm is called great perfection. It's an unattainable and unreachable realm. It's real yet illusory. She sighed slightly. Perhaps someone would be able to reach it soon. Because although she and her husband had used his hand to intercept his providence and nurture their son, increasing karma. However, it also made up for the biggest flaw of the mortal dust transformation. As long as that person could see through this layer of karma, they would be able to achieve great perfection, just like immortal ascension. I see. Zhou Xiaoduo carefully recalled the past. He recalled every little thing that had happened since he entered the Tao. Martial disciple, martial master, khanate, embryonic breathing, core essence. And after that, nascent soul, cloud transformation, spirit control, returning profound, flying heaven. These realms seem to really indicate something. With a sudden realization, Zhou Xiaoduo seemed to have truly understood something. There was a very clear line in this. I won't explain it here. This explanation is too long. If you don't understand, leave a message. I'll find a chance to add a chapter. If you can understand, I won't. It's good that you understand. Wu Yuding said, remember, before your sister Nian Yan flies into the sky, you can do anything. The only thing you can't touch is that last step. Understand? Understood. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was gloomy and listless. Alright, you can go and practice now. Wu Yuding sent Zhou Xiaoduo away. Zhou Xiaoduo walked back with his head drooped. However, his depression only lasted for a few minutes before he slowly became spirited again. Actually, it's nothing. It's just that I can't break through that last step for the time being. What's the big deal? Nian Yan Cat was originally guarding against me like I was guarding against hooligans. It's not easy for me to break through. No. Mother has given me enough indication. I have to be tactful. Besides, it's just that I can't break through the last step. As for the rest, I can still do whatever I want. The fun in this. Zhou Xiaoduo shook his head and wagged his tail again. It's not necessarily any less. Hence, he howled and went straight to Zhou Xiaoyan, jumping and jumping. Zhou Changlu came to Wu Yuding's side with a smile. Did you trick her? Yes, I did. Besides, it's not a trick. It's the truth. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. Yes. Wu Yuding sighed and said with a conflicted expression, we have to scare this kid. Look at your daughter. She's basically defenseless now. She's even very indulgent. She's enjoying it even though she wants to reject it. If we don't trick this kid, who knows, your daughter might be sent away in a few days. Zhou Changlu smacked his lips and felt depressed. If there's anything you don't like about your son or daughter, or if there's anything you're worried about, you keep saying your daughter, your son. Then, when your son or daughter becomes successful and improves, you keep saying, my son is awesome. My daughter is awesome. Your differential treatment is simply too obvious. So, if there's something good, it's your son or daughter. If you're naughty or angry, it's your son or daughter. For you to have such double standards, you should represent the mainland to negotiate with the UMNO alliance. That's the best way to make the best use of your talents. Thinking of this, Zhou Changlu sighed. His wife was famous for her double standards. Back then, she represented the mainland to negotiate with the UMNO alliance many times that it was said that the few great shamans who talked to her all got emphysema when they went back. Now there won't be any problems in the short term. As long as this kid really cares about Nian Nian and loves her, he won't do anything rash even if Nian Nian is sent to bed now. Not only is this kid patient, but he's also much more patient than ordinary people. He's an anomaly. Wu Yuding was very confident in her son's ability to do this. Jianghu was speechless. Do you think it's necessary? Necessary? Wu Yuding glared and said, if you don't scare this kid, our grandson might be born next year. Do you still have to doubt this? Isn't it better to have a grandson? Jianghu was puzzled. Idiot. Wu Yuding said angrily, how many more days can we stay in this secular world? This time we have to break through when we go back. Then we have to return. This fusion of body and soul. No matter how smooth the progress is, it'll take time, right? If there's no enlightenment, it'll take at least a year, right? If there's any enlightenment during this time, you won't be able to come out without 3 years. At most, we can only come out for a walk occasionally. We can't let this dog know our true identity. Do you have time to take care of the child? If we have a grandson and he comes out during this time, what will we do? Can the two of them take care of him well? If you give him a kitten or a puppy, they'll probably have a lot of fun. But the child. Think about it. Wu Yuding said disdainfully, your son is so despicable now, and you still expect him to teach my grandson well. Your son is so despicable. I'm afraid he won't teach my grandson well. Listen to this. Jianghu was speechless. He was angry but didn't dare to say anything. But when he thought about it, it seemed to make sense. Even if it wasn't for this, the war was about to start. The Demon Alliance's return was imminent, and the 3 continents were actively preparing for war. At such a delicate time, it was indeed inappropriate to have a child. It was better to raise their cultivation and stay alive first. Once they had a child, Nian Nian would miss at least 2 years of cultivation time. This was the golden time before the war. Thus he didn't object. Jianghu, who had completed his own strategy, nodded vigorously. You did the right thing. Then he said, but when we come out, when our safety is basically guaranteed. If they haven't reached the Ascension realm. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. When the time comes, you can tell them that you remembered wrongly and then told your mother. Then your mother didn't know and told the 2 of you that it wasn't like that. Now the 2 of you can do anything. Then she sighed. Actually, it's best if they reach the Ascension realm. Not only will they have a long way to go, but a child born from a consummate body will also be good. Jianghu was speechless and looked at the sky. It turned out that he still had to take the blame for this. The heavens took pity on him. He didn't even say a word. So, he was the kind of person who would only show up when he needed to be used? But under his wife's threatening gaze, Jianghu could only choose one path. You're right. You're right. Chapter 729. It was 9:30 in the morning. Duo absorbed all the heat in the Tower of Annihilation as usual. Duo once again entered the Tower of Annihilation to cultivate. Duo tried his best to act like a mature and elegant father. He tried his best to show that he had a wife now. He was an adult. He had to be elegant and elegant. That was probably the attitude. A certain person was sitting on a stone table in the courtyard with a book in his hand. He had an air of elegance about him as he sipped his tea elegantly while reading. Occasionally he would look at the book and smile. He nodded thoughtfully. He seemed to be saying, I understand. I'm improving again. I'm not tired of reading. In the courtyard of the villa, the grass was green. A cool breeze blew. The sky was blue and the clouds were white. Duo was wearing a white robe, sitting on the stone platform in a carefree manner. He was holding a book looking like a learned scholar. From a visual point of view, this scene was really a very pure and beautiful painting. Li Chenglong felt like he was in a dream. He came back from afar and walked into the villa in a daze. He saw Xiaoduo's white robe fluttering in the wind. He looked like an immortal. You're back. Xiaoduo smiled elegantly. He did not show his teeth and his eyes did not move from the book. What a picture of an elegant gentleman reading. Then he lowered his eyebrows and said in a calm voice, It's good that you're back. Li Chenglong was stunned. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Finally, he was sure that the person in front of him was Xiaoduo. Then he realized something else. Boss, why are you holding the book upside down? Li Chenglong was very surprised. What are you up to this time? Putting on a show? What are you doing? Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. He took a closer look at the book in his hand. Damn it, it was really upside down. He angrily threw the book to the ground, gritted his teeth and jumped up. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. Swollen, if I don't beat you to death today. Li Chenglong immediately screamed and turned around to flee. He was as anxious as a stray dog and as busy as a fish that had escaped the net. Zhou Xiaoduo chased after him fiercely. Behind him, Grandma Shi, Wu Yuding, and the others burst out laughing while holding their stomachs. After a while, Zhou Xiaoduo came back with Li Chenglong, whose face was all bruised and swollen. He felt a little strange. Swollen, something's not right with you today. Why are your legs so weak? You're too distracted. I can't believe I knocked you down so easily. It's a little strange. Li Chenglong's face was flushed red, and he averted his gaze. Isn't it normal that I can't beat you? Hehe. Your smile is a little lewd. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly realized that something was wrong. He then frowned and said, the red mark on your neck. I don't remember hitting your neck, right? Li Chenglong's face instantly turned red. It's nothing. It's nothing even if you hit me. Zhou Xiaoduo became more and more suspicious. He rolled his eyes and seemed to have understood something. He couldn't help but click his tongue twice. He circled Li Chenglong twice and said sarcastically, Swollen, what did you do last night? Didn't you go home last night? That's a big mistake. Why don't you tell me the truth? It was only now that he realized that this guy's luck with women had spread out and covered him completely. This guy didn't do anything good last night? Don't be so loud. Li Chenglong was embarrassed and didn't know what to do. He pulled Zhou Xiaoduo and ran into his room. Let's talk in the room. Let's talk in the room. Zhou Xiaoduo snorted and followed Li Chenglong into the room. What's going on? Why don't you tell me the truth? Zhou Xiaoduo acted like a judge. Ahem. Li Chenglong's face was red. He was a little perplexed, a little reminiscing, a little pleased and a little manly. Last night. Li Chenglong found it hard to speak. I did that. Did that? Zhou Xiaoduo almost burst out laughing when he heard that. However, he was also very surprised. This guy had always been proud of himself as the leader of the Iron and Steel sect. He never expected that he would be enlightened and hit a home run on the same night. That was really too awesome. Swollen, I finally have a whole new level of respect for you today. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed from the bottom of his heart. Was this really the leader of the Iron and Steel sect? Even a playboy wouldn't be able to do that. From being enlightened to being a man, it only took one night. This was simply more of a love expert than a love expert. A master. Although he didn't know if he was a man among men, he was almost there. Zhou Xiaoduo's mouth was a little dry from talking. He poured a glass of water and said sarcastically, What did you do? Tell me. It's just that. Li Chenglong felt like he was being bullied. He stammered, Boss, don't laugh. Last night. It's hard to explain. I was ruined by Xiang Bing. Ahem. Zhou Xiaoduo directly sprayed Li Chenglong's head, face and body. Then he coughed violently. This time it was no exaggeration. He really choked to death. She had been ruined. What the fuck? This sentence made Zhou Xiaoduo's entire body flutter in the wind. It was as if he could conquer the world. You were ruined by Xiang Bing? Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes were hanging up. Even his voice became strange. Tell me the details. Zhou Xiaoduo was excited. He pulled a chair over and sat opposite Li Chenglong. Yesterday afternoon, Xiang Bing suddenly said that she likes me and it was useless for me to object. She fixed me. Li Chenglong's brain was obviously short-circuited. And then? I didn't object to it. And then? Xiang Bing asked me out for a meal. And a drink. And then we went for a drink. Fuck, who asked you this? What happened after the drink? And then? After the drink, Xiang Bing got drunk. Li Chenglong sighed. Drunk? The corner of Zhou Xiaoduo's mouth twitched. Let's not talk about how a martial artist could handle alcohol. Even Xiang Bing's alcohol tolerance was not something that Li Chenglong could handle. How could she get drunk so easily? Probably only the leader of the Iron and Steel sect would believe such nonsense. Even the deputy leader of the Iron and Steel sect wouldn't believe it. Well, what happened after Xiang Bing got drunk? Then, I helped Xiang Bing out of the restaurant. At that time, the neon lights on the street were so beautiful. Little Bing got drunk and insisted on looking at the neon lights. Well, what happened after looking at the neon lights? Then we walked to a hotel. It seemed to be the most high-end hotel in Fenghai Moon Attainment Restaurant. We found out that Moon Attainment Restaurant was closed today. There were no neon lights. Xiang Bing was unhappy and insisted on dragging me to ask why there were no neon lights here. The neon lights were so beautiful. Zhuxiao's mouth twitched. Xiang Bing's scheme was a bit deep. And then we went in and asked. Tonight it was actually intentional. The people in Moon Attainment Restaurant said that we deliberately created this phenomenon. As long as someone walked in, the first person who walked in would be the heavenly VIP today. This kind of event hasn't happened in decades. Today it was a sudden inspiration from the boss. Cough cough. A sudden inspiration. It was so fucking good. Then Due Restaurant put up a neon sign because of us, but they still didn't open for business today. They only served us. Then they gave us a high-end banquet. They said it was VIP treatment. Then Xiang Bing suddenly wanted to drink. She pulled me and wouldn't let me leave. Li Chenglong's expression was very strange. As we drank, Xiang Bing got drunk again. She said that she wanted to sleep. Then she pulled me to check if the Deer Moon restaurant was clean or not. After that, we went into the most luxurious emperor's suite. Zhuxiao's eyes sparkled. And then Xiang Bing said I smelled. She told me to take a shower. And after the shower, as soon as I came out, Xiang Bing pulled me around in circles. After a few rounds, she pushed me onto the bed. Zhuxiao licked his lips, his eyes shining. Then she forced herself on you. You didn't resist? At that time, she suddenly pressed on top of me without any warning. Then Li Chenglong suddenly quivered and tilted his head. I can't say the rest. Fuck. Zhuxiao was furious. We were just talking about the benefits and you're not going to continue? Do you think you're a platinum god who writes novels? Have you encountered a harmonious plot? No, continue. How dare you keep me in suspense? How dare you? Do you think I won't stab you with a knife? Then I was violated. Do you really want to hear the whole process? Li Chenglong looked conflicted. I didn't expect you, Zhuxiao, to be this kind of person. I'm this kind of person. I want to hear the whole process. What's the point of just telling me the ending? I'm also confused about the whole process. I don't know why. Anyway, it was until this morning. Li Chenglong coughed. Xiang Bing went home. She asked me to help her apply for leave. And then? That's it. You didn't sleep the whole night? Zhuxiao was shocked. Cough cough cough. Yes. Really? Zhuxiao couldn't help but be speechless. This idiot. Our leader is no longer single. Fuck, this idiot is even faster than me. And he spent the whole night being violated the whole night. You're really a fucking bull. Zhuxiao took a book and rolled out a microphone. Li Chenglong, let's have an interview. After you were defiled and defiled several times at that, what are your thoughts? Li Chenglong coughed and sat up straight. In a very formal voice he said, I thank the leaders of the mainland, the government, and the soldiers for creating a peaceful environment. I thank this environment for allowing my parents to get married. I thank my parents for raising me and giving birth to a man. I thank Xiang Bing for violating me. This feeling is actually quite good. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 730. Zhuxiao laughed so hard that he fell from the chair to the ground. He held his stomach and laughed uncontrollably. So a bastard like you actually understood everything. Yet you allowed her to defile you. Fuck, how can this be considered as being forced? It's more like being pushed and pushed. Zhuxiao was almost out of breath. Actually, I didn't understand until I got to Due Restaurant. Li Chenglong sighed and said, but at that time if I left, I was afraid that I would leave Xiaobing with a lifelong regret. So I could only choose to sacrifice my chastity. Swollen's face was full of helplessness. Bah. Zhuxiao said disdainfully, bah, your face is full of shit. Li Chenglong, how can you say something like that? I, Zhuxiao, have really misjudged you. Li Chenglong laughed and scratched his head. What about now? Zhuxiao asked. I'll marry her. Li Chenglong was very determined. I will definitely marry her, so I need your help. What help? Zhuxiao asked. Uncle Zhua and Auntie Zhua are both here. They happen to be from Phoenix City too. Actually, my parents will be here in a few days. I can't wait for them. I have to give them an explanation for what happened last night, or else Xiaobing will be very sad. Li Chenglong looked serious. I want to ask Uncle Zhua and Auntie Zhua to be the matchmaker for me. I'll propose marriage today. At least we have to settle the marriage first. Then when my parents are here we'll make arrangements. Zhua Xiaoduo nodded. That's not a problem. You're my brother. My parents are similar to yours. Suddenly he realized something. Wow, Swollen, you're using your little tricks on me? You didn't call me in to tell me how you were raped. You just wanted me to do something for you? Li Chenglong grabbed Zhua Xiaoduo's hand and begged, Boss, help me, help me. Forget it, forget it. I'll talk to my dad now. I think he'll agree. Zhua Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Li Chenglong beamed with joy. Thank you, thank you. Ah, why aren't you going? Go quickly. What time is it? All right. You're really something. You're really something. Zhua Xiaoduo tapped Li Chenglong's nose again and again. Li Chenglong, I'll remember you. He turned around and opened the door. That's basically what happened. Zhua Xiaoduo looked at his father. Zhua Changlu sighed. All right, your mom and I will agree. He glanced at Zhua Xiaoduo and thought to himself, Kid, you probably don't know how much good you've done for your brother, right? Are your parents the kind of matchmakers who can casually act as matchmakers? A fucking Sky Patrol minister and his wife acting as matchmakers. In this world, since ancient times, there had only been one pair. That was Yun Zhonghu and Bai Yunduo, the king of Zhuolu, and his wife. But that pair was his own disciple. It was the first time in his life that he had acted as a matchmaker for someone unrelated to him. Li Chenglong's face was as high as the sky. But after thinking about it, he still asked cautiously, Don't you know how to read people's faces? This Li Chenglong, what do you think of his future achievements? Is there a need to read people's faces? Zhua Xiaoduo was puzzled. Obviously, he didn't think that his father had any scruples and wouldn't be so willing to act as a matchmaker. Zhua Zhanglu smiled meaningfully and said, You're good at physiognomy and qi divination. So, you should know that the concept of a person's luck isn't nonsense. Of course. Zhua Xiaoduo said. Well, fate does exist. Zhua Changlu said lightly, For example, there are many ordinary young people getting married now. You know about wedding cars, right? Yes. There was a time when wedding cars were very particular. The more expensive, the better. This was because it could make the groom and the bride proud. However, there was one thing that had to be paid attention to, and that was whether the fate of the bride and groom could withstand the transport of a luxury car that was too high-end. For example, when a bride got married, her wedding car was worth 10 million. But this wedding car was the only luxury car that the bride had ever sat in her entire life. What? Because her fate wasn't enough, the car backfired on her. On the day of the wedding, the bride's fate had reached the peak of her life. Her fate would be affected by the car she sat in. It's taboo for ordinary private luxury cars to be used as a wedding car for others. But this isn't the most terrible and taboo thing. If the bride's fate couldn't overcome the extravagance of the car, then the bride's fate would be taken away by the car, causing her fate to be damaged. This is the backfire of the car that I mentioned just now. Zhua Zhanglu smiled. So, do you understand now? Zhua Xiaoduo instantly understood. You mean you're worried that Li Chenglong's fate can't withstand the matchmaking between you and Mom? Zhua Changlu smiled. That's what I mean. Although it's a little self-inflating, but on this continent, there aren't many people who can withstand the matchmaking of your dad and mom at the same time. Zhua Xiaoduo thought for a while and said, Dad, don't worry. Swollen's fate is quite good. It can be said that he has the potential to soar to the sky. According to my current fortune-telling skills, Swollen's future achievements will be at the pinnacle of the continent. Zhua Changlu's eyes narrowed. The pinnacle of the continent? Are you serious? Zhua Xiaoduo nodded seriously and said, Yes. I'm sure of this. Zhua Changlu's face became serious. Do you know what the pinnacle of the continent means? I don't know. Zhua Xiaoduo said honestly, physiognomy is based on cultivation. For example, I can't see the physiognomy and fate of people with high cultivation because these people can hide all these. Of course, the higher my cultivation, the more I can see through the cultivator's fate, the clearer it will be. Zhua Changlu said faintly, This is how it should be. You should know that the way of heaven has its basis, but fate has its flaws. If a cultivator who has entered the way of cultivation is seen by others, then his opponent can use this to plot against him. However, with Li Chenglong's cultivation and strength, I can see that his face is that of a dragon soaring through the sky. His fate is that of the clouds above the 9 heavens. I can't be wrong about that. Flying dragons soaring in the sky above the clouds? Although Jianghu didn't know much about fortune-telling, he could still hear how awesome these two evaluations were. He couldn't help but ponder. After a while he asked, "What about you?" "Meh." Zhou Xiaoduo giggled. Li Chenglong's face and fate are awesome, but they are more of an auxiliary to his achievements. And I'm in the main position. Zhou Qianglu's facial muscles twitched. He looked at his son curiously. "Son, do you mean that you're more awesome than Li Chenglong? More awesome than a flying dragon soaring in the sky above the clouds? It's been hard on you. You took a big turn and even used my words to show off in front of me. Then it's fine. I'll agree with your mother. Tomorrow. Well, we'll go to the matchmaker this afternoon." Zhou Qianglu agreed immediately. "Great, it's settled then. I thank you on behalf of Li Chenglong. Get lost. Well, someone will come this afternoon. You can try to see this person's fate." Zhou Qianglu said. "Okay, as long as she restrains her cultivation, I can see some clues." Restraining her cultivation? That's easy. Zhou Qianglu agreed. Outside Fenghai City, Bai Yun Duo stood in the void in a white dress. She took the space rings from the people who came from all directions. She opened them and poured out a huge amount of Astral Soul's jade powder. Dust filled the sky as far as the eye could see. At this moment there was a huge pile on the ground. And this was just the beginning. There were still people coming in. The smallest ring was about a dozen cubic meters, and the more there were more than 100 cubic meters. Just like that, the powder continued to be poured out. After pouring, they left immediately. Bai Yun Duo sat cross-legged in the air. Her voice penetrated the ears of everyone who came. "After you leave here, forget about this immediately." Yes. Many people were shocked. What kind of strict confidentiality was this? But for this little bit of Astral Soul's jade powder? Was it worth it? Why was this matter so strange? At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the amount Bai Yun Duo asked for had been exceeded, and there was still a steady flow of it. After a whole day there was a majestic mountain of Astral Soul's jade powder below. At 3 o'clock, Bai Yun Duo called for a guard, and then disappeared with a whoosh. She went to Fenghai City. "Come to the villa in Fenghai City and ask for directions. Bring the Void Destruction Pagoda." Zhou Qianglu sent a message. Bai Yun Duo did not dare to be negligent. She tore the space apart and crossed over in an instant. Zhou Qianglu and Zhou Xiaoduo, father and son, were playing chess on the stone table in the villa's courtyard. The two of them took one step at a time and were in the midst of a fierce battle. Someone outside the door coughed. A woman in white walked in with a smile. "Master, can I ask for directions?" Zhou Qianglu stood up enthusiastically. Come in, come in. Since you're here, you're a guest. How can I help you?" The woman in white had sweat stains on her face. She said, "I'm in a hurry. Is it convenient for you to ask for a glass of water?" Zhou Qianglu laughed. "What's wrong with that?" Zhou Xiaoduo poured a glass of water. Zhou Qianglu leaned over to his son's ear. "Xiaoduo, look at her." Bai Yun Duo, who was holding a glass of water, was dumbfounded. What did he mean? "Let your son look at me? I already have a husband. You're the one who makes the decision." Zhou Xiaoduo looked up. His first impression was that she was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. But if he had seen this beautiful, noble, and generous woman before, he would have an impression of her. But the woman in front of him was completely unfamiliar. After a glance, he already had a rough idea of her face. He nodded at Zhou Qianglu and signaled him to take a good look. He said to his father through telepathy, "It would be better if she could write. But it doesn't matter now. I already have a good understanding of her." Chapter 731. Zhou Qianglu laughed, indicating that he understood. On the other side, Bai Yun Duo asked, "Can you tell me how to get to the rubble field in the southwest of Fenghai City?" Zhou Qianglu said in surprise, "That's not a good place to go. There are a lot of meteorites there. If you don't pay attention you will be injured. Why do you want to know about that place?" Bai Yun Duo chuckled and said, "I heard that there's a stone pit over there. All the Star Soul jade powder that we've accumulated in the past has been thrown over there. Originally there was nothing for me to do, but during this period of time, everyone has gone out, so I had to personally make a trip and throw the accumulated Star Soul jade powder over there." Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. "Throw the Astral Soul's jade powder there? Why throw it there? You can give it to me directly." It seemed like there were quite a lot of people who said that this kind of thing would benefit both himself and others, the more the better. He would not refuse anyone who came. So Changlu said with a smile, "It's over there. Just follow the direction I pointed. You must be tired from the journey. Have a cup of tea and take a rest before you continue." "Okay, thank you very much." Bai Yunduo sat down and drank 2 cups of water. It seemed that she was really thirsty. After drinking the water, Bai Yunduo suddenly broke into a smile and used her finger to write the word water on the table. She seemed to have done it subconsciously. She said, "Many thanks to Master for the water. Now that we have met by chance, such a warm family is really rare. If little brother needs anything in the future, just these 2 cups of water are enough for me to repay you. Goodbye." Bai Yunduo stood up and flew away as if she was in a hurry. "This person is not simple, Dad." Xiaoduo saw that Bai Yunduo had gone far. He sensed carefully and said with a dignified face, "How is she not simple? This woman's fate is extraordinary. It can be said to be indescribably precious. Moreover, her status is so high that it's frightening. Her luck is so strong, her status is so high, and her cultivation is so thick. All of them are rare." Xiaoduo said, "Such a person coincidentally came to our house to drink a cup of water." "Ah." Changlu asked, "Is she really that lucky?" "I only said that her life is precious, but that might not be the case." Xiaoduo said, "Although this woman's luck is extremely strong and can be said to be exuberant, her fate is not necessarily good. In fact, I should say that it's very bad." Changlu frowned. "This woman is now protected by great virtue and has great providence. She has entered the Tao and cultivated smoothly. Everything else is also going smoothly. But her luck will only last for a few years. The future may not be so good." Changlu's interest was piqued. "Why do you say that? Can you be more specific?" "This woman's fate is to die alone. Moreover, the main event will be in the near future. It's extremely difficult to avoid." Xiaoduo sighed. "She had a happy childhood and a happy youth. She has a long life of good fortune and has been protected for thousands of years. However, there is always a difference in luck. There is no perfect life. Her chin is slightly short. This is not a problem for ordinary people. However, she is a high-level martial artist with a long lifespan. This is a problem. In my opinion, her fate is to die alone. She will die after her husband. Moreover, there is a murderous aura in her canopy. It's conflicting with each other, indicating that her luck is overflowing." Xiaoduo said, "In 3 to 5 years. She will die after her husband. After that, she will be alone for life until she dies of old age." Changlu took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Is this true?" Xiaoduo said solemnly, "Dad, I'm telling the truth. Moreover, look at the word she wrote. Water. Water is a good thing. It's the source of life. However, the word she wrote now is full of the meaning of moving clouds and flowing water. Free and easy. However, in a sense, the word, eternity, has no head. Without eternity, there's only distance left. What is distance? The distance between life and death is the farthest. Eternity without a head, there's only water left. Where does water go? No matter where it goes, it has to go. It has to flow. It has to go. Women are also known as flowers and beauties. Women themselves occupy the word, flower. At this moment she wrote the word, water, again. After writing it she immediately left. Still going. Dad, this faintly reveals the character of falling flowers and flowing water. Xiaoduo said, from this, it can be inferred that there will be a great battle in 3 to 5 years. She and her husband should have met with misfortune in this great battle. Defeated, falling flowers and flowing water. Today she occupies the word, go. Where is she going? She inquired about the southwest today. What is the southwest? It's where the ghost city is. Exactly. Falling flowers and flowing water, spring is gone. Heaven on earth. Xiaoduo sighed softly, defeated, falling flowers and flowing water, it's a great loss. Spring is gone forever. Since it's gone forever, it's separated by life and death. Therefore, from then on, one is in heaven and the other is in the mortal world. Changlu's expression changed slightly. Falling flowers and flowing water, spring is gone. Heaven on earth, there's no day to meet again. 3 years later, within 5 years. Great battle, great defeat, falling flowers and flowing water. Changlu took a deep breath. His voice was solemn. How confident are you in this judgment? Duo laughed and said, Dad, if it was someone else who saw it and asked, I can only say that it's up to the heavens to believe it or not. But since you asked, I can tell you directly that I'm 100% confident. 100% confident. Changlu's mood suddenly became heavy and he said, as the saying goes, there's always a way to break it. Since you can see the key point, do you have a way to break it? I think that woman is a kind person. If there's a way to save her, why don't we form a good relationship? Duo sighed, if it was simple, I would have said it just now. This is a life and death tribulation, the fate of yin and yang husband and wife. Is there really no way? Changlu's tone turned bitter. It's not completely impossible, Duo said. Tell me. If we want to avoid this disaster, we need someone who can suppress the bad luck. And we only need to find someone whose luck can suppress the bad luck. Then we can defy the heavens and change our fate. But it's very difficult to break the tribulation. I'm afraid the difficulty is no less than Sister Nian's soul-cleansing tribulation. Maybe you can put it more clearly. In fact, the reason is simple. This is a dead end and in the end it's a war. But this war is the heavenly Tao's killing trap, and it's hard to avoid. Even a virtuous person like that woman can't avoid it. With the tribulation in front, the war is unavoidable, and the killing trap can't be eliminated. The only thing that can be changed is the outcome. Duo said, the heavenly Tao's killing trap doesn't care about the outcome. No matter who wins or loses, the heavenly Tao will take the fate of the defeated party, so it doesn't matter who the prodigal is. If you want to help them overcome the tribulation, you just need to throw the two of them under the command of someone who is sure to win the battle and has great luck. This tribulation will be avoided, or perhaps, it will be resolved. But how can that be done easily? Changlu was deep in thought. Dad, don't think about that nonsense. That woman's fate is not something that ordinary people like us can touch. Duo couldn't help but find it a little funny. Dad looked like he had a lot of power in his hands now, and he actually wanted to control that kind of killing trap? That was not something to be joked about. Changlu was not convinced. Why is it useless? You've already pointed out the key point. Isn't it a blessing to resolve the tribulation? Duo sighed and said lazily, Dad, it's easy for me to tell you, but it's not that easy to really defy the heavens and change one's fate. Usually, a battle can happen anywhere. But when it comes to war, it can only happen on the battlefield. Do you understand the difference? War and battle are two different things. Yes, of course. And the heavenly Tao's killing trap is a war. It's definitely not a battle, and it's the most extreme war. Duo picked out the words first. That's right. Changlu admitted. And since it's a war, since it's a battlefield then. In the world now, the only place that can be called a battlefield is the Four Directions lands, the territories that are commanded by the Four Directions marshals. If one of the wars is destined to be lost, the prerequisite for winning is to change the marshal over there. Dad, what do you think? What level of ability do you have to change the marshal? At least, do you have it? Duo laughed very mockingly. Seeing his dad being defeated in front of him, Duo felt a subtle sense of pleasure, as if he had replaced his dad and become the head of the family. Dad, I know you're a master, but can you change the marshal? It's not that I look down on you. Changlu was deep in thought and didn't respond for a long time. This is just the Four Directions battlefield. What if there are commanders with higher positions such as the left and right heavenly kings? Who are commanding this war that is destined to be lost? Then, Dad, can you change the left heavenly king or the right heavenly king? I don't know if there are commanders with higher positions than the left and right heavenly kings. If there are, will you change them too? Duo concluded and said, Dad, don't worry about it. Some good karma can be formed, but some are really beyond our ability. At least this fate can't be changed. Changlu sighed deeply. What a pity, what a pity. Don't feel pity for others. It's useless. Duo didn't think much of it. This woman suddenly came to his house and asked for directions. Naturally, there were too many things that didn't make sense. But how could Duo suspect that his dad was scheming against him? It was impossible. Changlu was silent for a while and said, Duo, what do you think of this woman's luck and fate compared to Li Chenglong's? Duo's face revealed a look of disdain as he said, Dad, you're underestimating Swollen Beauty. This woman is indeed very powerful, but compared to Swollen Beauty, she's still quite a distance away. They're on two completely different levels. Even if you can't say that the difference is like heaven and earth, it's more like it. Cough, cough, cough. This time, Changlu really couldn't help it. Chapter 732. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't know who she was, but Zhou Changlu did. She was the wife of the king of Zhuelu. She was one of the most powerful people in the world. Such a noble status, such luck, such a fate compared to Li Chenglong was actually inferior. In fact, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. It was more like it. Well, if what little doggy said was true, then this Li Chenglong was even more terrifying than him. Zhou Changlu remembered every word of Zhou Xiaoduo's words. Then he said, "Have you made an appointment? We can go there in the afternoon or at night." Zhou Xiaoduo said, "Dad, you're wrong, right? A marriage proposal can only be done in the morning or in the morning, right?" Zhou Changlu laughed and said, "When I go there, nothing is forbidden." So that night, Zhou Xiaoduo contacted Wen Xingtian contacted Yi Changqing, and Yi Changqing contacted Lu Yichuan. Then Xiang Quangren was sent home to wait. Then Lu Yichuan accompanied Zhou Changlu and his wife, along with Li Chenglong and gifts, to the Xiang family to propose marriage. There were rules for a marriage proposal. The people who went to propose marriage couldn't be widowed or single. Yi Changqing and Qing Gaiying's descendants were miserable, so they couldn't go. As for Wen Xingtian, he was a senior single, so he was even less qualified. Looking at his posture of being single until the end of time, who would dare to let him go? Therefore, the person who met the requirements to go with them was Vice Principal Lu Yichuan, who had just recovered from his serious injuries. Vice Principal Gao was also qualified. He was even more qualified in the aspect of having a happy family and a lot of wives and concubines. But Vice Principal Gao had been transferred away. After going, the Xiang family was already prepared and had already agreed to it. Naturally, there was no need to pay attention to it. No matter who was the matchmaker, it was just a matter of saying a few words and going through the motions. However, Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding took out a gift that would be the family heirloom from now on. It was a calligraphy signed by the Sky Inspector Minister and his wife. Ice Dragon Marriage, a match made in heaven. This was a big deal. The ancestor of the Xiang family came out and shocked half the world. On the way here, this gift fell from the sky. "What is this?" "Fate," said Zhou Changlu was joking. Everyone had a look of, "I believe you." No one knew what they were thinking. However, it was a fact that this matter had alarmed the minister. No matter who sent it, and no matter what the reason was, the minister's handwritten letter was here. These 8 words could be used as a protective talisman amulet. As long as the banner of the Sky Sentinel throne did not fall, this protective talisman would last forever. As for why it appeared, why it was sent by someone else, none of it was important. Besides, do you think you can find the minister? To be able to obtain this piece of calligraphy in itself was a peerless opportunity. Xiang Quangren was laughing so hard that his tongue was almost tied. The minister said it, a match made in heaven. Betrothal gifts? No betrothal gifts. What betrothal gifts? We will give dowry. A huge dowry. Marry into the family? How is that possible? No matter what, we can't wrong Qinglong. Marrying off a daughter is marrying off a daughter. Why do we need to marry into the family? This is great news. Ah, the minister's calligraphy is really good. Tonight we must drink until we are drunk. Come, let's drink. This matter is settled. Yes, we will definitely not change our mind. From today onwards, Bing Dan is the daughter-in-law of the Li family. Even the minister thinks highly of her. Our Xiang family can't be so shameless. The news spread like the wind. Instantly, the Xiang family became the #1 wealthy family in Fenghai. Countless families brought congratulatory gifts. Their ancestors and the current family head personally came to congratulate them. The Xiang family, which originally only prepared 2 tables of banquet, had a total of 400 tables by night. Moreover, they sent out a message saying, "It's too late, it's too late. We'll talk about it tomorrow." Then they controlled the banquet to 400 tables. Otherwise, the Xiang family's gate would probably be broken tonight. The Xiang family was drinking. After his parents left, Zhou Xiaoduo, who was still practicing in the Void Extermination Pagoda, ran out of the house and headed southwest. Astral Soul's jade powder? So much? Ah, I'm coming. Zhou Xiaoduo ran out of the city as fast as lightning. Soon he found the place that Bai Yunduo had mentioned, where there was a lot of Astral Soul's jade powder. With one look, he couldn't help but be disappointed. How much is this? It's only equivalent to 3 to 5 times of Old Sun's storage. Looking at the small hill of Astral Soul's jade powder in front of him, Zhou Xiaoduo was slightly dissatisfied. However, it's better than nothing. It's a waste not to take it. Just as he took out the Void Extermination Pagoda, he didn't rush to take it. First, he went inside and moved Zhu Xiaoyan, who was practicing, to another side where there was no obstruction. Zhu Xiaoyan opened her eyes and looked at him. Then, she closed her eyes and let him carry her to another place. Zhu Xiaoduo almost didn't want to put her down. The feeling of holding her was too good. It was like holding a cloud. The soft touch made Zhu Xiaoduo's soul float. However, Zhu Xiaoyan was still practicing. This level of external contact was already the limit. If he did anything else, he would either disturb Zhu Xiaoyan's practice or trigger a backlash from Zhu Xiaoyan. Zhu Xiaoduo used his super strong willpower to suppress some of his thoughts. He circulated his energy again and absorbed all the heat in the space that was gradually getting hot. It had to be said that Zhu Xiaoduo's absorption of the heat in the space was getting faster and faster. The higher his cultivation, the faster the absorption. Then he jumped out. I'll take it, I'll take it, I'll take it. As he kept taking it, Zhu Xiaoduo felt that something was wrong. How could he not take it all? There wasn't much. No, why was there so much? He took a closer look and found that there was actually a huge hole below. He didn't know how deep it was, and it was filled with Astral Soul's jade powder. Damn, I'm rich. There's so much of it. Zhu Xiaoduo was excited to see the hunt, and unconsciously started to crazily fill the void extermination tower. Even with Zhu Xiaoduo's control, it still took him a full hour to dig to the bottom. Damn, there's so much of it. How did he collect it? It's too amazing. Zhu Xiaoduo exclaimed. The total amount of Astral Soul's jade powder collected this time was at least 100 times more than what he had collected before. The Tower of Void Destruction should be full this time, right? Although the Astral Soul's jade powder wasn't worth much, such a large amount was collected in one day. Without a powerful force, it was impossible to collect so much. In the space of the Tower of Void Destruction, Xiaolong, who was lazing around and sleeping, flew out in shock. Looking at the mountains of Star Soul jade powder flying in, the already vast space of the exterminating space pagoda was actually covered with a thick layer of powder. Boss, where did you get this? Why is there so much this time? Xiaolong was so excited that he started to move and consolidate the mountain range. With this, I can continue to move the mountain range inside. However, although this is a lot, it's still not enough. I have to continue moving it in the future. Xiaolong sat on the top of the mountain, looking at the space of the Tower of Void Destruction, devouring and digesting the Astral Soul's jade powder. He was deep in thought. Should I bring Boss to the Astral Soul's jade mine to have a look? According to Zhua, if we continue to consume like this, we can only wait a little. The Astral Soul's jade powder won't be enough to consume, right? Last time, Zhua said that there aren't many top-grade Astral Soul's jade powder left in the market. Xiaolong was pleasantly surprised by the huge amount of Astral Soul's jade powder that he had collected, but he was also worried. Xiaolong didn't know that there weren't many top-grade Astral Soul's jade powder left in the market, but the real reason was because of Zhua's excessive collection. This guy had released so many star beasts that he had almost emptied all the first-grade firmament jade powder. Naturally, the first-grade firmament jade powder couldn't be emptied, so he bought them from the market to fill up his own storage. At the same time, Zhu Xiaoduo's 9 little tigers had also emptied most of the top-grade Astral Soul's jade powder from these families through the help of a few talented girls. That then there was such a huge amount of king beast spirit meat. What's more, Zhu Xiaoduo had a capable assistant, Fang Yinhua, who had no bottom line. With this guy's current cultivation base at the Royal God Realm, the warehouses of the major clans were practically defenseless against him. Don't forget, this guy was a super lazy guy who didn't care about honor. But that's so low. I won't buy. I'll steal. Recently, Fang Yinua's theft had caused the entire Fenghai city to go after him, and the whole city was in an uproar. If Zhu Xiaoduo hadn't given him so many resources and appointed him to work with the Gao family, he wouldn't have stopped stealing. Now Mr. Fang didn't care about the small income he had earned before. He was the chief supervisor of material management. He had even been promoted. How could this be justified? All in all, the recent shortage and increase in price of the jade of Astral Souls in Fenghai City were all caused by Zhu Xiaoduo. This guy was so extravagant that he built a house with top-grade Astral Souls jade powder in the space-destroying tower. All the furniture, such as the bed, table, and chairs, were made of top-grade Astral Souls jade powder. It was convenient for him to cultivate anytime and anywhere. It was obvious that this guy's extravagance was infuriating and insane. Zhu Xiaoduo, who had finally emptied the place, was shocked when he estimated the amount of items. This jade of Astral Soul's jade powder must be at least tens of thousands of cubic meters, right? After looting the store, Zhou Xiaoduo felt guilty, which was rare for him. He had taken so much of Fang Yinua's stock. And Fang Yinua was obviously building a hole here. Although he didn't know what the hole was for, he knew that Fang Yinua was doing something. Fang Yinua looked around sneakily and hung the void transformation stone on his body. Then he sneaked back like a thief, even faster than when he came. His heart was still pounding when he got home. That was close. I'm rich. Zhou Xiaoduo patted his chest, still in shock. Chapter 733. Although he did not meet anyone along the way, Zhou Xiaoduo felt that someone was watching him. Anyway, you guys threw it away. I'm just helping you guys clean up your trash. The whole continent treats the Astral Soul's jade powder as trash. Even if you guys come back, I'm not afraid. It's just the market price of the Astral Soul's jade powder. Zhou Xiaoduo comforted himself. Besides, it's already exposed. There's nowhere to put more. I've helped them clean up this hole so they can put more in the future. I'm doing a good deed. At most, I'm helping others and myself. They must be experts, and a large group of them. They must be powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get so much Astral Soul's jade powder. Maybe there'll be more in the future. Anyway, they're all thrown away. Zhou Xiaoduo thought for a while and finally decided that there should be no danger. I'll go take a look in a few days. Maybe there'll be more. Outside the city, Bai Yunduo stood in the air, invisible. She watched Zhou Xiaoduo sneak in and out. His sneaky demeanor, careful movements, and cautious expression. She almost burst out laughing. This little junior brother was really amusing. It was prepared for him in the first place that she waved her hand and removed the space barrier. She said to the experts behind her, "Let's continue in the future. But there's no need to be in such a hurry in the future. As long as there's more, send it here. You guys only need to send it. Someone else will take over the collection." Yes. Bai Yunduo's dress fluttered as she flew into the sky. On the other side, the Star Soul jade powder in the countless space rings began to pour into the hole that was already a little too big, and it continued to pour. When it was close to dawn that night, Zhuo Changlu and his wife returned with Li Chenglong, who was drunk to the point of unconsciousness. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan had been cultivating in the dimension-destroying pagoda for 10 days. Under Zhou Xiaoduo's persuasion, Zhou Xiaoyan had no choice but to agree to practice in the same room with him. Zhou Xiaoduo built a small nest with top-grade Astral Soul's jade in the dimension-destroying tower. Zhou Xiaoduo even took out 10 pieces of supreme-grade jade of Astral Souls for the sake of cultivation. Zhou Xiaoyan concentrated on her cultivation. While dispersing the energy in her body, she held the mysterious ice in one hand and the Astral Soul's jade in the other. On the other hand, Zhou Xiaoduo had the dragon blood flying dagger in one hand and the Astral Soul's jade in the other. Under their buttocks, there was a big bed made of supreme-grade jade of Astral Soul's jade. Around them, there were layers of sealed rooms made of supreme-grade jade of Astral Soul's jade. If Zhou Changlu came in to take a look at this cultivation method, he would probably scold it for being extravagant. Why don't the two of you just jump to the center of the universe to cultivate? After throwing Li Chenglong into the room, the couple looked at each other and smiled. Wu Yuding said, "This child is really lucky." Zhou Changlu nodded and said, "According to Xiao Duo's physiognomy, this child's future achievements and opportunities will surpass that of Xiao Hu and Yun Duo." Wu Yuding was stunned. So powerful? That can't be right? Before she finished her sentence, she couldn't help but turn around to take a look. The left and right heavenly kings were definitely among the top in terms of position and cultivation on this continent. How could Li Chenglong have such great achievements? Even with Wu Yuding's temperament and experience, she was still filled with shock. Her trip today was more of a mother's feelings of obedience to her son. She felt that it was nothing for her and her husband to matchmake her son's classmate, so she didn't think too much about it. That's even better. Wu Yuding smiled and said, "I believe that with today's karma, these little guys will further support each other. We can leave with more peace of mind." Zhou Changlu nodded and suddenly lowered his voice. "Actually, I've always had a doubt. I have an idea, but I don't dare to believe it. I can't believe it." Wu Yuding was stunned. "What?" Zhou Changlu brought Wu Yuding back to the room and waved his hand to shield the space. Wu Yuding was shocked. "You. Why did you use your cultivation?" "You." Zhou Changlu said, "This is just a little power I held back when the shackles were suddenly broken by the bell. It's not my own strength. Don't worry." Wu Yuding was a little relieved. "What's the matter? Why do you need to be so serious?" "Do you remember Xiao Duo's strange dream?" Zhuochanglu's voice was unprecedentedly heavy. Yes, what's wrong? Wu Yuding said. Then do you remember after Xiao Duo was born, when the two of us found that Xiao Duo's astral souls were unusually weak? Do you remember the surprise and surprise? Zhuochanglu said. Wu Yuding was deep in thought. We were born into the mortal world and shouldn't have children. However, we did. You and I couldn't understand this point. We were puzzled for a long time. Do you still remember? Zhuochanglu said solemnly. How could I forget? We were shocked for a long time and tried to find the answer. However, we couldn't find it. Later on, because Xiao Duo didn't have a chance to enter the End Realm, we gave up on it. We thought that he would spend his life like a normal person. Wu Yuding said. And this is the first doubt that has been in my heart for a long time. The second point is, even if you and I were born into the mortal world, you are still you and I am still me. Our child, no matter if he should come or not, no matter how suddenly he came, how could he not have martial talent? This shouldn't be the case. Zhuochanglu's voice was heavy. Wu Yuding frowned. That's right. This is the second thing that I can't understand. If it was anyone else, they would be shocked. The son of the Sky Patrol Minister couple actually didn't have martial talent at all. This was an inconceivable thing. Two peak experts giving birth to a normal person? Then Xiao Duo started to have weird dreams. We heard him talk about it several times. He said that in his dream, the stars exploded and the continent shattered. Do you still remember? Zhuochanglu's voice was heavy. Wu Yuding faintly guessed why Zhuochanglu had brought up the old matter again. Her mind was filled with shock and she was at a loss of what to do. Her face was deathly pale. You mean? These things were a long time ago. However, how could Zhuochanglu and his wife's memories be the same as normal people's? There wouldn't be any problems even if they remembered every detail. They even remembered that Zhuoxiaoduo's face was conflicted and filled with fear. His little face was nervous. Dad, Mom, I had a dream. But at that time, even the couple didn't think too much about it. It was just a dream of a newborn child. What was it worth? But now that they thought about it, they couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. The couple looked at each other in a daze and found that the other party looked as if they had been struck by lightning. The reason we transformed into the mundane world is to contain the flood, but more importantly, we are looking for the treasure. Think about it. In the ancient legend, the Phoenix Cry Mountain. And Little Nian, the Phoenix Meridian Soul. Zhuochanglu took a deep breath. Does this count as another form of Phoenix Cry Qishan? Wu Yuding was obviously confused. But the Phoenix Cry Mountain is not in Phoenix City. Why is your brain like this? Zhuochanglu rolled his eyes and said, why is it in the Phoenix Cry Mountain? Is it because of King Qi? Wu Yuding was stunned. Back then, the Phoenix Cry Mountain unified the world. Although it is an ancient legend, but the truth is that first, the Phoenix Cry shocked the world, and then the true dragon dominated the world. Is it? According to what you said, it does make sense. But. No buts. Zhuochanglu quickly said, now we just need to follow my inference and keep deducing. See if it makes sense and if it makes sense. Okay. Do you still remember? When Xiao Duo was 16 years old, he woke up one night from a dream and suddenly there was a broken jade pendant in front of his chest. Do you still remember? Of course I remember. But I always thought that this kid wanted to make us believe in his dream, so he deliberately made that thing. Wu Yuding was confused. We've all checked that thing. It's a very ordinary thing. At first I thought so too, but now. Zhuochanglu sighed. When he can cultivate in the future, he won't have that thing anymore. Wu Yuding said, I asked him once, where is the ancient jade you used to pretend to be a ghost? In the end he said it melted. Wu Yuding smiled, but her smile suddenly froze. It melted. Zhuochanglu smiled bitterly. It should have really melted. Now that the demon race is about to return, I suddenly remembered Xiao Duo's strange dream. Because we still have to find the legendary plate of creation. Zhuochanglu smiled bitterly and said, this idea has been swirling in my mind, but it never took shape. But tonight, when I came back, I inadvertently glanced at the crescent moon in the sky. It suddenly reminded me of something. Although he had added a space barrier, Zhuochanglu suddenly lowered his voice. Do you think? The thing on Xiao Duo's neck. Could it be? What is it? Wu Yuding stopped breathing. Could it be? Zhuochanglu took a deep breath. The plate of creation? Bang. Wu Yuding stood up in shock but accidentally kicked the chair over. Then Xiao Duo inexplicably learned the art of physiognomy, and even had the attainment of the art of physiognomy. Many things before this have confirmed the existence of physiognomy and the authenticity of this supernatural power. Zhuchanglu said with a serious expression, "Don't tell me you don't know in the ancient legends that old man. What kind of methods did he use to start his business?" Wu Yuding sucked in a breath of cold air and her eyes widened. She moaned, "Physiognomy. Fortune-telling. Feng shui." Thinking of this, Wu Yuding's body stiffened. She took a few steps back and sat on the bed unconsciously. "I really admire myself." After 3 million words, a corner of the pit buried in the first chapter has only begun to be uncovered. Simply awesome, class. Such an author is simply too awesome. Admirable. Chapter 734. Both of them were silent for a moment. Wu Yuding felt as if the starry sky and the universe were crumbling in front of her. Her thoughts turned into boundless fragments, and she did not come back to her senses for a long time. Zhuchanglu's expression was solemn. After thinking for a while, he said word by word, "Looking back at our son, he may not have no aptitude. It's just that for some reason his talent was hidden. Otherwise, how could he suddenly become a genius at the age of 17? He entered the path of cultivation, and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Once he started, he could not be stopped. Then the reason why his talent was hidden is already obvious." Wu Yuding's soul had obviously been shaken by this series of news. She sat on the edge of the bed in a daze. She no longer had the ability to think. She could only ask passively, "Amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, soar to the sky with a single leap. You mean. Do you still remember, in the ancient legends, how old was the old man when he left the mountain?" Zhuchanglu asked. 70. Wu Yuding murmured. Suddenly her eyes turned. "The legends say 70. And Xiao Duo was 17. Could there be a story behind this?" Zhuchanglu's expression was also very interesting. "It's hard to say if there's a connection. That old man left the mountain at 70. From then on he soared to the sky. As for little Duo, he indeed started to soar into the sky at the age of 17. His momentum was so great that it was like..." Zhuchanglu thought for a while and still used a modern analogy. "Like a rocket suddenly shot up." Wu Yuding was stunned for a long time. She murmured, You mean, in fact all of this is because our son inherited King Qi's legacy?" Zhuchanglu laughed and said, "King Qi's legacy? Maybe that physiognomy was passed down from King Qi. But King Qi's legacy may not have been passed down from King Qi, right? At the very least, the legendary King Qi did not have Xiao Duo's martial aptitude." Wu Yuding stared blankly for a moment before she understood. "That's right. The key point is that this kid is still muddle-headed and doesn't know anything. As for me, I've been thinking about some things over the past few days because of the demon clan's sudden appearance. That's why I thought of all this. But to be able to connect all these things together, other than me, even you might not be able to do it." Zhuchanglu said, "But at least in my opinion this feeling is very reliable." Wu Yuding took a deep breath. Her eyes sparkled as she said, "If that's the case, won't my son be so awesome in the future?" Zhuchanglu covered Wu Yuding's mouth. "You and I know about this. That's enough." Wu Yuding mumbled and broke free from Zhuchanglu's grip. She rolled her eyes and said, "Do you think I don't know what's important? Do you think I can't keep it a secret? I care more about my son than you do." Zhuchanglu chuckled. Wu Yuding suddenly felt dissatisfied. She murmured, "If that's the case, won't the old flood benefit for nothing in the future?" Zhuchanglu burst into laughter. He understood what his wife meant. If their conjecture was true, then how much luck would such a person have on him? Perhaps he was the only person in the world who could do that. However, the bearer of such luck had a real godfather. One could imagine how much benefit the Great Flood Sorcerer would gain when the luck returned to the Great Flood Sorcerer. That's not a big deal. Don't forget that we are his real parents. And Yin Flood is not destined to be in the top 3. Zhuchanglu laughed. Wu Yuding also smiled. But she still felt excited and couldn't calm down for a while. "By the way, there's one more thing. It's about the Tower of Annihilation." Zhuchanglu suddenly showed up a Tower of Annihilation in his hand. It looked exactly the same as the ones Xiao Duo had. "Why did you bring this thing here?" "Oh." Wu Yuding was confused. "This fragrance. Is it from the cloud?" "Yes." Zhuchanglu said, "According to Xiao Duo's method of putting the astral soul's jade powder in it, I put some in. Then he pulled Wu Yuding into the Tower of Annihilation. Wu Yuding's eyes were suddenly fixed on it. On the bare floor of the Tower of Annihilation, a pile of Astral Soul's jade powder was quietly piled up there. It didn't work? Wu Yuding was shocked. Yes. Zhuo Changlu sighed. It seems that this thing can only work and be meaningful in Xiao Duo's hands. Because there's something else in his tower, or rather, something that can take effect and make it work. Wu Yuding nodded and didn't ask what that something else was. She knew Zhuo Changlu well. Since he had already said so much, if he still didn't say anything, it meant that he didn't want to say anything. Even if she was Xiao Duo's biological mother. He wouldn't say anything. This was enough to show just how secretive that thing was. And once it was leaked, how dangerous would it be? Will the Tower of Annihilation be snatched away by someone? Wu Yuding was a little worried. No, it won't. Zhuo Changlu said lightly, that thing should only recognize Xiao Duo. Even if it's snatched away, no one can use it, so it benefits. Wu Yuding's eyes widened. When Zhuo Changlu said this, Wu Yuding instantly knew what it was, but she didn't say it out loud. This is really a great fortune. Wu Yuding was proud. My son is amazing. Zhuo Changlu smiled bitterly. Yes, your son is really amazing. Also, now that we're cultivating in his Tower of Annihilation, the flow of time inside is 30 times faster than outside. And, according to Xiao Duo, this time period can be even longer. Zhuo Changlu said deeply, I can see what Xiao Duo is hesitating about now. He can let you, me and Xiao Duo use such a treasure. This is no problem at all for Xiao Duo. But Xiao Duo is still hesitating. Zhuo Changlu turned his head and smiled bitterly. Young people also want to improve with their friends, right? Wu Yuding of course understood. But faced with this problem, even the husband and wife found it difficult to choose. Logically speaking, this kind of treasure is more dangerous the more people know. It's best if you, me and even Xiao Nian don't know about it. Zhuo Changlu said, but Xiao Duo. This child. On the surface he's stingy but. Wu Yuding was also troubled. We can't persuade him to be selfish, but the more people know, the more dangerous it is. Zhuo Changlu sighed and said, we can only limit it. For example, before he ascends? After all, during this period of time, his strength is indescribable. He can be easily killed. That's good. When that time comes, it'll depend on his own fate. Wu Yuding nodded in agreement. In fact, in her heart, it was best if only Zhuo Xiaoduo used it. That was the safest way. Yes, as a mother she was so selfish. Moreover, the hidden danger was so great. Then it's settled. Zhuo Changlu let out a long sigh of relief. I feel that my guess is not far from the truth. Zhuo Changlu said word by word, after this parent-teacher conference, we'll return to Phoenix City and try again. We still can't find it, then we'll go back immediately. We can't delay any longer. Wu Yuding nodded. Okay, we've already reached the Great Perfection realm. I feel that there's no point in staying any longer. After the two finished their discussion, they both felt a surge of anger in their hearts, surging up and down. For a moment they couldn't contain it. If Xiao Duo really has this kind of fate, this kind of luck, and our guess is right, then we're equal to Xiao Duo's guardians. Zhuo Changlu looked at his wife warmly, his eyes gentle but firm. Wu Yuding smiled faintly and said calmly, what can't I do for my son? Zhuo Zhanglu burst into laughter. At this moment the husband and wife had the same thought. Such great luck must involve great karma, great danger, and great disaster. In the process of their rise, they would inevitably be accompanied by countless storms of blood, countless fierce battles, and countless deaths. Countless people's corpses could pave the way to heaven. It was impossible to not have sacrifices on such a road. The Umno Alliance, the Dao League, the Demon League that was about to return, and the other continents that had no news, that these were destined to be strong enemies on the road in the future. When a general succeeded, there would be mountains of bones, let alone this kind of heavenly transportation. Such a son of destiny would definitely have countless protectors. As for the husband and wife, because of their relationship, they would bear the brunt of it. The son of providence, the heavenly calamity star, this saying was never nonsense. There were too many dangers to face. What can't I sacrifice for my son? This sentence had already explained everything clearly and clearly. Even if I'm not a guardian, he's still my son. What kind of guardian could be more reliable than us parents? Zhuo Changlu stood up and waved his hand. He removed the space barrier and opened the window completely. The husband and wife stood at the window at the same time. Gusts of night wind blew in, causing their hair and clothes to flutter. Dad. Mom? Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian's voices came from outside. The The two of them had come out of seclusion. The husband and wife looked at each other and there was a smile in their eyes. Don't let him notice the abnormality in the room. Wu Yuding reminded them with her eyes. Got it? Zhuo Changlu opened the door and frowned. He pretended to be unhappy and said, What are you shouting for? Do you know what time it is? Zhuo Xiaoyan was surprised and doubtful. There was no aura in your room just now. What happened? Zhuo Xiaoduo was also suspicious. Yeah, there was no one just now. I almost couldn't write it. Please vote. What nonsense are you talking about? Are your mom and I not human? Zhuo Changlu's face darkened and he retorted, I think the two of you just got engaged and are getting carried away, right? Your mom and I were clearly in the room. How can you say there was no one? Zhuo Xiaoyan. Zhuo Xiaoduo. The two of you, huh? Don't you see your parents as human anymore? Zhuo Xiaoyan was shocked by Zhuo Changlu's fierce tone. She instinctively cowered and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't see clearly. Chapter 735. Zhuo Changlu snorted and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. He finally managed to scold one of them. Zhuo Xiaoduo instinctively felt that his father was trying to put up a strong front. It was obvious that he wanted to scold both of them before changing the topic. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan was already scared. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had always followed his wife's lead, could only follow suit. I was wrong, Dad. Are the two of you done cultivating? Zhuo Changlu snorted and put his hands behind his back. What's your current level? Did you make any progress? Dad, I'm now at the mid-stage of the cloud transformation realm. I'm about to advance. Zhuo Xiaoyan lowered her eyebrows and smiled. Dad, I'm at the inner core realm. Before Zhuo Xiaoduo could finish his words, a feeling of boredom welled up within him. He felt as if he had fucked a dog. Nian Mao had just said that she was at the mid-stage of the cloud transformation realm and was about to advance. If he excitedly said that she was at the peak of the inner core realm, wouldn't he be exposing his own shortcomings? He couldn't help but feel depressed. He lowered his head and said, Peak of the inner core realm. Cough cough. I've suppressed it 7 times. Useless. Zhuo Changlu scolded him. It's been so long. You still can't catch up with your wife? Can't you be a little more useless? You can't even beat your wife. Zhuo Xiaoduo was speechless from the bottom of his heart. Dad, does your conscience hurt when you say that? Your daughter has been cultivating since she was 3 years old. She had a great master to guide her, and then she had many opportunities. Your son has been chasing after her since he was 17 years old. He has only been cultivating for about a year, and he has already reached such a level. Isn't that already very impressive? Especially your daughter. Or your daughter-in-law. Don't you know what kind of monstrous genius she is? Since you've finished cultivating, why are you still bothering us? Zhuo Changlu snorted. Hurry up and go back to sleep. After saying that, he chased them away. Hurry up and leave. He slammed the door shut, not giving the two of them a chance to say anything. That angry look on his face made the two of them tremble like cicadas in winter. Zhuo Xiaoyan felt uneasy. Dad seems to be really angry. We were really rude just now. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. He thought to himself, Dad is obviously hiding something from us. That's why he's trying to gain the upper hand by showing his strength so that we don't have any room to ask. Nian Mao is really stupid. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not reveal the truth. Instead, he put his right hand on Zhuo Xiaoyan's slender waist and comforted her. It's okay. Dad will be angry for a while. Let's go to my room and talk. Don't be afraid. I'm here for you. Zhuo Xiaoyan was still flustered and instinctively leaned into his arms. But why is Dad so angry? Zhuo Xiaoduo hugged Zhuo Xiaoyan and walked slowly to his room. He frowned and sighed. Dad's temper is like this. He goes crazy for no reason. He yells every day. Why is he yelling? Dad's thoughts are too serious. After all, we are his son and daughter-in-law. How can he yell at us? It's really hard for Mom to tolerate him for so many years. Don't worry, I'll ask Mom to scold him tomorrow. Zhuo Xiaoyan nodded and said worriedly, Then you tell Mom tomorrow. Don't worry. I'm here for you. Zhuo Xiaoduo was calm and confident as the head of the family. He quietly opened the door and walked in with Zhuo Xiaoyan. He closed the door gently with his foot. He could not alarm them. Zhuo Xiaoyan pursed her lips. When did I say that Mom and Dad are inhumane? I think I didn't say that. She was thinking, still in shock, and felt wronged. I really didn't say that. What went wrong? Hey, it's not a big deal. Duo moved closer to her and said, it's not a big deal. Look at how scared you are. Come, let me wipe your tears for you. Xiaoyan wanted to say, I'm not crying. Why do I need you to wipe my tears? A warm hand touched her face and wiped the corner of her eyes. Then it stopped on her face. 2 fingers rubbed Xiaoyan's soft earlobe. Xiaoyan was startled and raised her head. Just as she raised her bright and beautiful eyes, she felt her vision go dark. Xiaoduo's face suddenly enlarged and then it turned black. 2 lips were already on his own lips. Go. Duh. Xiaoyan was at a loss and couldn't help but close his eyes. Then he remembered that he needed to struggle a bit to make his stand clear, so he hurriedly tried to push him away, but he was already held tightly by Xiaoduo. She couldn't push him away. Her cherry lips were blocked and a strange feeling came to her heart. She was stunned and didn't know what was going on. After a long time. Hiss. Xiaoduo screamed and jumped back. He stuck out his tongue and was bitten by Xiaoyan. This guy was so pleased with himself that he felt that Xiaoyan didn't resist. Then his hands slid under Xiaoyan's clothes like snakes. Xiaoyan felt that her chest was attacked. She suddenly remembered what Wu Yuding said and became anxious. Her teeth fell out. Hiss. Xiaoduo kept sticking out his tongue. Xiaoyan was on the opposite side, leaning on the bed, panting heavily. His face was flushed red and he seemed to have lost all his strength. Xiaoduo stuck out his tongue for a long time. He shouted exaggeratedly in pain and observed her sneakily. After a long time. Xiaoyan didn't come up to comfort him. He felt bored and had to use his qi to recover. He walked slowly to Xiaoyan and said, Why did you bite me? Xiaoyan blushed. Who told you to be dishonest? This is still a light punishment. Believe it or not, I will freeze you. When was I not honest? Xiaoyan said angrily, Then you touched my front. Did I? Xiaoduo looked at his hand in surprise. I didn't feel anything. You. Xiaoyan turned away angrily and said, If you do this again, I will tell Mom to cancel the engagement. I won't do it again. Swear. I swear I won't do it again. Xiaoyan's heart was beating fast. She snorted and said after a long time, Does your tongue still hurt? Xiaoduo felt wronged. He hissed and leaned over. Look at this bite mark. Hiss. Xiaoyan looked at it seriously. No. Where? Suddenly, she made a sound. Her soul was floating. Another long time passed. Xiaoyan lay on the bed. She was drunk and dizzy as if she was dreaming. She breathed heavily and scolded weakly, Bad guy. Xiaoduo lay beside her and laughed. I didn't expect a kiss to be so good. Tiske. He smacked his lips and seemed to be savoring the taste. Xiaoyan snorted and rolled her eyes. She tried to move away, but he pressed himself against her again. However, although she was embarrassed to say what Xiaoduo said, she agreed with him in her heart. She didn't expect that just a mouth-to-mouth kiss would make her weak all over. And her soul was floating in the clouds. Xiaoyan felt that if she stood up now, she might not be able to stand steadily. Xiaoduo smacked his lips and said with a smirk, No wonder all the single men are crying and begging to find a wife. Li Chenglong, that guy, only one day is already addicted to the taste. Turns out that this taste is so addictive. It's really wonderful. It's a pity that I can't touch it. Xiaoyan tried her best to snort. She wanted to snort out the taste that was usually as cold as ice. However, she didn't expect that the sound she made was just like a kitten's purr. She felt Xiaoduo get up again. Xiaoyan hurriedly blocked him and said sternly, Bastard, this is the best we can do. If you want a yard after taking an inch, I will tell Mom. Xiaoduo nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Don't worry, I promise with my integrity. He thought to himself, I don't dare to take another step. At most, I'll just touch it. Skysore realm. What did Xiaoyan say just now? This is the best they can do? This is the best they can do? Does that mean kissing has become a daily activity? Kiss me. No. Just one kiss. No. Just one kiss. No. 2 hours had passed since they made love, and they felt that there was not enough time. Hence, the two returned to the Tower of Annihilation. Let's eat first. Let's eat the 9 heavens spring water first. Xiaoyan panted and pushed Xiaoduo to the side. But I still have to wait a few days. Zuoxiao Duo expressed his grievance. Why do you still have to wait? Zuoxiaonian was a little puzzled. Of course I have to wait. Zuoxiao Duo said, I've only suppressed it 7 times. I'm planning to break through to the nascent soul realm when I can't suppress it anymore. Then what are you waiting for? Zuoxiaonian urged, hurry up and cultivate. After I drink the spring water I have to start cultivating too. Dad said that the spring water will burn the impurities in the spiritual source. I have to seize the opportunity to improve. I don't want to drop a level. That's not good. Actually, you can wait until Huayun breaks through to the God-reigning realm. When you can't suppress it anymore the effect might be better. Zuoxiao Duo suggested. But the time period is too long. Zuoxiaonian was a little hesitant. I only took a month's leave. I can't stay here for too long. A month's leave? You see, the flow of time in our space is 1/30th of the outside world. It's estimated that in a few days, it will be equivalent to 40 days in the outside world. In the future you can practice more here. Well, the 2 of us should practice more here. You took a month's leave and now it's only been 3 days. 27 days. 27 days. In real time it's a full 27 months. There's still plenty of time in 2 years. Can't you reach the God-reigning realm with more than 2 years of free time? Zuoxiao's tongue was like a reed, moving with emotion and reasoning. Chapter 736. Zuoxiaonian thought about it and realized that Zuoxiao's words made a lot of sense. With her current cultivation progress and Zuoxiao's Tower of Destruction, she would be able to break through the level of God reigning soon. If that happened, plus, she could spend more time with the puppy this way. It does make sense. Zuoxiaonian agreed. She was only thinking about the problem of cultivating in the Tower of Annihilation. She did not realize that cultivating in the tower for more than 20 days was equivalent to being alone with Zuoxiao Duo for more than 2 years, almost 3 years. This was a huge problem. This was a serious problem. Or maybe she thought about it but she did not care at all. Shouldn't she do something with her husband? But on the surface she still had to guard against it. Zuoxiao Duo was overjoyed. Then it's a deal. Okay. It's a deal. Zuoxiaonian nodded. Since it makes sense it's a deal. Shouldn't you reward me? What kind of reward? Kiss kiss. Zuoxiao Duo pouted. That won't do. Zuoxiaonian looked around sneakily. We are in the Tower of Destruction, what are you afraid of? I'm not afraid. I'm just... Since you're not afraid. After a long time, Zuoxiaonian struggled. Your hand. Don't. Move. I didn't touch your chest. You. After a long time, Zuoxiaonian screamed and pushed Zuoxiao Duo away. She ran into the cultivation room with a red face. After she went in, her heart was still pounding. Damn it now. Bad, perverted. And now he's not afraid of me. What should I do? Zuoxiaonian fell into a long dreamlike contemplation. Outside the cultivation room. Zuoxiao Duo stuck out his tongue and licked his lips as he chuckled a few times. That was great. Apart from the joy in his heart, there was also endless regret. It was a pity that he could not destroy Yen Cat's perfect physique. If his mother had not said those words. According to the mysterious time of the Tower of Annihilation. When Mom and Dad leave, they'll probably let them carry their grandsons away. The next day, Zuoxiao Duo woke up early in the morning. She had no choice. She still had to go to school. She couldn't possibly stop going to school just because her parents were here. Zuoxiaonian stayed in the Tower of Annihilation and continued to practice, striving to reach the peak of Huayun realm as soon as possible. Mom, I'm going to school. Yen is practicing in the Tower of Annihilation. I think she'll be out soon, Zuoxiao Duo said and left with Li Chenglong. In the Tower of Annihilation, Zuoxiaonian's face was flushed red. This brat, when he was about to go to school, he still She pouted and took out a mirror. She was speechless for a long time. Her lips were swollen. Bastard. She had to wait for a while before going out. However, after staying in the Tower of Annihilation for such a long time, he did it. Other than kissing and hugging, he did not do anything else. He did not let her cross the line again. Thinking of this, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Puppy, you're no match for me. Zuoxiaonian pouted and looked arrogant. She did not know that Zuoxiao Duo had made a thunderous move at the beginning, and then caused Zuoxiaonian to be on her guard. In the end, he only stopped at kissing and hugging. It was because Zuoxiao's fixed goal was to do this. That was all. First, he scared you, making it clear that his goal was to go straight to the root of the problem. Then he pulled back step by step, making you feel that he had kept his bottom line by only kissing and hugging. Moreover, there was a faint uneasiness about whether he would be angry if she rejected him too much. However, the actual result of the battle was that Zhuoxiao duo broke through 2 lines of defense in one fell swoop. Zhuoxiao duo was clear about the mystery of this, but Zhuoxiaonian was confused and passive. When they left the Tower of Annihilation and chatted with Wu Yuding, Zhuoxiaonian was still shy, but proudly talked about her record of guarding to the death. Wu Yuding, who understood the whole process, was speechless and covered her forehead. Daughter, you're so stupid. You've almost lost everything, but you're still so proud. I really don't understand where you get this proud face from. However, this was after all a private matter between the two of them. She could only sigh speechlessly. All right, as long as you're happy. Fortunately, Xiao Duo could hold himself back, otherwise. Sigh. Wu Yuding was speechless as she thought about it. If he hadn't given Zhuoxiao Duo a heads up, Xiaonian, this silly girl, would have been tricked by Xiao Duo all the way until she got pregnant. She even felt like he was guarding against it. However, the one who benefited was her son, so Wu Yuding wisely chose not to remind her, as long as you're happy. Zhuoxiaonian smiled happily. Mom, don't worry. With his cultivation level, he can't take advantage of me. Wu Yuding's mouth twitched. Except for the last step, didn't he take advantage of everything? If I hadn't warned him in advance, I'm afraid you would be pregnant now, my silly daughter. Sigh, my son is so lucky to have met such a silly girl. However, thinking that this silly girl was raised and trained by her, Wu Yuding was speechless. Is there something wrong with my way of teaching? At that she suddenly remembered that when she was young, she seemed to have been tricked by Zhuoxianglu like this. Wu Yuding couldn't laugh anymore. After breakfast, Wu Yuding casually found an excuse to have a big fight with Zhuoxianglu. Zhuoxianglu was at a loss. His heart was filled with grievances. What's wrong? How am I a hooligan? At this moment, Zhuoxianglu was almost depressed to death. I was scolded for no reason. Am I shameless? In fact, Wu Yuding definitely wronged Zhuoxianglu. Because when a man and a woman were in a relationship, perhaps at the beginning of the relationship, the woman was sensitive and the man was slow. This was more than 99% of the time. However, after the relationship was confirmed, the situation of the two sides completely changed. At this stage, it was basically the man who moved forward bravely, using all his intelligence and wisdom, pressing forward step by step and actively launching an attack. Some people could even think of countless tricks, and even many single people's lifetime wisdom exploded at this moment that it was to go one step further, to directly attack the root of the problem, and to lead to a secluded place. At this time, the woman would often fall into passive defense without exception. However, no matter how hard she defended or even resisted, in the end the man would get what he wanted. There were few exceptions. Of course, after the final goal was achieved, it was often the beginning of another story. This was not the underwater story. After breakfast, Zhuoxiaonian continued to practice, and Zhuoxianglu went to the balcony to read and drink tea gloomily. Wu Yuding cleaned up as usual, and went to Zhuoxianglu to lie down on the deck chair next to him. Her son took advantage of her daughter was happy, and her husband was scolded by her to vent her anger. Comfortable. On the way to school, Li Chenglong was grinning all the way. They got engaged last night. I, the leader of the Iron and Steel Order, have a wife now. Zhuoxiao Duo, on the other hand, had a face full of reminiscence and a silly smile. The feeling last night was really wonderful. There was no need to be envious that Swollen was one step ahead of him. Therefore, the two of them entered the Hidden Dragon High School with silly smiles on their faces. When they arrived at Class 1, the silly smile on their faces was still there. Oh, the groom is here. Someone shouted, and the whole class cheered, laughing, shouting, and jumping. Xiang Bing had arrived early, wearing a snow-white Hidden Dragon High School martial arts suit. When she saw Li Chenglong enter, she suddenly lowered her head with a flushed face. The courage she had the night before had disappeared without a trace. Li Chenglong greeted his classmates with a silly smile. His usual calm and wisdom were all gone. He actually greeted Xiang Bing with a silly smile. Icy Egg, did you sleep well last night? The whole class burst into laughter, and Xiang Bing's face was as red as a monkey's butt. Li Chenglong had a silly smile on his face. He was actually still waiting for an answer. Idiot. Xiang Bing was embarrassed and angry. She lay on the table and pretended to be a dead dog, refusing to raise her head. Zhuoxiao Duo, on the other hand, was quick-witted. He hurriedly put away his silly smile. He was lucky enough to see Li Chenglong's silly expression during the heckling just now, so he instantly adjusted his state of mind. The whole class cheered, asking Li Chenglong to talk about his feelings about the engagement. When Xingtian, who had already arrived, looked at them with a smile and did not stop them. Li Chenglong first refused and then said, "I don't think so." When everyone heard this they were a little relieved and so the cheering became even louder. Li Chenglong had no choice but to walk up to the podium and say, "Since everyone is so curious, I will talk about my love experience." Shoo. The audience was booed. "Li Chenglong, how dare you say that? What love experience do you have? If Xiang Bing did not take the initiative, you would still be the Iron Order's leader. Now you want to talk about your love experience so openly? Where is your face? Your so-called love experience is to grab your future wife and beat her to death, right? Actually, I didn't think about it at first, but the afternoon before yesterday." Li Chenglong began his lecture. He was indeed very happy. His heart was full of sweetness, and he wanted to share his happiness with his classmates. However, Xiang Bing was anxious when she heard this. This idiot would not say anything, would he? Therefore she did not care about her embarrassment and rushed up, saying, "Let me say it." Then she pushed Li Chenglong down. Although her face was red, her actions were not ambiguous at all. The whole class laughed. "Xiang Bing, what do you want to say?" Everyone knew that something must have happened that night. Otherwise they would not have gotten engaged so quickly. Moreover, if something had happened, everyone was sure that Xiang Bing was the one who initiated it. Today, when they saw the performance of this pair of husband and wife, everyone felt that their guess was right. Xiang Bing stood on the podium, her face flushed red. Seeing that she had calmed down, she took a deep breath and said loudly, "I didn't want to come up, but this guy is muddle-headed in this aspect. I'm afraid that he won't say what he should say and will say what he shouldn't say. So I had to stand up." Chapter 737. There was another round of laughter. Xiang Bing blushed and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just a small matter from the beginning to the end. Everyone can guess the reason. Yes, yesterday Li Chenglong and I got engaged." At this point, her face suddenly became serious. She puffed out her chest and said loudly, "So, from today onwards, Li Chenglong is a married man and I, Xiang Bing, am a married woman. In the future, if anyone wants to take advantage of me, you'll have to find someone else. To all those who liked me before, I can only say, please find another good match. To all those who liked Li Chenglong before, I can only say that he has a wife, and his wife is very jealous, so jealous that she can use a knife. I'm a person of action. When I can use my hands, I won't use my mouth. Today I've already said it. If anyone offends me, don't blame me for not warning you." Xiang Bing finished speaking. Although her face was still red, her overall performance was natural and unrestrained. She said everything. "Everyone, please give us your blessings. Thank you. We'll accept your blessings and be grateful. As for other emotional disturbances, don't blame us for being rude. Please give us your blessings and don't disturb our happiness. Thank you." Xiang Bing bowed and immediately left the stage valiantly. The whole class applauded like thunder. Even when Xingtian's eyes were full of admiration, Xiang Bing was very straightforward. "I'm engaged. I'm engaged with him. From now on, I'm his and he's mine. No one, no matter what happened in the past, from now on, they can forget about it. We'll accept all blessings and reject all competition. We'll hate it. If anyone dares to cross the line, I'll take action." The meaning was clear and unmistakable. In fact, whether it was Li Chenglong or Xiang Bing, there were many people who liked them among the new students of the Hidden Dragon High School, including Zuoxiaoduo. Although Zuoxiaoduo looked despicable and sometimes acted in an unconventional manner, he was indeed an influential figure in this year's Hidden Dragon High School. He was young and had a lot of money. He was the #1 genius and had a bright future ahead of him. Among all the new female students in the Hidden Dragon High School, other than those who already had someone in their heart, Zuoxiaoduo only needed to ask, "Are you willing to be my girlfriend?" More than half of the people would agree on the spot. Anyone could see that although Zuoxiaoduo was despicable, this man was absolutely reliable, absolutely safe, and definitely had great potential. Moreover, being with Zuoxiaoduo was much less likely than being with someone else. Because she was too afraid of death. Li Chenglong was the same. He might be slightly inferior to Zuoxiaoduo, and he wasn't as handsome as Zuoxiaoduo, but his strength was obvious to all. His usual calmness and wisdom were also bonus points. Even the title of Iron and Steel Hierarch was a bonus point for him, and it wasn't just a little bit. All the girls knew in their hearts that although this kind of man was made of iron and steel, if they were to choose a husband to be their lover for life, this kind of man was actually 108,000 times better than those handsome men who knew how to play and coax girls. This kind of man was definitely the kind of man who was on the verge of extinction. He was definitely the kind of man who would be cherished and treasured for life. There were really many girls who had their eyes on Li Chenglong. They might not even be fewer than Zuoxiao Duo. Xiang Bing herself was an extremely outstanding beauty. She was taller than the average girl by a head and had a valiant and formidable aura. There were also many who had a crush on Xiang Bing. However, Xiang Bing's words today blocked all of them. It was so tight that there wasn't a single gap left. At this point, if anyone were to chase after me, they would be ruining my happiness. I don't care how much you love me or how sincere you are, but if you destroy my happiness, then you are my mortal enemy. So what if I kill you directly? You're using your so-called love to make us quarrel every day? You fucker. What's the meaning of your love? Xiang Bing didn't say these harsh words clearly, but her attitude was clear as day. When Xingtian stood on the podium and looked at Xiang Bing with a smile and appreciation, he said, I agree with Xiang Bing's words. She said it with sincerity and revealed her true feelings. I hope that all of you can learn from Xiang Bing. Even if you can't love and hate like her, once you fall in love, once you set your mind to it, you will never waver again. I also have to praise Zuoxiao Duo here. If you have someone in your heart, you won't be tempted by 1,000 flowers. This is also a kind of integrity. Although Zuoxiao Duo is so despicable that it makes people want to beat him up, he's still better than those who change their minds at the sight of different things. When Xingtian praised, although he's still a despicable person. Ha 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 ha. The slightly heavy atmosphere in the class disappeared in an instant. Zuoxiao Duo said with a bitter face, Teacher, when you praise me well. When Xingtian glanced at him. Okay, to reward you, I will wait for you at the martial arts field. I will praise you if you put in effort. He led the students out. 10 days passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, it was the big day of the Hidden Dragon High School's parent-teacher conference. It was also the main purpose of father and mother's trip. However, there were some changes. Just 8 days ago, which was the day of Li Chenglong's engagement, Department Head Ding called and said that someone wanted to watch, and there were some other things that needed to be changed. Hearing this sudden news, Yi Changqing only felt waves of headache. What are you, the higher-ups, up to now? Why do you only want to bring disaster to our Hidden Dragon High School? Especially when he remembered Department Head Ding's clear words. Due to the importance of this matter, in order to hide as much as possible, this parent-teacher conference, as well as the Hidden Dragon High School students going to the front line, had been arranged by the Department of Martial Arts. The 10 most popular singers in the Astral Soul's mainland would be present together and perform live. At that time, the whole Fenghai city, and even all the families of martyrs in the surrounding areas, would be invited to watch the ceremony. Moreover, each of them would be given a small gift. Therefore, in this aspect, the Hidden Dragon High School had to take care of it. The expenses needed to be reimbursed by a list. There was no limit. However, Yi Changqing almost collapsed. You are a high official, you have the final say. However, the most popular singers in the mainland could not be invited by money alone, right? There were also related venues and many other things. Did you think it would be over just by moving your mouth? As for the families of martyrs, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to inform all of them. However, a high official could suppress people to death. Principal Yi had no choice but to work. First, he went to contact the venue. Only then did he know that the largest venue in Fenghai City, the largest indoor stadium, had been vacated. Over there they were already preparing for the concert. Anstar Shield, the Security Bureau, and the Cultural and Education Bureau had already issued the notice. Even some families of martyrs who lived far away had already started to make their way here. Hearing the above good news, Yi Changqing was slightly relieved and did not have so much resentment. However, when he actually saw the current situation of the target indoor stadium, which had been completely transformed into the shape of an aerial karaoke hall, Yi Changqing's legs and stomach trembled. Fuck, how much money did this transformation cost? It was just a parent-teacher conference, was it worth it? Was it really worth it? In the middle was the stage, surrounded by layers of grandstands. The first and second layers only needed to look up slightly to see the central stage clearly. The third and fourth layers were roughly level with the stage, while the fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth layers needed to be looked down slightly. The view was actually better. If that was all, it would not be surprising. What surprised Yi Changqing was that inside the stadium, there was a faint spatial power rippling. This was a big deal. It could accommodate 1 million people watching the concert at the same time, and everyone was not too far away from each other. Everyone could see everything clearly. The small tables and seats were enough to ensure that a family could have a table. Moreover, there was an extra 70% of the number of tables left for the families of the martyrs. With such a small space and only the first 20 rows, how could it accommodate so many people? But in fact it was done. And from the looks of it, it did not feel crowded at all, and there was no awkward feeling of spatial disorder. Which spatial powerhouse is here? After Yi Changqing and the others looked carefully, they were really surprised. Looking around the world, there seemed to be only one person who could achieve this level of spatial power. That was Grand Shaman Dan Kong of the Umno Alliance. But why would Grand Shaman Dan Kong do such a thing? Not to mention that this was the mainland of astral souls. Even if it was the territory of the Umno Alliance, it was just a parent-teacher conference of a high martial arts school. Why would one of the 12 Grand Shamans come here? Could it be that there was a spatial powerhouse with such great attainments in astral souls? Everyone was guessing. But for the students, how could they think so much? Seeing such a grand scene, everyone was smiling from ear to ear. Today was really lively. Especially the freshmen of the first and second years, everyone was jumping with excitement and joy. Such a grand occasion was almost a once-in-a-lifetime event. When they thought of their parents by their side witnessing this bustling scene together even many years later, it was still a rare memory. Especially the 2,800 students who were about to go to war for a change of guard, they were even more excited. Everyone knew that this was just a change of guard, and at this time there was basically no war. Before going, they had watched such a high-level program and reunited with their families. In less than 3 months they came back again. It was really nothing. It was simply relaxing and enjoyable. Starlight Mountains. Countless people worked day and night, researching and researching. These people in the past 10 days almost did not sleep at all. No matter what, they had to crack the spatial relic in the door as soon as possible. Now the location of the door had been completely revealed. Clouds and mist billowed on both sides, and the demonic aura was raging. But no matter how much it billowed, not a trace of demonic aura rushed out. As the cracking continued, the three-party alliance gradually came to the conclusion that the level of this secret realm was frighteningly high. All the famous craftsman families and sects in the 3 continents had sent their elites to study it, but it was like a tiger trying to eat the sky, and there was nowhere to go. Chapter 738. Everyone was extremely helpless and frustrated. They clearly felt that there was a mechanism controlling this place, but they couldn't find the hub. But now they could even find the stairs in front of the gate. On both sides of the gate were indestructible mountains. The Heavenly King of the right slashed his sword hard, but the result was that his sword had a hole in it. Yu Dongtian immediately went to the Flood Witch and said, "My sword can't cut it. Why don't you smash it with your hammer?" The Flood Witch smashed Yu Dongtian with her hammer. The place where Donghuang's bell rang was where Kunpeng's primordial spirit resided. "You want me to smash it? Or are you kidding? If I could smash it, I would have smashed it open 12 days ago, okay? Can Yu Dongtian grow a brain? No matter whether I can smash it open or not, the continent of the Demon Alliance, which is wandering in the starry sky, will definitely sense it. It will come true." Bang. A craftsman of the Umno Alliance dug under the gate with his big chisel, but it suddenly slipped open. He couldn't stop it in time and the chisel cut his thigh. Blood gushed out. However, at this moment, the change that broke the stalemate appeared. The golden gate suddenly became illusory and a whirlpool appeared. With a soft swoosh, all the blood of the craftsman with the wound on his thigh gushed out from the wound. In a total of half a second, all the blood was absorbed into the gate. In front of the gate, only a shriveled mummy was left. Everyone was shocked when they saw this, and they hurriedly moved aside subconsciously. After the whirlpool finished absorbing the human blood, it slowly shrank back, and the gate turned pink little by little. Yu Dongtian frowned and looked at it thoughtfully. Several great wizards and the 7 swords of Taoism were not far away. Seeing this strange change, they seemed to wake up from a dream. Blood. To break this gate we need human blood? Yu Dongtian's face became very ugly. Human blood was the only thing that could affect the gate. But how much human blood was needed to open the gate? Or rather, how many people would have to die in order to open the door? Most of the people here were astral souls. Yu Xingqian's face darkened. Xiao. The king of Zwulu stepped forward. Here. Go and catch some star beasts. Catch more. All right. The king of Zwulu Yun Jianghu flashed out. In less than a minute, the king of Zwulu had returned with multiple astral beasts. He casually chopped off one of the astral beast's heads, causing blood to gush out. But this time there was no response from the door. He took the head of another soul transformation stage star beast, but there was still no reaction. It's useless. The flood which shook her head with a serious look in her eyes. Back then the demon clan ate flesh and blood. It had to be the blood of humans, Wu people, etc. The blood of astral beasts is useless. For the demon clan, astral beasts are low-level demons. Perhaps there are still killings among the middle-level and low-level demons, but high-level demons don't. The flood which looked gloomy. We have to use human blood. Yu Xingqian said coldly. Flood, you said it yourself. The demon clan eats flesh and blood, not only humans. Maybe the effect of wizard blood is better. Flood said lightly. Yu Xingqian, don't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. The Umno Alliance can do anything, but we won't take advantage of you or break our promises. Let's gather the blood of 15 people from 3 families first. 5 people from each family. Drag them out, kill them, and sacrifice their blood to the gate. Flood's face was cold. Wait. Bai Yun Duo shouted, wait. Flood didn't move. The other 10 great wizards turned their heads in unison and looked at Bai Yun Duo coldly. My boss has already said it. Do you dare to disagree? 5 people from each side. It's not unfair. What else do you want? Yun Zhonghu and Yu Dongtian flashed and stood in front of Bai Yun Duo with their arms crossed. What are you staring at? Do you want to fight? Come on. I'm not afraid of you. Bai Yun Duo separated the two and stepped forward. She said, Master Flood, I didn't mean to question you when I stopped you. But as far as we know, the blood of humans can affect the gate. We don't necessarily need to sacrifice human lives. Or we just need to release more blood. The total HP of the 5 of us can be replaced with 50 people to make up for it. Or even 100 people. If the blood of the 3 families is not enough, we can continue to release blood. In this way we can get a considerable amount of blood but no one will die. Bai Yun Duo said, since there is a way to not kill people, why should we kill people and add to the sin of killing? Lai Hua and the others still looked cold and hard. They stood in front of Flood and looked at Bai Yun Duo coldly. If Flood didn't say anything they wouldn't retreat. The great Flood which was stunned for a moment and then said, I didn't think it through enough. If there is a possibility that no one will die, of course it would be better. All of you back off. When you can use your brain, why do you use your hands? Is there anything else in your brains besides muscles? Lai Hua and the others didn't take it seriously. They smiled and cupped their fists to Yu Dongtian and the others before retreating. Ice Hell which curled her lips. Boss has such a temper. He has always been kind to beautiful women. 1 word bitch. 2 words bitch. 4 words bitch. Halfway through her words, her face suddenly changed. She reached out to cover her mouth like lightning, and her eyes were full of horror. The Flood which turned around with a black face. With a loud bang, Ice Hell which was sent flying by a hammer. She hurriedly rushed out to beg for mercy. Boss, I was wrong. As he screamed, he was already several hundred meters away. Lai Hua and his wife Xue Luo were speechless. This cheap mouth and the habit of gloating, how many losses have you suffered in your life? No matter how you change, you can't change it. The other few great witches' shoulders were trembling. This bitch finally got her retribution today. Awesome. Since there was no need to die, everyone naturally prepared very quickly. They were very active. With a call, hundreds of people rushed out to donate blood. 3 large buckets, each weighing 200 pounds, were quickly filled with steaming hot blood. Then, the first bucket of hot blood was carried over and placed in front of the door. With a whoosh, the whirlpool appeared again. Like a whale sucking in water, it sucked away more than half of the blood and suddenly stopped. Visible to the naked eye, the golden door suddenly turned blood red. After a burst of dense fluctuation, the door disappeared. There was only a black hole left in the original place. They didn't even need to use a bucket of blood. The door that couldn't be opened opened. Everyone looked at the remaining 2 buckets of steaming hot blood. Their eyebrows twitched and their faces were full of excitement. The Flood Witch's face was also like the bottom of a pot. She had calculated wrongly. At this moment, a strange voice said, "Tiskatiki." With such judgment you still said that it was the blood of 15 people. Ah, you slapped your face? Now even 5. Lai Hua and Shui Luo covered their mouths at the same time. Both of their faces changed. Brother-in-law, I beg you to be a human. Isn't it good to live well? The one who spoke was of course the Ice Hell Witch who had just flown back. When the Ice Hell Witch said that, her face instantly turned white. She kept on slapping her own mouth. Fuck, I'll slap you to death. You've caused me a disaster. The Flood Witch walked over with a black face. The corner of her mouth twitched. She shouted, "You two get out of the way." Lai Hua and his wife hesitated and got out of the way. Shui Luo begged, "Boss, his temper has been like this since he was young. He doesn't think before he speaks. He's a fool. This can't be helped." Shui Luo was really about to cry. The Flood Witch looked at the Ice Hell Witch. Her eyes were cold. She shook her head and said, "Stand there." The Ice Hell Witch's legs trembled. "Boss, I was wrong. Stand there." The Ice Hell Witch stood on a protruding big rock. The mountain wind blew. She was alone in the air as if she was going to ride the wind. The Flood Witch took a breath and said in a low voice, "I'll tell you now. I don't know how much I need. Do you understand? I still don't plan to bleed if it's not enough. Do you understand?" The Ice Hell Witch was like a little wife who had been wronged. "Boss, I understand. My mouth." "You don't understand shit." The Flood Witch shouted, "Your head is facing the rock on the top of the mountain over there. Get into a good posture and turn around. Be straightforward." The Ice Hell Witch turned around hesitantly. "Boss, please be merciful." "Ah." Before she finished speaking, the Flood Witch had already swung her hammer. Like hitting a baseball, she hit the Ice Hell Witch and sent her flying. Like lightning, she crossed 4,567 meters of space. With a boom, she hit the side of the protruding rock on the opposite mountain. A strange voice came from afar. "TSK, you're number 1 in the world. With this accuracy you didn't hit." The Flood Witch's face changed. She wanted to fly over, but before she could move she was hugged tightly by Lai Hua and Shui Luo. Flood took a step and brought the husband and wife more than 10 meters away. "Boss, please spare me." Shui Luo was crying. "It's been so many years." Lai Hua begged, "Boss, why don't you hit me with your hammer? Calm down, calm down." Which Dan Kong stood at the side, laughing so hard that his tongue was shaking in his mouth. "It's so satisfying, it's so satisfying." "Dan Kong, what are you laughing at?" The Flood Witch couldn't find the target, so she couldn't vent her anger. She turned her head and saw Dan Kong smiling so brightly. Her face suddenly turned black. "Brother, are you so happy to be beaten up? You stand up too." Which Dan Kong's face changed. He looked over in disbelief. "What did I do? I didn't do anything." "Boss, I was wrong. Stand up. Be straightforward." Dan Kong stood up with a wronged face. Without being urged, he turned his head and aimed at the rock over there. He raised his butt and got into a good posture. Bang. Great Witch Dan Kong also flew out like Great Witch Bing Ming. And this time it was very accurate. It hit the big rock directly and the rock shattered. The Flood Witch was satisfied. She kept her hammer and began to study the hole that suddenly appeared. Not long after, Dan Kong and the Ice Hell Witch flew back one after another. The Ice Hell Witch had a smile on her face. She had an expression that said, "I want to speak." She was full of gloating and was about to spit out. "Dan Kong, this bastard only cared about laughing at me. In the end he got beaten up himself, ha ha ha." Chapter 739. The Ice Hell Witch was about to open his mouth to speak, but before he could do so, he was directly captured by the Lai Hua couple. He was pressed to the ground with a poof, and then a large piece of unknown stuff was stuffed into his mouth. Then the Lai Hua wife skillfully took out a white cloth and tied his mouth. "Oh." The Ice Hell Witch stared. "Sister, what are you doing? I have something to say." The Lai Hua couple kept moving and tied his mouth tightly, and even tied a dead knot behind his head. "Don't think about talking these days. You scared me to death just now." The Ice Hell Witch struggled. "I still have something to say. Wait for me to finish." Dan Kong must have cheated just now. Otherwise he wouldn't have hit it. With the boss's accuracy he wouldn't be able to do that. Dan Kong was beaten and still wanted to flatter the boss. Bastard Dan Kong. I want to say something, let go of my mouth. The flood watched for a long time and saw the demon aura raging in the cave. He pondered for a moment and said, from the Umno Alliance's side, Lai Hua, Emperor Feng and I will go in. The Great Witch Dan Kong frowned and said, Boss, let me go in for you. I have the ability of space so I should be able to. Dan Kong was worried that if the flood suddenly pulled out when he went in. The flood said faintly, be obedient. The Great Witch Dan Kong nodded and stopped talking. Hum. Hum hum hum. There was a series of muffled sounds as if something was blocked and some kind of strange sound was forced out. It came from the Ice Hell Witch. Obviously this one wanted to say something strange again, but his mouth was tied up. No matter how much he wanted to say it, he couldn't say it. Only his eyes were moving around, looking at this and that, and he couldn't help laughing. His eyebrows were shaking. I'm dying of laughter. The boss said it as if Dan Kong was his son. Haha, Dan Kong wasn't really the boss's son, was he? TSK Dan Kong, be obedient. Be obedient Dan Kong. Roar. Untie my mouth, I'll share my discovery. The flood witch's sharp eyes swept over. The Great Witch Dan Kong's angry eyes swept over. Pa. A cloth band covered the eyes of the Ice Deep Witch. Don't show your eyeballs to the outside world. The Fire Witch couple was speechless. Lai Hua's wife Shui Luo's face was filled with melancholy. Why do I have such a brother? Back then, his father really had the foresight to leave all his inheritance to him. If it wasn't for the inheritance that helped to compensate for the loss, this guy's ashes would have been scattered for a long time. Even without speaking, he could mock her with just his eyeballs and eyebrows. How could he be so cheap? Over at the Astral Souls continent, Yu Xingqian the star-plucking monarch said, over here Dongdun little tiger and I will enter. On the Dao League side, Daoist Thunder said, I'll go in with Feng and Yun. All right. The flood witch said indifferently, then let's go. His body flashed and he crossed the door with his hands behind his back. Then his body disappeared. Even though they had fought for countless years and were mortal enemies, the Umno Alliance had never been careless when it came to cooperation. The flood witch had never been careless either. I'm recognized as the #1 expert in the world. Naturally, I'll be the first to enter the unknown danger zone. This had nothing to do with their standpoints. Everything happened spontaneously because of the flood. I should take the biggest risk. Who agreed? Who objected? Blazing Fire and Wind Emperor followed closely behind. Then, the 3 from the Astral Souls and the 3 from the Dao League entered one after another. Inside, demonic aura filled the sky. White fog rolled and instantly blocked the entrance of the cave. The 9 people who went in could no longer be seen from outside. Marshal Dongfang and the others who were waiting outside all had solemn expressions. This wasn't the first time the 3 parties had worked together to open the space ruin. It had appeared many times in the past. However, there had never been a time like this where the people who had entered to explore the path were the highest level of the 3 continents, the pinnacle experts. What did this mean? That night, Li Chenglong's parents came to Fenghai City. They were welcomed into the villa by Li Chenglong. Then the 2 families had dinner together that night. Zhou Changlu and his wife, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan, Li Chenglong's parents, Li Chenglong and Xiang Bing's fiancé and grandma Shi. Li Chenglong's parents were extremely satisfied with Xiang Bing. They couldn't close their mouths once they opened them. Their son had grown up and found such an excellent daughter-in-law. He was really promising. Mother Li was a little puzzled. She knew her son very well. This kid had been hitting his female classmates since he was young. He didn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. How could he find such a good daughter-in-law? I even arranged a few blind dates for him at home. Li Chenglong's mother pulled Li Chenglong aside and whispered, Son, tell me the truth. How did such a beautiful girl like you? You didn't use any dirty tricks, did you? Li Chenglong's mother didn't know how to transmit her voice. Even though her voice was extremely soft, everyone still heard it clearly and understood what she meant. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed and fell into Zhou Xiaoyan's arms. It seemed that he couldn't laugh anymore. His head rolled on Zhou Xiaoyan's chest. Zhou Xiaoyan slapped him twice. Then she pushed him away with a red face. This lazy guy was really thinking about taking advantage of her all the time. Xiang Bing's face was also red. Li Chenglong didn't use any dirty tricks. It seemed that the one who used dirty tricks was her. Cough, this must be kept a secret. Uncle and Auntie couldn't know. Zhou Xiaoduo giggled and said, Uncle, Auntie, look at this girl. He pointed at Xiang Bing and said mysteriously, You 2 don't know, right? This girl is short-sighted. Thousands of degrees. Li Chenglong looks so abstract, but in her eyes he is very three-dimensional. You two have to be careful. Don't give her glasses in the future. If her eyesight is normal, the two of you won't be able to live a peaceful life. Maybe Bing Dan will want a divorce after he sees the swollen face. Everyone was rocking back and forth with laughter. This bastard. Xiang Bing stared at Zhou Xiaoduo with hatred. You are short-sighted. Your whole family is short-sighted. The atmosphere at the table gradually warmed up. After each toast to the old man, Xiang Bing stood up with her wine glass. Zhou, let me toast to you. Thank you. Zhou Xiaoduo hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop her. Don't thank me. This matter has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me at all. It's completely fate between the two of you. Thank me. What? Let me tell you in the future, don't think of asking me to go easy on you. I, Zhou Xiaoduo, am not the kind of person who will go easy on you. Xiang Bing laughed. She knew that Zhou Xiaoduo did not want to talk about it. Although she did not understand why Zhou Xiaoduo did not want her to talk about it, she still smiled and said, in that case you and I are classmates. It is fate. Let's toast to you. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Let's drink together. Li Chenglong did not object. He was also very grateful to Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoyan blushed. She had to stand up and toast to Zhou Xiaoduo. Two couples. Zhou Xiaoyan was very sensitive to this word. Bastard. Even if I am your wife, you will still be bullied by me. When she sat down, her delicate body suddenly trembled. Her beautiful eyes glared at Zhou Xiaoduo fiercely and pulled out the hand that was under her butt. If there were not so many people here, she would have taught you a lesson. You tricked me into standing up, but you sat down first. You even put your hand on my chair quietly. You are a wolf with a wild ambition. You are really pissing me off. Li Chenglong saw Xiang Bing toast to Zhou Xiaoduo. He was very wise and immediately understood what was going on. He said to Xiang Bing through telepathy, was it Zhou who reminded you about what happened that day? Xiang Bing replied, yes, but I don't know why he did not accept my gratitude. I am sincerely grateful to him. Li Chenglong snorted and rolled his eyes. Then he said through sound transmission, how can this bitch accept your gratitude? He has been instigating us to fight for such a long time. He has been very interested in doing so. But he won't be able to continue instigating us if he accepts your gratitude, since he's the one who brought us together. This bitch is paving the way for him to be a bitch in the future. He is really a bastard to the bone. Xiang Bing almost laughed out loud. So this was the truth. She had to admit that Li Chenglong knew Zhou Xiaoduo very well. He was the best person in the world, even better than father and mother Zhou and Zhou Xiaoyan. This was one of the reasons why Zhou Xiaoduo did not accept her gratitude. It was mainly because he thought it was too fun. Especially Xiang Bing's temper, it was too. I would feel uncomfortable if I did not provoke her. Once I provoked her, she went to fight with Li Chenglong. Once she went, she was beaten up. After she was beaten up, she provoked her again and went again. Wow, this is so fun. She was really a bastard with a black heart. She made people's hair stand on end, but it was also amazing. Xiang Bing snorted and whispered to Li Chenglong through telepathy, how can I not know that he is trying to provoke us? But once he does, we will be together, right? Even if you beat me or I beat you, we will still be together. I will not fall for it if he tries to provoke me again in the future. Li Chenglong widened his eyes in horror. So you are not stupid? Xiang Bing was furious. You are the stupid one. If a girl does not like you, how can she be so instigated every day? She wanted to say, how can I be so willing to be beaten up by you every day? But when she thought about it, it was not very nice to say that. It was as if she had some bad habit, so she changed her words in an instant. Li Chenglong nodded, you are right. Xiang Bing said through telepathy, but in the future, no matter how much he tries to provoke you, it will be useless. You are already mine, I will not fight with you. Li Chenglong was moved to tears. Thank you for taking responsibility. After all, you took my virginity, you have to take responsibility even if you don't want to. Xiang Bing's face suddenly turned red, and she kicked Li Chenglong to the ground. Then she sat on him and growled in a low voice, what did you say? Who is stronger than you? I will kill you. As she spoke, she raised her fist and was about to punch him. I will kill you. Li Chenglong roared and threw a punch at Xiang Bing's face. The whole table was silent. Father Zhou and Mother Li's eyes almost popped out. Chapter 740. Zhuoxiao Duo almost burst out laughing. The two of them were too amusing. What kind of occasion was this? Why were they acting out an all-out brawl? He couldn't help but cheer instinctively, "Come on! Come on!" With a slurping sound he actually whistled. Cough cough. Grandma sure coughed. In fact, Li Chenglong and Xiang Bing also realized what was going on in an instant. They stopped their fists in time before they could hit the ground. Xiang Bing instantly realized it and stood up awkwardly. She lifted her butt from Li Chenglong's waist and hurriedly pulled Li Chenglong up. She lowered her head and said, "Just now maybe I drank too much." Cough cough cough. "I'm not like this usually." Cough cough cough. Even her neck was red as she spoke. She became more and more uneasy. So awkward. She couldn't hold it in front of her parents-in-law. It was really embarrassing. Xiang Bing felt that she didn't know where to put her hands. If there was a hole on the ground she would definitely jump in. Ha ha ha. Li Chenglong's mother stood up and pulled Xiang Bing's hand to her side. She laughed so hard that her eyes couldn't be seen. "Daughter, don't be shy. We're all like this. When your uncle and I were just engaged it was even more intense than you. Come and sit." Mrs. Li simply hugged Xiang Bing in her arms and moved the chair closer. "Chenglong has been naughty and stubborn since he was young. He's always been stubborn. I really hope that you can control him." Mrs. Li laughed. "Yes, Annie, I'm just a little hot-tempered sometimes. Most of the time I'm still good." Xiang Bing lowered her head and explained embarrassedly. However, the more she explained, the less confident she became. Cough cough. "I'm also a lady from a respectable family." Cough cough. Squeak, Zhuoxiao Duo whistled. It made Xiang Bing and Li Chenglong glare at him angrily. This bastard, how dare he ruin the show at this time? It's okay, it's okay. Zhuoxiao Duo giggled and said, "Auntie, you don't know this, but your son is known as the Iron and Steel Hierarch in school. He specializes in hitting female students' chests. Every time he hits them they'll collapse. Every time he hits them they'll collapse. This daughter-in-law of yours has collapsed many times. Ayaya, it's so tragic. It's fortunate that he held back his punch. Otherwise it would have collapsed." Xiang Bing said angrily, "You're the one who collapsed many times. You're the one who's collapsed." Everyone was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Mrs. Li was naturally aware of her son's glorious deeds. After all, the name of the Iron and Steel Hierarch had already spread like wildfire on the internet. His name had spread far and wide. You can't casually hit women in the future. Mrs. Li lectured Li Chenglong, "Especially Lil Bing, you can't hit her, do you understand? How could they fight every day when they were just a couple? You're such a troublemaker." Li Chenglong's head drooped as he repeatedly agreed. He thought to himself, "If you don't let me hit her, then I'll be the one getting hit every day. That's too much of a loss. But you're not in front of me so you won't see it even if I hit her. I'll hit her again when you're gone." The two families had a good meal together. In the middle of it, Zhuo Changlu's phone seemed to have gone crazy. Ding 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 ding. There were endless messages. Mrs. Li was curious. "Brother Zhuo is so busy." Zhuo Changlu chuckled. "It's just a small matter. Don't worry about him." Zhuoxiao Duo secretly glanced at the phone. Wu Yuding had already picked it up. He only had time to see a few names from the messages. Huzai, Fish Row, Big Dumb, Big Guy, Big Mixed Hair. Zhuoxiao Duo almost choked. "Dad's friends, what kind of names are these? They're not even as good as my Xiao Duo you. Mom, you have to investigate carefully. Why are there so many messages and the names are so random?" "Maybe Dad has a mistress outside." Zhuoxiao Duo urged. "Mom, you have to be careful of your midlife crisis. I've noticed that Dad has been a little dishonest recently. Look at these names, they're not normal. Maybe they're the names of his close female friends. You're even trying to sow discord between your parents?" Wu Yuding directly pinched Zhuoxiao's ear and twisted it. "I'm the one who set these names." As Zhuoxiao Duo cried out in pain and begged for mercy, Wu Yuding said to Zhuoxiaonian seriously, "Nian, you have to keep an eye on this frisky monkey in the future. Your dad saw this kid's face today. He's very lucky with women. If you don't keep an eye on him, this kid might have a few more mistresses." Zhuoxiao Duo was dumbfounded. "Mom, that's my line. You made a cameo." Zhuoxiaonian believed it and nodded repeatedly. "Dad, Mom, don't worry. I'll definitely keep an eye on him and won't let him have the chance to cross the line." As she said that, she glared fiercely at Zhuoxiao Duo. She thought to herself, "His luck with women is very good? I knew it long ago. This little dog should be tied up with a rope." "Mistress?" You're going crazy thinking about it? Zhuo Duo was extremely aggrieved. He failed to sow discord between his parents, and instead he was sowed discord by his parents. This was really karma. A night of fun passed in the blink of an eye. Morning came as expected. Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan, who had been cultivating in the Tower of Annihilation for a week, walked out of the Tower of Annihilation in high spirits. They saw that Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding had already packed up and were ready to set off. Seeing the two of them coming out of the Tower of Annihilation, both of them had a meaningful look on their faces. Zhuo Xiaoyan blushed, feeling like she had been caught red-handed in bed. She hurriedly grabbed Wu Yuding's arm and shook it. She said hurriedly, "Mom, don't worry. I didn't let him touch me." Wu Yuding immediately spat out a mouthful of saliva. Zhuo Changlu's expression became more and more strange. It was a blatant admission of guilt. You might as well not have said that. Zhuo Xiaoyan, who realized that she had said something wrong, felt like her face was on fire. She whimpered, covered her face and rushed into the bathroom. Wu Yuding pulled a long face and said to Zhuo Duo, "You brat, come here." Zhuo Duo walked over with an innocent look. "Give me your hand." Zhuo Duo instinctively shrank back, but was caught by Wu Yuding. She put his right hand in front of her nose and sniffed. She snorted and said, "You can't go any further." Zhuo Duo looked reluctant. "Mom, I really didn't do anything." "As if I'll believe you." Wu Yuding looked at him with disdain. "I'd rather believe that your father doesn't have a mistress than believe that you're honest." She sighed in her heart. "Little Nyener, your image of an ice beauty is so natural. You don't have to deliberately put up an imposing manner to anyone. Why is it that you have no resistance when facing Xiao Duo?" The family of four walked until they were about to reach the stadium. The blush on Zhuo Xiaoyan's face finally faded a little. Zhuo Duo had been calm the whole time. His face said, "I'm not guilty. I really didn't do anything." He was calm and collected, talking cheerfully and wittily. Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't help but admire him when she saw him. How could this brat be so thick-skinned? "You clearly. You're taking advantage of me, son of a bitch." They arrived at the stadium. At this time, there was already melodious music in the stadium. It kept ringing, sprinkling in all directions. Zhuo Duo took out his number 1 card, which was his personal card. After passing the security check, he walked forward with his parents. At the entrance of the passage, a receptionist checked the card and guided them. After a few turns, their eyes suddenly lit up. In front of them was a huge stage. Zhuo Xiaoduo's number 1 card was on the 3rd floor, the 2nd row, right in the middle. Zhuo Duo couldn't help but feel puzzled. His family's position was not bad, but why was he not in the 1st row but in the 2nd row? Logically speaking, his number 1 card should be in the 1st row. However, now was not the time to think about this. Together with his parents and Zhuo Xiaoyan, he walked over and sat down. Li Chenglong came with him and he was given number 2. Zhuo Duo originally thought that the two families would be next to each other. However, after looking for a long time, he couldn't find a number 2 table. After wandering around for a while, he found a number 2 card table about 10 tables away. Both of them were confused. The seating arrangement was really awesome. The table next to number 1 wasn't number 2. There was actually such an arrangement. This was really an eye-opener. When the family of 4 sat down, Zhuo Duo saw that his familiar classmates had also arrived with their parents, and each of them went to find their own table. Zhuo Duo felt a little strange about the current situation. He quietly exchanged a look with Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong instantly understood and immediately sent a telepathic message. "What's the situation?" Zhuo Duo said, "Check the seating arrangements of the other classes. If possible, confirm the seating arrangements of the other grades as well." Li Chenglong nodded and immediately took out his mobile phone to send a message to Gao Qiaoer. "Smart people talk, stupid people kick." Zhuo Duo boasted that he was smart, but Li Chenglong was not stupid. With an elite like Gao Qiaoer, there was no need for him to investigate one by one. Everyone had their own specialties. Not long after, all the pictures were clearly sent to Li Chenglong's mobile phone, along with a detailed introduction. The situation in other places is normal. It's different from here. Well, I should say that it's only different here. Li Chenglong sent the pictures to Zhuo Duo and then sent a telepathic message to point out the key point. Zhuo Duo's expression did not change, but his heart was in his mouth. He secretly sent a telepathic message to Li Chenglong and Zhuo Xiaoyan. If there's any change, take your parents and leave immediately. Don't pay attention to anything else. Zhuo Xiaoyan and Li Chenglong nodded slightly, indicating that they understood. By the way, when you're free, tell the people in our class that if anyone is close to my table, they should think of a way to increase the distance between them and my table. If they get caught in the crossfire, they might die. Zhuo Xiaoduo sent a telepathic message to Li Chenglong again. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the 4 tables around him. His table was tightly surrounded from all 4 directions. For a moment he could not help but feel anxious. What the fuck? Are they trying to deal with me? Aren't they thinking too highly of me? While his heart was in turmoil, he could not help but touch the 99 kitty hammer in his ring. Then he checked all the hidden weapons in it that had not been used for a long time. He was determined in his heart. Whoever dares to stab me, I'll use the 99 kitty hammer and smash all 4 tables into meat patties. I don't care who you are. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions. Today's recommendation votes are terrible. Chapter 741. At this moment, Yi Changqing, Xiang Quangren, Lu Yichuan, and Lone Eagle were welcoming guests outside. No matter what, on the surface, this was still the Hidden Dragon High School's parents' meeting. As the host in name, they were naturally responsible for welcoming guests. Especially since they knew that the 4 great commanders, the various ministers, and the imperial consecrators would be attending this event. More importantly, there would be a meeting after the event. Yi Changqing couldn't help but perk up. Such a grand event would undoubtedly bring great benefits to the Hidden Dragon High School. At the very least, it would be an unprecedented boost to the Hidden Dragon High School's reputation. There were too many high-level officials attending this event. Other than those who couldn't leave the capital, almost all of them were attending. All of them were super big shots that only existed in legends. It was even said that the left and right heavenly kings and the Emperor Zhaixing would be attending as well. The moment he heard this rumor, Yi Changqing was so excited that his hands and feet were trembling. These were legendary figures who could make the entire astral souls tremble with a stomp of their feet. They were the legends of the entire astral souls, heroes. For thousands of years, these were the brightest stars in the sky of the astral souls. They were the backbone of the human race and the common idols of the entire astral souls. All the students of the Hidden Dragon High School, as well as their parents and families, had already entered the auditorium under the lead of the teachers. The families of the martyrs had also entered the auditorium. The celebrities who were preparing to perform backstage were also in position. The loud music had been replaced by a majestic military music. The sonorous and powerful drums rumbled as if they were going to soar into the sky. After a while, under Yi Changqing and the others' expectant gazes, the void in front of them suddenly opened up. It was as if a curtain was suddenly pulled open by someone. A few figures walked out of the spatial crack as if they were taking a stroll in the park. The person in front was dressed in blue linen clothes and had messy hair. His face was rough and he wasn't good looking, but he wasn't ugly either. His face was full of majesty, and he gave off an extremely heavy feeling. No one dared to look at him directly. It seemed that no matter who it was, they would have to lower their heads in front of him. This person's physique was especially tall. He was at least 2.5 meters tall, slightly taller than Xiang Quangren. His physique was obviously much thinner than Xiang Quangren's, but the feeling he gave off was that he was many times more muscular than Xiang Quangren. He was dressed in blue linen clothes with a cloth belt casually tied around his waist. Beneath his feet was a pair of ordinary beast-skin war boots. His long hair was draped over his shoulders, and it fluttered as he walked. However, at first glance, this head of long hair was like seaweed in a hurricane and tsunami, waving violently. There wasn't any threatening aura coming from his body. It was most likely that he had intentionally restrained his aura. However, when this person walked out with large strides, it was as if he was leading millions of heavenly soldiers to attack from the heavens, rushing down with a force that could shatter heaven and earth. The entire sky seemed to collapse in front of Yi Changqing and the others at this moment. The sky was collapsing. For a moment, Yi Changqing and the others all felt suffocated. The stars in front of them were bright and colorful, as if the entire starry sky had exploded in front of them. This person walked out with large strides, but he didn't hear the greeting that he was supposed to hear. His gaze turned and focused on Yi Changqing's face. Yi Changqing only felt his heart suddenly stop beating. He had never seen this person before. But now, a name was on the verge of being called out. At this moment, Yi Changqing's entire body turned cold. He remembered that battle that year. That was a day that he would never forget for the rest of his life. In the sky above the lofty mountains, he and so many of his brothers were rushing with all their might to provide reinforcements. Suddenly, a destructive aura rose from afar. Everyone felt their hearts skip a beat at the same time. Then, before anyone could react, the space clearly distorted. The blurry figure that was still far away in the sky earlier had already swept across the void above their heads. Then there was a thunderous explosion as if that person had casually struck. It was just a casual strike. He was unconscious. That person seemed to be in a hurry. He didn't stop at all. After a casual strike, he forcefully tore through space and disappeared in the blink of an eye. But it was that casual strike. It was Yi Changqing's lifelong nightmare. Thousands of his brothers who were present all died an unnatural death. The army that was originally flying in midair was all smashed into the dust. Without exception, countless people didn't understand what had happened until they died. The reason why he didn't die was because he had an undying will to live. It was just a bit of luck. When he woke up from his coma, he only saw the corpses of his brothers all over the ground. Yi Changqing only remembered that monstrous aura of that day. He only remembered that figure that flashed across the void, and that head of messy hair that fluttered in the wind. Now, this person, this aura, this head of messy hair, this top executioner of the 3 continents had actually appeared in front of him. At this moment, Yi Changqing felt that the sky had darkened. Didn't you guys say that he was a senior member of the Astral Souls continent? What's going on? This person is here. Even if all the teachers and students of my Hidden Dragon High School were added together, they wouldn't be able to withstand half a strike from him. Why did you call him here? No. It should be, why is he here? Could it be that my Hidden Dragon High School is too famous and has provoked this killer who wants to destroy future opponents? Well, Yi Changqing also knew that his thoughts were too ridiculous. He was blowing his own trumpet and thinking too highly of himself. He thought too highly of himself. But this person's sudden appearance really made Principal Yi feel that his brain wasn't enough. He only thought in the worst direction. He didn't even think about whether he was worthy or not. His mind was blank. Characters appeared one by one. Yi Changqing and the others only felt their breathing quicken and their bodies stiffen. The sky fell and the earth cracked. They were all here. Behind the flood which 10 grand shamans appeared one after another. Everyone had a wry smile on their faces. The leader of the Flood High School boasted that he was upright and would never disguise himself. This was something that couldn't be helped. Although they were all in disguise, but whether they were in disguise or not, the 10 of them standing beside the Great Flood which were too easy to recognize. They didn't even need to recognize them. They only needed to think a little and they would know who these 11 people were. At this moment, the pressure was so great that Yi Changqing, Xiang Quangren, and the others could only feel their spines creaking. They had to use all their strength to not kneel down and embarrass themselves on the spot. What? A voice scolded jokingly, "Are you all trying to scare a child? Do you still have such thoughts now? Not bad, should I say that you still have a child's heart?" A middle-aged man with white hair appeared and stood in front of the flood which. Suddenly, the invisible pressure that Yi Changqing and the others were under suddenly disappeared without a trace. Lai Hua grinned and said with a smile, "We are all discerning people. We have all restrained our auras. It's just that the hatred in these children's hearts is a little strong, especially the child in the lead. He seems to have met Boss Hong before. What's the blame for the backlash caused by his past experience?" As he said that, he glanced at Xiang Quangren with a strange gaze. His gaze circled around Xiang Quangren's body a few times, sizing him up. Xiang Quangren's gaze turned to confusion. This should be the great shaman Lai Hua, right? I've never seen him before. If I had, I wouldn't be alive now. But I don't know why does he feel so familiar? Why is he sizing me up? It seems that I haven't reached the point where I can be regarded as such by the higher-ups. Lai Hua had a strange look in his eyes, and he also had a strange feeling in his heart. It's this damn brat who patted me on the shoulder and taught me a lesson with a face full of seniority, and kept calling me red hair. That's so smooth. Now, I really want to show my identity and scare you to death, you bastard. Putting everything else aside, if the fire shaman were to reveal that he was red hair now, it might be an exaggeration to say that he would scare Xiang Quangren to death. However, it would not be difficult to scare Xiang Quangren to the point that his heart would suddenly stop and his soul would fly out of his body. "Greetings, Emperor." Yi Changqing and the other 3 half knelt at the same time. Although Principal Yi and the other three hadn't seen the Emperor Zhai Xing before, there were only two people in the astral souls who could speak in such a manner in front of the Flood Witch. This time the minister didn't mention it. Then, the one in front of them could only be one of the two pillars of the astral souls, the Emperor Zhai Xing rise. We've already abolished the ritual of kneeling for so many years. Why are you doing this again today? The Emperor Zhai Xing joked. The Emperor has blessed the world and benefited the common people. His meritorious deeds are immeasurable and he is admired by all generations. You should accept our worship. No need to be so polite. This is the guest I've invited today. The Emperor Zhai Xing smiled. Ah, do you understand now? Yes. We don't understand. Our souls have flown away after inviting these malefactors here. The Flood Witch smiled faintly. Flood wouldn't be angry with such a small character. Even if he was scolded to his face, as long as it wasn't too harsh or critical, the Flood wouldn't care. Even though Yi Changqing and the others were already famous in the astral souls, they were still not worth mentioning in Flood's eyes. Like the astral souls, all the teachers in the rear were basically disabled people who retired from the front line. Flood knew this in his heart. Although he was surprised that Yi Changqing had met him before, he didn't find it strange. He didn't know when he had met Yi Changqing. In his memory he had no impression of him at all. Then two more people came over, one on the left and one on the right. The one on the left was dressed in white and the one on the right was dressed in green. With a smile on his face, he looked gentle and elegant. He was tall and handsome. Greetings, Heavenly Kings. They were the Heavenly King of the right, Yu Dongtian, and the King of Zhuolu, Yin Jianghu. Chapter 742. Beside the two heavenly kings, there was a Taoist who was dressed in a wide robe. Behind him, there were 6 other Taoists who were dressed similarly. However, they all had youthful faces and looked heroic. These are also today's guests. Yu Dongtian chuckled. The shock in Yi Changqing's heart had long been overturning the seas. Although the 7 swords of the Tao League did not look like this, Yi Changqing was certain that they were the 7 swords of the Tao League. Not a single one of them was missing. On the surface, only the 7 swords of the Tao League were qualified to come with the 11 grand shamans and the astral soul's star-plucking Tao Lord. The people who arrived after that were even more familiar. Minister Ding led the 6 cabinet advisors and the 4 marshals of the 4 directions. Yi Changqing led them in respectfully. Among them, the great marshal of the 4 directions, Minister Ding, and their subordinates, a total of 40 to 50 people, went directly to the 2nd floor and sat down. Yu Xingchen led the 11 grand shamans, 7 Taoist masters, and the left and right heavenly kings to the 3rd level at the same time. Only after everyone had entered did Yi Changqing's group of 4 finally let out a deep breath. They could feel the sweat all over their bodies rushing out with a whoosh. Why are all these old seniors here? What's going on? Xiang Quangren's face twitched. He wanted to call them old monsters at first, but he did not dare to say it out loud. Yi Changqing was not the only one who was scared. He was also scared out of his wits. He felt as if his heart had stopped beating and his mind had flown away. It wasn't until now that his heart started to beat faster and faster like a drum. Yi Changqing's face was pale. I'm afraid something big is going to happen today. It's not that it's going to happen, it's already happened. With all these people here, it's not a small matter. Qing Gaiying's face was pale. Thinking of this, the 4 of them were dumbstruck. We're going in? It doesn't matter whether we go in or not. With these existences inside, even if we fight with our lives on the line, it's useless. We can't even be considered as cannon fodder. Then what else can we do? Pray? The only thing left is praying. The 4 of them tacitly agreed not to mention the Flood Witch's name, but when they recalled the feeling of the sky collapsing just now, they still shivered all over. This was even after the flood which had restrained her aura. If he hadn't reined in his strength, just his aura alone would have been enough to kill them. I originally wanted to find Flood. Maybe one day I could avenge my brothers. Xiang Quangren said bitterly. Lu Yichuan sighed. Lao Cheng, is Shiyu still alive? This was the best way to deal with the current situation. He could change the topic and use it to divert the deep-rooted fear in his heart. If he allowed it to develop, fear would enter his heart and awaken the long-lost fear of death. If he did not get rid of it as soon as possible, his strength would be greatly reduced. Qing Gaiying's eyes were fierce. How can I let him die so easily? Right now he's very healthy. Before I die, he won't be able to escape. Besides, there's also the king of the Central Plains. I won't let him go either. Quiet. Yi Changqing frowned. Don't say it out loud. Understood. I've already invited many old friends. After this, they'll be able to come. Yi Changqing said calmly. When the time comes, we'll settle our old scores together. All right. After talking for a while, they talked about all kinds of things that were filled with hatred to dilute their feelings of today's encounter. Finally, the feeling in their hearts dissipated. In the Great Hall, not only was Zuoxiao Duo on full alert, but Zuoxiao Nian was also secretly circulating all of his cultivation base. He was ready for battle and was meticulous. During this period of time, Zuoxiao Nian had already reached the advanced stage of cloud transformation and was steadily advancing towards the peak. As for Zuoxiao Duo, he had already compressed his inner core stage 17 times. The cultivation levels of the two of them, in terms of the amount of time they had spent cultivating, could truly be said to be outstanding and commendable. But now, the two of them had a strange feeling that they did not have the slightest confidence in facing the current situation. In other words, if something really happened today, the two of them did not have the slightest confidence in protecting themselves or even their parents. Zuoxiao Duo looked around anxiously. He looked at the faces of everyone around him, including Zuoxiao Nian, Li Chenglong, his classmates, his parents. Everyone's faces were calm and composed. This meant that nothing would happen today. But the sense of danger in Zuoxiao Duo's heart was getting heavier and heavier. How could this be? Zuoxiao Duo absolutely believed in his intuition. There was definitely a fatal danger today. But he also believed in his physiognomy. Nothing would happen today. Too many experiences in the past told him that his physiognomy would not be wrong. But this was too strange. Two completely opposite feelings, two different results. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a wave of aura suddenly appeared. In an instant, the great hall of tens of thousands of people fell silent. That was an indescribable solemnity. This kind of aura could only be possessed by someone who was at the peak of power and held the power to decide life and death. But today the feeling was exceptionally intense. It was real and not fake. Even Zuoxiao Duo, who had never been afraid of anything, couldn't say anything witty at all. Zhuozhanglu was standing on one side with his head bowed. He was talking and laughing with Wu Yuting. His expression was calm as usual. Wu Yuqing also looked relaxed. It seemed as if she hadn't noticed anything strange. The sound of footsteps sounded softly. They were very orderly and there was no heavy sound. But as the footsteps moved forward, everyone felt their hearts in their mouths. Zuoxiao Duo turned his head to look and could not help but praise in his heart. How majestic, how ferocious, how bold, and what a majestic man. The person in the lead walked over with large strides. His hair was messy and fluttered in the wind. He walked forward alone, but he naturally gave off a feeling that the blue sky was collapsing. It was as if wherever he went, the sun and moon would lose their light, and the world would lose its color. Zuoxiao Duo clearly felt that this man's cold and indifferent eyes, which looked at everything in the world, fell on his face. There was a trace of complexity in his eyes. Zuoxiao Duo could not help but feel a burning sensation on his face. Why are you looking at me? Haven't you seen a handsome man before? Zuoxiao Duo could not help but rub his face. I'm still too thin-skinned. I feel hot after being looked at, he said to himself. But he did not notice that there were more than 20 people who walked in, and a smile suddenly flashed across their faces. The flood which walked in with a majestic gait. She had already seen the back of the middle-aged man who pretended not to see her. She endured the feeling of eating shit in her heart and strode a few steps forward. She sat down in the middle of the first table in front of Zuoxiao Duo, facing the stage. Her back was to Zhuozhanglu. I don't want to see this bastard in my life. Don't be a bastard, he is the most despicable person in the world. Then, the Great Witch of Raging Fire, the Great Witch of Ice, and the others all sat down silently. Zuoxiao Duo widened his eyes and looked at the table in front of him that could only seat 4 people. There were 11 big men sitting down, but they did not feel crowded at all. He could not help but wonder if there was something wrong with his nerves or his eyes. He secretly pinched his arm and grimaced. Yu Xingqian and the left and right heavenly kings sat at the table on the left, which was particularly spacious. After all, there were only 3 of them. It was not easy for 3 people to sit at a table for 4. At the table on the right, the 7 swords of Taoism sat at a table for 4 people. It was also quite spacious. Like the table in front of them, everyone could freely turn their chairs and look around without any delay. That's the power of space. Zhou Xiaoyan transmitted a message to Zhou Xiaoduo. Looking at his confused face, she explained to him. My wife is so powerful and knowledgeable. Zhou Xiaoduo instinctively gave her a flying kiss, ignoring the current dangerous situation for a moment. Zhou Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was speechless. It seemed that it was absolutely impossible to expect this guy to be decent in this life. What a serious occasion this was. At first glance, he could see that there were big shots around him, but he was still so undignified that Zhou Xiaoduo quickly looked at the faces of the people around him. It was as he had expected. They were the kind that could not be seen. They were definitely old demons. They had all taken their seats and then took out their own teapots and teacups. No one confused with the others and actually made tea by themselves. There were countless tea sets on the small table that was only the size of a palm. They could still be orderly and mind their own business. There was a faint trend of independence. How could Zhou Xiaoduo not be amazed? Haha, just as he was marveling, he heard a guy in front of him with a cold face and a snow-white robe. He looked cold and indifferent. Suddenly he laughed like a donkey. He chuckled twice. The sound was so strange and abrupt that it attracted people's attention. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes were fixed on him in an instant. Just by looking at his expression and temperament, he should be the kind of person who was as unsmiling as an iceberg. It was really unexpected that he could laugh like this. If it were not for the fact that they were not familiar with each other, Zhou Xiaoduo really wanted to go over and ask, "Brother, why are you laughing?" The person in front of Zhou Xiaoduo was quite passable in terms of appearance. His robe was whiter than snow, his face was like a piece of ice that had been frozen for thousands of years. He was tall and even in his eyes, there was a chill that could almost freeze people. Well, it should be noted that the chill in his eyes could really cause frostbite. It was not just an ordinary exaggeration. Anyone who saw him would have the impression that this man was very cold. He was very cold. He was like an iceberg. Anyone who got a little closer to him would be frostbitten by him. The character of this kind of person was very clear: silent, taciturn, indifferent, and ruthless. However, when such a person suddenly let out a laugh that sounded like the braying of a donkey, it really made everyone's jaws drop. It was a huge surprise. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.